Hey everyone, if you're enjoying my RM audiobooks, don't forget to like, subscribe, hit that hype, and maybe check out my Patreon if you want to support the channel even more. Your support means a lot and helps me keep these coming. Now, sit back and enjoy the story.
Heroic Myth. Fate Grand Order X DanMachi. Chapter 1, Heroic Spirit. Within this world there exists the city of Orario, the city of adventurers. Mortals of all ages and races travel to this city in pursuit of their desires and dreams. For this is the city of adventures. Orario was built over a massive dungeon that spawned monsters out and threatened the lives of all who lived on the surface and in the past were left unchecked save for the efforts of brave heroes who made contracts with the enigmatic spirits and fought back against the endless hordes. It was only when the gods above came down from Tenkai and sealed the dungeon with the Tower of Babel and offered their own gifts to the ones living on the surface were the mortals able to fend for themselves, and the contracts between spirits and mortals fell out of use in favor of the gods' blessings, the Falna. The Falna is the grace given by the gods to members of their family, or familia. Within these familia are adventurers who make use of their gods' Falna to make a living both within Orario and its dungeon and outside of it. The power of the Falna increases the more experience, known as Exilia, they gather. This Exilia is written upon their Falna, allowing a god to read about the growth their child has experienced like a story. Currently within the dungeon, a young and new adventurer was making his own story, bringing back the legends of old. Of heroes, spirits, and contracts. XXXXX. Bell Cranel made his way through the dungeon, paying attention to his surroundings in order to not be caught off guard by either the kobolds or goblins that live on the upper floors. Today he had decided to try going a bit further in than he normally did. Although it's only been 2 weeks since he became an adventurer, he already made it to the 5th floor of the dungeon. According to his guild advisor, Inatul, most newbie adventurers stuck to the first 2 floors and didn't go further without prior preparation. However, Bell felt that he was making enough progress that he could go a bit deeper since he could already handle goblins and kobolds on the first 4 floors and wanted a change in scenery. But even so, nothing's come out yet. He muttered as he looked around and scratched the back of his head. He had been on the 5th floor for at least an hour now but not a single monster had appeared so far. Did someone else come before me? He wondered. Although monsters were always being born within the dungeon, it wasn't a constant spewing mass. If another adventurer or group of adventurers had cleared out an area of monsters, it would be some time before more were born. Should I try another path? As Bell considered retracing his steps a bit, he spotted something out of the corner of his eye. It was located in a dead-end path off to the side of the main path. A rather small red box, no it was more of a red chest with golden edges that was just sitting there without a care in the world. A treasure chest. Bell shouted before clapping a hand over his mouth and looked around but no one seemed to be there. Is this a new kind of drop? Why didn't anyone find this before? If someone had found it before, they would consider a chest sitting on the upper floors a rather obvious-looking trap. However Bell, either being too trusting or too inexperienced, held no such thoughts in his head aside from the possibility of finding some treasure. Maybe it's some kind of sword, or maybe some armor. Bell wondered hopefully as he crouched down in front of it and placed his hands on the box. Oh, it's not locked. And with a small heave, he easily opened the box and found a beautiful golden goblet. Though he was a little bit disappointed by the fact that it wasn't something like a holy sword or an invincible armor, the goblet mesmerized him all the same. It was overall rather simple in shape but the detail engraved into the gold itself was amazing. Wow! He had no idea how much this thing was worth but it definitely couldn't be a small sum. Or rather, it was so beautiful he couldn't even think of selling it, even if it could help his goddess a bit in their tiny familia of one. Instead of selling it for money, it might make a better gift for his goddess instead. This is probably enough for today, he said as he stood up with the golden goblet in his hands. I should head back and dash. As he turned around to make his way back to the surface, a giant brown-skinned monster with the head of a bull and the body of a man. A minotaur. A monster so powerful that it could easily defeat a high-class adventurer if they weren't careful. And it was somehow up on the upper floors where only newbies resided. As the minotaur roared in Bell's face, he let out a not-so-manly scream as he dived out of the way from its hoof which smashed into the ground and left a small crater. Deai. Clutching the goblet for dear life, he ran as fast as he could away from the monster. He had no idea where he was running to, but anywhere was better than his current position. Unfortunately, he only ended up at a dead end and found himself with his back against a wall with the Minotaur looking down on him. Hi! He let out another shriek in fear as he held up the goblet in his hands as if that could somehow protect him from the monster, but he knew it was futile. And so, he could do nothing but beg with all of his might. Someone, save me! And then, as if reacting to his wish, the goblet began to glow, and a calm voice filled with strength rang out through the dungeon. Servant, Archer! By your request I have been summoned. That declaration was immediately followed by the Minotaur's roar of pain, prompting Bell to slightly open his eyes. In front of him was a man with tan skin and stark white, not unlike Bell's own, wearing black armor with a red mantle over it. In his hands were a pair of swords, one black and the other white with some kind of Eastern design. The man was looking at Bell over his shoulder with a smile on his face. I ask of you. Are you my master? He asked in a voice filled with mirth, as if amused at some inside joke, as Bell looked up at him while still clutching the golden goblet in his arms. Hi. Bell couldn't do anything more than babble at the man who was wearing such a bright smile on his face. You look like someone in over their head, the man said as he turned back to face the Minotaur, who was clutching a bloodied stump of an arm. Just hang tight while I beat this guy. With speeds far faster than Bell could hope to match, the man launched himself forward like an arrow toward the Minotaur. The monster roared in a bloody mixture of pain and fury as it swung at him with its remaining arm. The man met the blow head-on with the white blade in his right hand and bisected the beast's arm right down its length, stopping just as he was right in front of the monster and bringing his left hand up with the black sword, slicing open the monster's chest. With those two blows the Minotaur falls back with a weak gurgle, landing on the dungeon floor with a loud thud as it dissolved into black mist. The monster that Bell couldn't even touch was defeated in an instant, and Bell could only sit and watch with awe as the man released his grip on his blades, causing them to shatter into light, and pick up a large purple magic stone that had been left behind by the Minotaur. You all right over there? The man asked as he turned back toward Bell. Ah! Why yes. Bell said as he quickly got up to his feet and lowered his head. Thank you for saving me. It's what I do, the man said as he tossed the magic stone at Bell. Catch. Huh? What? The crystal bounced around in Bell's hands for a moment before he managed to catch it. Wait a minute. I can't take this. Bell said quickly. You're the one who defeated it. Consider it a gift, the man said with a shrug. Or a down payment, I suppose. Down payment? I don't have a clue where I am, the man said as he looked around. And I can't tell my right from my left around here. Bell stared blankly at the man. Are you saying you don't know how to get back outside the dungeon? Bell asked as the man chuckled. Suppose so, the man replied with a shrug. Mind leading the way? You can keep the crystal as thanks. I still think that that's still too much for payment. Bell muttered as he led the way for the man. He thought to himself that the man was probably from a more well-off familia that had enough people where a Minotaur's magic stone was more or less pocket change. Still, with this money he would be able to help his goddess a bit more. As they made their way up through the dungeon, they passed by a few adventurers making their way down but no monsters, making the trip rather quiet. Bell spoke up, drawing the man's attention away from a passing Chianthrope. If it's all right, can I get your name? I'm Bell Cranel. Archer, the man replied after a moment's silence. Archer? Like a bowman. My parents were really dull with names, Archer replied with a shrug. Oh, I see. Bell said, unsure if it was a joke he should laugh at or not. Mr. Archer. No need for that, Archer said quickly. Then, Archer. Bell tried again and the taller man nodded. Which familia are you from? Familia, Archer replied as he stroked his chin. What would you do if I were to say that I am currently between familias? I would ask that you not tease me like that, ha ha ha. Bell said with a laugh as Archer looked at him with a smirk. Ha ha ha, you're not joking. I am not joking, Archer said with a nod as he continued walking past Bell. Then can I ask you to join my familia? Bell asked as he ran up to Archer's side and kept pace with him. I mean, we're not very well off and it's only me and the goddess there, but if you join I think we'll be able to become a great familia. Great familia, Archer repeated with a chuckle. Well, we'll see about that. Your goddess is the one that decides, isn't she? Don't worry. Belle says with a reassuring smile. We aren't that big of a familia yet, so there's no way she'll turn down a potential recruit. For some reason, that doesn't fill me with confidence. XXXXX. Before heading to the old church, which was the home of the Hestia Familia, Belle wanted to cash in the Minotaur's magic stone and report to Ina first. His guild advisor, a brown-haired woman with slightly pointed ears wearing the guild standard uniform of a black vest, white shirt and black slats, was just looking through some files at the reception desk when he entered the guild. After asking Archer to wait by the door, Belle ran up to the half-elf woman with a smile. Miss Ina, I'm back. He said as she looked up. Welcome back, Belle, Ina said with a rather surprised look, tilting her glasses up slightly. You're back rather early today. Did you change your mind on going to the dungeon today? There's nothing wrong with a little break after all. No, I did go into the dungeon, Belle replied. I just had an incident of sorts is all. Huh? What happened? And so Belle recalled for Ina the incident from finding the goblet to being jumped by a minotaur and then being saved by Archer, who showed up in the nick of time. Putting aside the fact that you met a minotaur, a monster from the middle floors, on the upper floors. Ina began, rubbing her forehead. How many times do I have to tell you that an adventurer shouldn't go on an adventure? You need to be properly prepared in order to go explore the lower floors. Yes. Belle said, feeling a bit ashamed. He did try diving deeper into the dungeon with the hopes of meeting a cute girl he could save after all. But that was then, he still wanted to save people, but not just cute girls. Archer's back was still engraved into his mind. Steadfast, strong, proud, and unflinching in the face of danger. Like an invincible wall that would protect everyone that stood behind him. And though he felt it was a little rude, he felt that any girl would fall in love with that right away. Belle wanted to be someone like that too, though the protecting girls thing was now a distant second. He wanted to be someone who, just by showing up, can make it so the person in danger could feel safe and relieved. That they had been saved. The word adventurer didn't really fit that kind of feeling though. More like, a hero? Anyway, where is this Archer person? Ina said, taking Belle out of his thoughts. Belle waved over toward the door where Archer had been resting against the wall with his arms folded across his chest. Spotting him, Archer pushed himself off the wall and walked over. What is it? Archer asked as he looked from Belle to Ina. Hello miss. You're Cranel's guild advisor. Pleased to meet you, Mr. Archer, my name is Ina Toole, Ina said with a slight bow. First off, please let me express my thanks in helping Belle Cranel in the dungeon. Archer nodded his head to show that he accepted the thanks and for her to continue. I also would like to tell you, since you appear to be a newcomer to the city, that although there is nothing stopping anyone from entering the dungeon, you will not be able to exchange any magic stones for Valis until you register at the guild. Got it, Archer nodded. Sorry for the hassle. It's fine if you understand, Ina said as she pulled out a large folder and places it on the counter with a loud thud, causing Archer to take a step back. Here are all the proper materials to read over, sign, and turn into the guild. By the way, which familia are you in? Archer replied by pointing a finger at Belle. Oh my, Belle, Ina said, clapping her hands together with a smile. You didn't say you got a new familia member. Well, it's not official, Belle replied, scratching the back of his head. We haven't met with Lady Hestia to welcome him in yet. Then I won't keep you any longer, Ina nodded. Oh, and don't forget to exchange any magic stones you collected before you leave. Got it. Come on, Archer. I'll show you how it works. XXXXX. After exchanging the magic stones, with the Minotaur stone netting Belle more money than he had ever made within his 2 weeks of being an adventurer combined, he guided Archer to their familia home. It's not much since we're kinda poor, Belle admitted as the two of them stood in front of a rather run-down church where the walls were crumbling and the goddess statue on the roof was also riddled with more holes than a piece of Swiss cheese. But it's really comfy. We have running water and a kitchen at least. Just having a roof is enough for me, Archer said as he followed Belle inside. They went past the broken pews to a small room behind the altar. It was once a storage room lined with empty shelves which opened up to reveal a stairwell. The two of them descended the stairs where Belle opened up the door at the bottom and announced himself. Goddess, I'm home. At his call, a person that had been sprawled out on the sofa sits up, Belle, welcome back. A short girl with her hair done up in twin tails wearing a white dress with a ribbon tied to her arms across her front. You're back early today, and who's that with you? Goddess, this is Archer. He says he wants to join our familia. Belle excitedly replied. Really? The goddess Hestia shouted as she jumped up from her couch and ran up in front of Archer. Do you really want to join my familia? Why yes, if you'll allow me, goddess Hestia, Archer answered with a nod. Hooray! Hestia cheered before grabbing Archer by the hand and pulling him over to the single bed in the room. Now, take off your shirt and lie down on the bed and I'll bestow my blessing upon you. Looking rather bemused, Archer did as he was told, stripping off his mantle and undershirt and laid himself down on the bed, with his legs poking off the edge. HOH, even without a blessing, you've taken good care of your body, didn't you, Mr. Archer? Hestia said as she got onto his back with a silver knife in her hand. I suppose, Archer said with a shrug, rocking Hestia slightly. Hee, you've got a lot of catching up to do, Belle, Hestia joked as Belle let out a small chuckle. Alright, now hold still. This might tickle a bit. Hestia proceeded to prick her finger with the knife and then traced her blood onto Archer's back. Once that was done, Hestia placed a piece of parchment onto Archer's back where she traced her finger and pulled it back, leaving several words and numbers on it. Hestia turned the parchment toward herself and frowned slightly. Hey, Archer, Hestia began as she hopped off Archer's back and held the parchment to his face. Is there a reason you didn't tell us your real name? Archer looked at Hestia in surprise as Belle's eyes widened in shock at his goddess's words. Archer took the parchment from Hestia's hands and schemed through it. Emiya Shiro. Level 1. Strength, I0. Defense, I0. Dexterity, I0. Agility, I0. Magic, I0. Magic. Reinforcement, strengthen oneself or objects with magic. Projection, create temporary imperfect objects with the use of magic power. Quality of item jumps up when creating swords. Can also alter objects slightly from their main form while retaining innate properties. Trace on. Judging the concept of creation. Hypothesizing the basic structure. Duplicating the composition material. Imitating the skill of its making. Sympathizing with the experience of its growth. Reproducing the accumulated years. Excelling every manufacturing process. Unlimited blade works, project one's inner reality out into the world. Reduce projection costs of swords to zero when within inner reality. Can passively examine and understand the history and blueprint of any weapon on sight and recreate them. I am the bone of my sword. Steel is my body and fire is my blood. I have created over 1,000 blades. Unknown to death. Nor known to life. Have withstood pain to create many weapons. Yet, these hands will never hold anything. So as I pray, unlimited blade works. Skills. Independent action, parameters increase when fighting alone. Hawkeye, while on a vantage point, can see and target opponents within a 4-kilometer range with near-perfect accuracy. Mind's eye, using one's insight, one can calmly grasp the current battle situation and find a way to escape. My apologies, Archer said as he sat up and lowered his head slightly. I haven't really considered that my name for a long time. You shouldn't let a name go like that, Hestia said as she took the parchment back from Archer. It's your parents' first gift to you, their child after all. Well, I won't push it if you don't want to be called by that name anymore. But to think you'd have magic without Falna. And one without a chant even, not to mention this skill. That's amazing, Archer. Belle said as he looked over Hestia's shoulder at the stat sheet while Archer was getting redressed. So this projection is how you created those swords earlier. Still, I always thought humans couldn't use magic without a Falna, Hestia mumbled. I suppose there are exceptions to everything. Well, so long as we're being honest. Archer said as he finished putting on his mantle. I'm not exactly human. Belle gasped as he and Hestia looked at him. What are you talking about? You look human enough to me. Did you forget, Belle? Archer asked. About a certain thing you picked up in the dungeon. Picked up? I totally forgot. Belle quickly opened his bag and pulled out the golden goblet he found in the chest earlier. Belle? What is that? Hestia asked as she stared at the golden glowing grail. It doesn't seem like a normal cup. That's something called the Holy Grail, Archer explained. Under normal circumstances, it is able to grant the wish of anyone who possesses it. Under normal circumstances? Hestia asked. What's abnormal about this one? Considering that it was found in the dungeon, for one, Archer pointed out. I also believe Bell made a wish on the Grail to be saved from the Minotaur that attacked him. What? Hestia shrieked as she wheeled around toward Bell. You got attacked by a Minotaur. I am fine though. Bell quickly reassured her. Archer saved me and I wasn't hurt at all. But wait, does that mean it can't grant any more wishes? I don't know the answer to that, Archer replied with a shrug. Normally, the Grail summons 7 servants who do battle under 7 masters and the last pair standing gets to use the wish. Normally. The fact that it materialized before I was even summoned means every normal thing I should know about it doesn't necessarily apply anymore. Servants? Hestia repeated. Are you saying you're one of these 7 servants? What is a servant anyway? A servant is the physical manifestation of the aspect of a legend of a hero, usually, Archer replied. In theory, all those myths and legends of heroes of the past and those that have yet come to be, can be summoned into physical form. You mean I can summon one of the heroes from one of my grandpa's books and stories? Bell asked with stars in his eyes. Supposedly, Archer shrugged again as he pointed to himself. Normally you only get one though. A manifestation of a legend. Hestia mumbled. A spirit of a hero, I see, rather than a human, you're closer to a spirit. I didn't think a spirit could be graced with the Falna. Then again, all the spirits I know about don't want to become adventurers. Does that mean your name is just a title of sorts? Yes. Saber, Archer, Lancer, Rider, Caster, Assassin, and Berserker. These 7 classes of sorts act as containers to hold the heroic spirit. A saber is usually a hero well known for their swordsmanship or one that carries a famous sword. Archer is usually a peerless bowman but any kind of projectile would work such as a sling. Lancer is one that wields a polearm and usually are known for their speed as well. Rider usually has a famous mount. Casters are peerless magicians. Assassins are feared and famous killers and berserkers are heroes who lost their reason and went mad at one point in their lives. Hey, Archer, Bell said as he held up the Grail. Do you think I can summon another servant with the Grail? Not satisfied with me, Master? Archer asked with an smirk. No, nothing like that, Bell said quickly. I was just thinking that if I could summon more servants, we could use them to fill the ranks of the Familia and explore the dungeon better. And by doing so, we'll be able to make more money to help out our goddess. Bell. Hestia said, looking at him for a moment before tears filled her eyes. I'm sorry we were poor. No. It's not your fault. You're doing your best at your job too. If there isn't any other masters out there. Archer began, ignoring the two's antics. It should theoretically be possible for you to try summoning another servant. However, it's not as if it's free. While the costs for summoning a servant is burdened by the Grail, the cost for keeping the servant bound to the physical world is on the summoner. Archer then turned his head to look behind him toward his back. Although I don't know how exactly the Falna interacts with that. I feel as though I'm getting the upkeep from 2 sources. Both from you and Lady Hestia. How exactly is this upkeep paid for? Hestia asked, wiping the tears from her eyes. Well, with the Master's magic power. Hestia and Bell shared a look before Hestia shooed Archer off the bed and Bell took off his shirt before scrambling onto it. Hestia got on top of Bell's back and pricked her finger with her knife again before repeating the same process on Bell's back like she did for Archer. It's there. Hestia said before placing some parchment onto Bell's back and pulling it off. Bell Cranial. Level 1. Strength, I-77, I-82. Defense, I-13. Dexterity, I-93, I-96. Agility, H-148, H-172. Magic, I-0, I-50. Magic. Servant Summoning, summon a heroic spirit into one of 7 servant containers. Requires upkeep once servant is summoned. Let silver and steel be the essence. Let stone and the Archduke of Contracts be the foundation. Let red be the color I pay tribute to. Let rise a wall against the wind that shall fall. Let the 4 cardinal gates close. Let the three-forked road from the crown reaching unto the kingdom rotate. Let it be filled. Again. 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 Let it be filled fivefold for every turn, simply breaking asunder with every filling. My dreams form the body. Your spirit shall show me the path as I walk it by my own power. And so I hereby swear. That I shall be all the good in the world. That I shall defeat all the evil in the world. You 7 souls who reside at the fate I wish to reach. Come forth from the binding circle. O keeper of the balance. Open. Skills. None. Bell let out a cry of joy as he read through his updated status sheet. His numbers are better than mine. Archer noted blandly. That's just how it works, Hestia said, looking off to the side, not meeting his eyes. Having 0 doesn't mean your status is 0. Everyone starts at 0, whether you're just a baby or a grown adult that can lift a cart over their heads with one hand. Bell's stats are what they were due to him being 2 weeks your senior. I see, so that's how that works. Archer muttered. In any case, it seems like your magic status will grow on its own so long as I'm around and you're providing my upkeep. I see, Hestia said with a nod. So Bell's magic status will continually grow even if he doesn't do anything. So? Do you think I can summon another servant? Bell asked again as he stood up and walked up to Archer. Don't overdo it, Hestia said quickly. Hephaestus told me what happens when you overuse magic. You get affected by something called mind down and collapse. In worst cases, it could kill you. Oh, I see. Bell deflated a bit at that before looking back at Archer. It's probably dangerous, isn't it? It is, Archer nodded. However, as I said, since I received the Falna, I feel like I am also getting magic power from both you and Lady Hestia. Depending on things such as the type of servant you summon, as in the hero you summon plus the class they are summoned into, I believe you may be able to summon another one provided Lady Hestia gives them her blessing as well. That is, if they accept it. Some heroes are rather arrogant and would refuse it after all. What class would you say then? Bell asked, perking up again as Hestia sighed and shook her head. Caster would be my recommendation, Archer answered. Being magic users themselves, they should hold a lot of magic power inside of them so that there isn't as much upkeep required for existing and using their abilities. They also have skills for creating and holding territory, so they could be useful in tidying up this church a bit. Is it okay if I try, goddess? Bell asked, turning his shining puppy dog eyes toward Hestia, who looked away as if his gaze was too bright for her. Grr. Hestia groaned as she glanced at Archer. Is there any way to reduce upkeep even more? If I do this? Archer began before disappearing from view, causing both of them to jump. Archer! Bell called out as he waved his hand at the spot where Archer had been standing, only to touch nothing but air. Where are you? Over here. Both Bell and Hestia turned around to see that Archer had made himself at home on the couch, his long arms resting on the top of the couch with one leg over the other. Dematerialization, Archer said. Most servants can do this. It temporarily shifts our bodies from the physical plane where we can't interact with anything, but it helps reduce the cost. If it's too much for Bell to handle, I'll spend some time like that until he can handle it. Mo. Hestia seemed both unwilling to let Bell take on such a risk while at the same time not wanting to deny her first Familia member something that would only help their Familia grow. Fine. But if he falls unconscious, you are dematerializing right away, got it? Thank you, goddess. Bell said as he picked up the grail again and looked around. So how do I? Follow me, Archer said as he took the grail from Bell's hands and headed up the stairs with the two of them following him. Up on the altar of the church, Archer began carving a strange magic circle into the wood. As he worked, he also explained about the command spells that symbolized the connection between master and servant. Bell was confused for a second before he took off his glove and saw that red marking had etched themselves on the back of his left hand in the form of a flame made up of 3 lines. Archer explained that those 3 lines were spells that could be used to give a servant an absolute order that couldn't be disobeyed, even for the servant to take their own life if need be, and were very valuable as it meant that the servant would think twice before betraying him. I don't want to make anyone do something like that. Bell muttered as Archer shrugged. Consider it insurance of a sort, Archer replied. It's not like that's the only way you can use it. It can be used as a power-up to let a servant cast a spell immediately or for them to warp to your side if you are in danger. If it's an order that both you and the servant agree upon, like take down that monster, then the servant will get a power boost as they fight the monster you direct them to. The more specific the command, the more powerful the spell will be. I see. That's good then, Belle said, looking a bit happier that it wasn't just a tool to order someone to their own death. It's done, Archer said as he stood up and placed the grail on the pedestal at the edge of the altar. Now say your chant clearly beside the circle and a servant should appear. Belle nodded at Archer's instructions as he held out his left hand with the command spells on them and began his chant. With each verse the circle began to shine and a gust of wind began to blow from it. Behind Belle, Archer stood in front of Hestia to shield the goddess from the bellowing winds as Belle continued undaunted. As the lights began to shine in a golden color, Belle hit the final verse. You 7 souls who reside at the fate I wish to reach, come forth from binding circle, O keeper of the balance. Belle shouted as the light exploded. Did it work? Hestia asked as she peered around Archer's back while Archer could only gape at the cloud of dust in front of Belle. Belle meanwhile had his arms in front of his eyes to shield himself from the dust. As the dust began to dissipate, he lowered his arms and saw someone in front of him. A man with golden hair and blood-red eyes was staring at him with a frown on his face. He was wearing a short veil on the back of his head, a short blue vest that didn't do anything to cover his bare chest and long red pants that opened up to reveal part of his thighs and legs. In one hand was a stone tablet and in the other was a large golden axe. Servant, caster, the man declared. Gilgamesh of Uruk has come due to your summoning, mongrel. Chapter 2, Party Play. Of all the heroic spirits out there, Archer muttered as he placed his hand against his face. HOH. Caster Gilgamesh let out a small breath as he looked around the broken-down church with a hint of amusement in his voice. I appear to have arrived in an interesting place. Although this is hardly an appropriate place to summon a king, don't you think? I'm sorry. Belle said quickly while lowering his head. But it was the only place really available to us. No need to grovel, mongrel, Caster said with a laugh. Raise your head. I am rather amused right now, so I will let this minor slight pass. Caster's eyes fell upon Archer, or rather the small figure peeking her head around him. Caster walked past Belle and off the altar so that he was standing right in front of Archer. Move, he ordered at the tan servant. Archer remained where he was, not breaking eye contact for a moment before stepping aside so that Caster could see Hestia fully. So it is true then, the gods have descended upon the mortal world and live amongst the mortals even in the dirt. It's not like I want to live in a run-down church. Hestia shouted back. It's just, we don't really have the money to live anywhere else. If we did, I'd want at least a 2-story house with 5 rooms. Caster threw his head back in laughter at that. Truly one can see and hear so many ridiculous things even after ascending to the throne of heroes, he said as he tucked his tablet under the arm holding the axe so he could place his hand against his face. Very well, I agree to this summoning and contract if only to amuse myself in this world even further. Really? Belle asked as he jumped down from the altar and walked up to Caster. Do you really mean it, sir? No wait, you said you were a king? Then sire, or your majesty. Either is fine, I will allow it, Caster said as he turned to face Belle while Archer sighed into his hand again. You will have the right to muster me into battle so long as I agree to it. Thank you very much, your highness. Really now? Hestia sighed as she glanced over at Archer before looking at Belle and Caster. I can already tell this one is going to be a handful. XXXXX. With the contract finished, the 4 of them returned to the underground room where Hestia presented them with potato puffs that were given to her as leftovers from the food stand that she worked at while telling Archer and Caster a bit about the world's history at Caster's request. What exactly are these things? Caster asked from his seat on the couch as he picked one up and sniffed it. Jagamericans. Hestia explained as she sat down next to Belle on the bed. They're very popular in town. Everyone in the city knows about them. If you don't want them, I'll take your share, Archer said as he ate standing by the wall, seemingly not wanting to sit next to Caster. Caster didn't say anything as he took a bite and chewed it slowly before swallowing. His eyes opened slightly before he took another bite. I see, this is the taste of an offering from the goddess of the hearth, huh? He muttered as he finished and reached for another one. It should not be fit for a royal palate but... See? They're great aren't they? Hestia asked as she puffed out her chest. Castor didn't answer and instead shifted the topic. So the gods of this world created these familias after descending to both amuse themselves and to give the mortals a chance to better themselves and survive against the monsters born from this dungeon, Castor summed up and Hestia nodded. It is more incredulous hearing it straight from the mouth of a goddess than it is learning about it from the Grail. It can't be helped, it's boring up there after all, Hestia shrugged. And with so many others already descended, the work in directing the fallen souls of mortals is pushed on to whoever is left. At that Castor let out an amused laugh at the image of overworked gods. You mentioned famous familias like Zeus and Hera. Castor began. Is it only the Greek gods that descended? Greek? Hestia asked as she tilted her head to the side. What do you mean? I see, I shall be blunt then. Is there a goddess by the name of Ishtar about? Castor asked. Ah, her. Hestia muttered, her cheeks turning a bit red at the topic of a goddess of sexual love when she herself was a virgin goddess. Yet, she's around. She hangs around, or rather runs most of Orario's, naughty places. At Hestia's words Castor's face twisted into a harsh expression as if he had tasted something vile. I see. He said simply before taking a rather violent bite into his potato puff. Bell looked at Castor in worry before glancing at Archer who shook his head, telling the young master not to ask about it. In any case, it seems that being in a familia is required for most things in this city, correct? Castor asked. Yes, Hestia nodded. The guild runs most things and although regular people can live here well enough, being in a familia allows you access to more of the city's functions and you get a lot of direct support from the guild itself. Even the money exchanger is only available to registered adventurers. I see. Castor muttered again, looking rather unhappy about something. Humanity is over-reliant on the gods, nothing good can come out of it should they all disappear, but that is how this world is. If I were to be incarnated I would do something but as it is, I should just enjoy what this world has to offer. Huh? What are you talking about? Hestia asked. Never mind, Castor shook the question off. And one can leave the familia whenever they wish. Well, so long as the god agrees to it yes, Hestia nods. But there is a limit of 1 year before you can leave when joining a new familia. It's to prevent people from just bouncing from familia to familia or to join a familia then leaving just for the blessing. I would prefer if no one left mine if they joined though, we're small enough as it is. I suppose it is only prudent for countermeasures like that, Castor muttered. I do not particularly enjoy the fact that being bound to a god is the only way to get anything done. Well, I shall entertain this for the time being. Tea then? Hestia asked with eyes full of hope. Rejoice, goddess Hestia, Castor said as he stood up. I will grace your familia with my membership. Hooray! Hestia shouted as she jumped to her feet. However, Castor cut in before Hestia could do anything else. I will not settle for being a second to anyone. That boy. He gestured toward Bell with his chin. May be my summoner, but I have not accepted him as a master. He may rally me onto the field of battle, but otherwise I will be the one giving out the orders. So you want to be the familia captain then? Bell asked. That's fine with me. I don't really know how to lead people yet and since you're a king I bet you could do it 1,000 times better than I can. Do not think you can just slip away from any responsibilities of your station, Castor said, frowning at Bell. You are human, you exist in this world without requiring an anchor. He gestured toward Archer and himself. Our servants. Our time here is fleeting like the morning dew. By our nature we are unable to make any true lasting change to this world. That would be up to you. Why yes. Bell nodded as he stood up straight. I won't let you down, Your Majesty. I have no expectations but see that you do not, Castor said without any change in expression as he leaned back in his seat while Bell looked rather excited at being given a task by a hero. Then, do you want to receive the Falna now, after dinner or tomorrow morning before I leave for work? Hestia asked Castor as she sat back down on the bed. Let us finish the meal you have laid out for us first, Castor replied simply. Though it is fine on short notice, do not think it will be enough come morrow. I'm sure we'll be able to do something with the familia's rather small budget, Archer spoke up for the first time in a long while. Unless you have some to contribute. But of course, Castor said without much fanfare. If I am to grace this familia with my membership, it is only natural I do not live in a ruin. Boy. Yes. Bell reacted to the call, snapping out of his daydream. Does the guild services also include a way to sell valuables? I'm not sure, but if I ask Miss Ina, my advisor, I'm sure she can help find someone that can. Then in the worst case I will be forced to endure these dreary surroundings for a few days, Castor sighed. What are you planning to sell? Hestia asked. If it's a weapon, I can show it to my friend Hephaestus for an estimate. A quote from a god of the forge. Castor said, eyebrows rising slightly. Yes, I suppose if one were to get a fair evaluation. I had wished to see the inside of this dungeon tomorrow, but I suppose there are more important things to handle first. Yes, registration and orientation at the guild may take a while too. Bell said. I really wanted to see how amazing the two of you can be. Then you'll be waiting for a long time, Castor said dismissively. I doubt that there are any things in the dungeon that would require me to show off my full power. In contrast to Archer, who let out another sigh and rubbed his forehead, Bell just looked even more eager at the promise of strength from the king. Then tomorrow, the three of you should go to the guild so Archer and Castor can get registered. Of course you still need me to give you the blessing, Hestia said, looking at Castor. After sitting through orientation, Bell should bring Castor over to my stand around closing time, then I can bring him to meet Hephaestus while Bell and Archer, do something else to wait for us. I wouldn't mind getting a tour of the market, Archer said. If we were going to serve something fitting for His Royal Highness's stomach, then we should see what we have to work with. Do as you wish, Castor said, not taking Archer's bait. I doubt you'll find anything coming close to being worthy. Although I would not mind being surprised. Can you cook, Archer? Bell asked. I may have dabbled once or twice, Archer admitted. At the very least, I can provide more side dishes than just potato puffs, not that these weren't nice, Lady Hestia, but you and Bell probably shouldn't subsist on only potatoes. Just us? Hestia asked. What about you two? Servants do not need to eat or sleep to survive, Archer explained. We can subsist solely through the connection between our master and the Grail. It does help with morale though. Once we meet with Hephaestus there would be no need to be stingy with food though, so there's no need to worry about that, Hestia said. Hopefully. Fear not, Castor said. If a single blade is not enough, I have countless in my treasury that should be enough to afford a new base for the familia. Come to think of it, boy, how many more servants do you plan on summoning? Well, I don't think I'll try summoning any more until my magic grows a bit, Bell said. But I think it'd be great to summon the other 5 eventually. Not only to help the familia grow, but I want to learn how each hero was a hero. Learning from ghosts is all well and good, but do not mimic us, Castor said, folding his arms in front of his chest. You need to find your own path of becoming a hero, not walk down a path already traveled. Much as I hate to agree, he's right, Archer added. Your reasons and ideals for becoming a hero must be your own. Not mine, not your grandfather's, but your own. Understand, Bell? Yes. Bell nodded with a smile. We shall see about that. Castor muttered. Well, that's enough planning for the future for now, Hestia said as she stood up from the bed and slapped her hand on it. Now take off your vest and get over here and I'll give you your Falna. Castor didn't say anything, only raising an eyebrow at the goddess before walking over and sitting down on the bed. As it seemed that he wasn't going to lay down like the others, Hestia simply crawled behind him, pricked her finger with her knife and drew on his back as she had with Archer. I see, so this is how it works. Castor muttered. The connection is now shared between the two of you. Archer said the same thing, Hestia said as she placed some parchment on Castor's back and peeled it off along with his status. All right, Gil, you're done. Do not shorten my name like that. Castor said rather irritably before taking the sheet from Hestia. Gilgamesh. Level 1. Strength, I0. Defense, I0. Dexterity, I0. Agility, I0. Magic, I0. Magic. Melamu Ding long-range bombardment spell symbolizing a long-forgotten kingdom. I permit you to ready your arrows. Show me how you would defend Uruk and its unrivaled fortune. It is my will that shall wash over the land. The king's signal cannon. Melamu Ding Skills. Gate of Babylon. The treasury of the king is always accessible to him and able to connect to the treasury across space so that the tools within the vault are available to use. Can be deployed at will to retrieve items from within, and magic wands can be fired directly from within the gate. Most weapons are currently sealed. Territory creation. Creation of a temple to draw in magic power is available. The King of Heroes. Release restraints on the gate and draw out its full power. Omniscient and omnipotent star, Shanakba Imuru, able to discern truth from lies and see through the eyes of all creation. But really, spirits are rather amazing after all, Hestia said as Castor tossed aside the parchment after he finished reading it, allowing Belle to catch it before it hit the ground to read it for himself. Even if your legends were based on humans, it's still completely different from how Belle started out. I'm going to have to ask Hephaestus how to lock and hide the Falna, or anyone who can read the hieroglyphs will be able to understand your status and wonder why a pair of level 1 supposed humans have skills and magic on their first day. Archer nodded his head while Castor looked uninterested. By the way, about what time do you usually wake up, Belle? Archer asked. At 5 in the morning sharp. Belle said with a proud look on his face. It's been pretty much ingrained into me ever since I lived with Grandpa. Good, then in the morning I'll measure your ability, Archer said. I need to know what you can handle and what you can't. Got it. Belle nodded, brimming with excitement over the thought of being trained by Archer. Please take care of me. If everything is settled, I will be taking my leave, Castor said as he stood up. I wish to see what this city has to offer with my own eyes first. But it's late. Hestia said. Can't you wait until morning? Servants do not require sleep, Castor said. And the sooner we get acclimated to this city, the sooner we can focus on more important things. He's right, Archer said, looking as though he swallowed something bitter. In order to find out how much money we need for a new home, he needs to find a building close to our needs and what it costs. Close. Castor repeated, glaring at Archer. Do you think I will not find somewhere that suits my needs exactly? Oh, I am 100% positive that you'll find a place suiting your needs just fine, Archer said with a smirk. It's whether or not that it would be suitable for a familia that worries me. Okay. No more arguing. Hestia said, quickly inserting herself between the two. Castor, if you want to go look at some real estate, go ahead. Castor scoffed but nonetheless headed toward the exit without another word. And you, Archer, Hestia said, thrusting her finger at Archer's face barely an inch from his nose. Why are you antagonizing him so much? Call it an incompatibility between heroes, Archer said, and didn't elaborate beyond that. I'm going to look at the kitchen to see what is in stock and what appliances are available. And with that Archer pushed himself off the wall and headed into the kitchen, as silent as Castor was when he left. You managed to summon quite a pair of characters, Belle, Hestia said with a sigh while Belle could only let out a nervous laugh. XXXXX. At 5 in the morning, Belle opened his eyes groggily and looked around. His goddess was still sleeping soundly on the bed while neither Castor nor Archer could be seen. Sitting up properly on the sofa, he let out a large yawn and scratched his head. Yesterday wasn't a dream, right? He muttered as he looked down at his hands. Doesn't look like it. The command spells were still marked on the back of his hand, symbolizing his connection to Archer and Castor. Well, you're up like you said you would be. A deep voice spoke up behind him and Belle turned his head around to see Archer holding a glass of water out to him. Is the pantry usually empty? Archer asked as Belle accepted and downed the glass. Yes. Belle shamefully admitted. Most of what we earn goes into taxes and the utilities, and what little else goes into food. So, yeah, what we usually eat is whatever the goddess can bring back. Archer made a rather pained face at Belle's words. We will definitely go food shopping today, Archer said as he gestured to the door with his head. Grab your weapon and follow me. I believe that Minotaur crystal provided a good amount of money. Why yet, Belle nodded as he set the empty glass on the table and grabbed his trusty knife before following Archer up the stairs. I got 50,000 valis from it. More than I made in the last 2 weeks combined. The monsters on the upper floors usually only give little shards, and the Minotaur crystal was much bigger and fuller than they were, thus a lot more useful to the guild. Belle then let out a long sigh and turned his eyes to the side. Or rather, it was so much money I was surprised that such a crystal existed in real life. First-class adventurers must be something else to make that much money. It's probably due to their weapons as much as their skill, Archer said. And having better weapons means the maintenance costs for them must be huge, so they would have to kill a lot more of those bigger monsters just to break even like you do. I guess you're right, Bell nodded. Though I think the bigger familias have enough members to have supporters, adventurers who don't do the fighting but support the frontliners by carrying equipment and carving the magic stones out of monsters so that the frontliners can pay attention to the monsters and not worry about leaving the stones behind. Sounds like underappreciated work, Archer commented as they stepped out into the morning sun. Now then, let me see your knife. Bell pulled it out of its sheath and held it out to Archer, handle first. Archer plucked it out of Bell's hand and turned it around in his hand for a moment before holding out his other hand. Then, in front of Bell's eyes, a wooden dagger suddenly formed in Archer's free hand. Wow, so that's your magic, right? Bell said as Archer handed him both the wooden dagger and his real one. Yeah, Archer nodded. It won't last forever, but it is sufficient for what we're about to do. Is the weight all right? Yes. Bell said as he sheathed his regular knife and gave a few practice swings. Aside from being made out of wood, it feels just like my other knife. That knife was given to you from the guild. Yes. The guild gives out a stipend for new adventurers. It comes with some money and a weapon, even if you have to pay them back later. Although I suppose you and Caster don't need one. You can make whatever you need with your magic, and Caster has that big axe of his. Yeah, this thing, Archer said as he held out his hands and blue energy swirled between them before solidifying into a large golden axe. It's fairly light despite its looks and makes a good focus for channeling magic. The blade is rather sharp too. Perfect for a caster to bludgeon enemies with when they get too close. And I would prefer if you did not create fakes of my treasures so freely, mongrel. The air behind Archer distorted for a moment before it solidified into Caster's form. Welcome back, Your Majesty. Bell greeted cheerfully as the axe in Archer's hands disappeared. How was your search? Unfortunately, the state of the city's larger homes are insufficient, Caster replied. The ones that are kept in order are already occupied by other familia, and the ones that are not have been abandoned and are in states similar to this church. So we'd need to spend money to refurbish them anyway. Bell asked as Caster clicked his tongue in annoyance. Maybe we should try finding one through the guild. I suppose it would be best to delegate this matter to others, Caster sighed. That is, unless I decide to take on the project of building what the familia requires myself. Although I now have a better understanding of the real estate in this city. In any case, you have my leave to continue your play. Gee, thanks, Archer said irritably as a short sword made out of straw appeared in his right hand. Now Bell, what do you want to focus on? What do you mean? Bell asked. Do you want to focus on attacking or defending? Or a mixture of both? Both I guess. Then, defend yourself. Bell blinked in confusion, and when his eyes opened, Archer was right in front of him, sword hand raised over his head. With a scream, Bell dived to the side as the straw sword went past him, only for it to swiftly curve and smack him in the back. Ouch! Bell yelped as he rolled a bit and turned back to face Archer. The hit didn't so much hurt as it surprised him, along with the loud clack it made on his back. What are you doing? I said defend yourself. Archer was standing upright lazily with the sword still in his hand. He was staring at Bell with his grey eyes with a frown. Pay attention. We have already started. Why yes. Bell said as he got ready and prepared himself for Archer's next attack. And the moment he did, Archer burst forward once more, sword moving toward Bell's flank. Bell's dagger managed to deflect the sword, but as it pulled away, Bell suddenly felt his legs leave the ground before his head hit the floor. Don't just watch the weapon, pay attention to the legs as well. Archer shouted as he waited for Bell to get back to his feet. Yes. Bell said without complaint. Although Bell wasn't sure what to expect from being trained by what he understood was the personification of a hero, he certainly didn't expect to get his butt kicked all morning. It also served to make him realize just how big the difference was between the two. If Archer had been a normal adventurer, just how high of a level would he be? By the end of the hour, Bell was reduced to being a bruised and panting mess on the ground. I suppose that's as much as we can do this morning, Archer said as the sword in his hand disappeared alongside the dagger in Bell's hand. Any more and we'd worry your guild advisor. You're amazing, Archer. Bell said as he caught his breath and sat up. You move so fast. I could hardly keep up. If such a speed is too much for you, then your journey will be a long and arduous one indeed, Castor scoffed. Archer's speed is only middling as far as heroic spurts go. The speed of lancers and riders will usually outclass the others. As much as I hate to admit it, he's right, Archer said as he took Bell's hand and helped him to his feet. I'm a second-rate hero compared to the real legends out there. Wow! Far from being discouraged, Bell only grew more excited at the prospect of meeting more heroes. It was a pity he'd only be able to meet 7 of them total though. Suddenly, a loud and angry shout erupted from the entrance of the church as Hestia rushed out, stomping past an amused-looking Castor. What are you doing bullying Bell so early in the morning? Hestia demanded as she walked up in front of Archer with her hands on her hips. That's not it, goddess. Bell said quickly, putting himself between Archer and Hestia. This is training. Just training. Hestia didn't look convinced but said nothing as she just huffed. Well, we should probably get to the guild then, Bell said as he brushed off his clothes. Have a good day, goddess. Take care Lady Hestia, Archer said before chasing after Bell, who ran off while Castor gave Hestia a simple nod, which Hestia supposed was as good as she was going to get from someone like him, before lazily following after the other two. Right then, Hestia said as she looked up at the sky. I think I can make it to Hephaestus to pass along a message before work. All right. Let's work hard today for my new boys. And the tiny goddess also decided to try her best for the day. XXXXX. Bell led the way down the street toward the guild, pointing out landmarks to the 2 servants while they walked almost side by side with each other. Almost in that they were walking on opposite ends of the street and Castor was walking a bit ahead of Archer. If one didn't know they were together, one would assume they were 2 separate parties just happening to be going in the same direction. However, even at this distance, the 2 could still hear each other. Since you were the one knocking the fool to the ground, you should have noticed it more clearly, correct? Castor said quietly as to not let Bell hear him. Of course, Archer replied, pretending to be looking at a food stand to avoid looking in Castor's direction. It was only a bit, but he was getting a bit faster toward the end. Is this the Falna doing work or our little master's own talent? At this point, it is a fluke, nothing more, Castor decided. Unless you mean to say you insulted him by lowering the difficulty after coming on too strongly. Hey. The 2 of them stopped as just a little bit ahead, Bell had been accosted by a girl in a green and white uniform with grey hair tied in a bun. She was handing him a magic stone, one that she was thinking Bell had dropped, even though Bell had exchanged all of his stones yesterday when Archer went with him to the guild. HOH. Castor let out an amused laugh. It seems the boy has caught the eye of some server girl. Where did she get the stone though? Archer muttered. Stones are to be traded for valise by adventurers. They should be normally useless to civilians. Bell then gestured to the 2 of them as he explained to the girl that he was showing his new Familia members to the guild and not to the dungeon as she had initially thought. At that moment Bell's stomach started growling, much to his chagrin as his face started reddening. Castor let out a laugh at Bell's expense while Archer pinched the bridge of his nose. Did you not have breakfast yet? The girl asked. No not yet, Bell admitted as he looked at the building that the girl was next to. Do you work here? Hostess of fertility. Yes, but we're not open yet, my apologies, the girl answered before lowering her head in apology. It'd probably be a good idea for you to get something to eat before we meet with the advisor if you're hungry, Archer said. You don't want your stomach growling in front of her too, do you? I suppose so. In that case, please wait a moment, the girl said before running back inside the building before coming back out with a small wrapped box. It's not much but please accept this. Bell let out a surprised shout as the girl forced the box into his hands. No way, I can't accept a free meal from someone I never met before. And this is your breakfast, right? Don't worry, once the pub opens I can just get something to eat then, she says, gesturing back inside the pub where a pair of waitresses with cat ears were running around cleaning and preparing for the day ahead. But in exchange, you have to eat dinner tonight at the pub, okay? So that's what she was after, Castor said with a smirk. Accept it, boy. We'll have a proper celebration of our addition to the Familia here alongside the goddess. Ahaha, that's true, Bell said with a smile. Then, I'll take it. We'll be back tonight if all of our errands are finished. If not, can you accept us coming tomorrow night instead? That's fair, the girl nodded. But still, I hope to see you tonight. At these words, Belle's face flushed once more as Castor rolled his eyes. If you are going to woo a girl you only met 5 minutes ago, boy, he began, causing both of them to go red, or even redder in Belle's case. Then at least give her your name. Ah, right. Belle nodded before clearing his throat. I'm Belle Cranel. What's your name? Seer. Seer Flover. It's nice to meet you, Belle. XXXXX. It would seem as though you got your special meeting after all, Belle, Archer said as they continued to walk to the guild while Belle was munching on the bread and cheese in Seer's lunchbox. Ugh, please don't bring it back up. Belle said with a nervous laugh. Ah, we're here. I see, so this is the most important place in the city besides the dungeon? Castor asked. Yes. If you want to know more about Orario or the world, the guild keeps a rather large library that's open to all registered adventurers. Though most adventurers don't go there. As is typical of those who simply wish to fight and do as little thinking as possible. As they walked through the doors, Belle spotted Ina at her usual counter and ran up to her. Good morning, Miss Ina. Good morning, Belle, Ina answered his energetic greeting with a smile. Are you here to register Mr. Archer? Yes. Belle nodded. Also another person as well. 2 new Familia members. Ina asked in surprise. My, your Familias is growing so suddenly. Good for you, Belle. Belle simply scratched his head with a smile as Archer and Castor walked up to the counter. Here you are, Miss Toole, Archer said handing his form over. And we'll need another one for that guy. Castor glared at Archer at his rather rude referral but didn't say anything. There's no problem, Ina said as she pulled out another folder and made her way around to the other side of the counter to the other 3. Do you mind following me? I can give the 2 of you the orientation while you fill out the registration form. Ina led them to a private booth where she began to give the guild-approved orientation of the dungeon to Archer and Castor. She briefly went over the history of the dungeon, how it spewed monsters out constantly in the past before the gods descended and placed the Tower of Babel over it to seal the dungeon and keep its monsters at bay, while also going over details of the monsters that appeared on the upper floors and recommending that they, as new adventurers, shouldn't venture past the 5th floor until they got a better handle on things. I see, Castor said, looking up from his paperwork. So the dungeon can be considered a living entity with an extreme hatred for mortals and the divine alike. Yes, Ina nodded. That is why it is forbidden for the gods and goddesses to enter the dungeon. It is known to cause irregularities and spawn powerful monsters in an attempt to kill them and possibly make a break to the surface as well. And no one's ever been to the bottom? Archer asked. No one, Ina confirmed. The furthest anyone has ever gone down was the Zeus Familia before their defeat and loss of power 15 years ago. I believe they made it to around the 59th floor during their 1,000-year tenure. I see. Castor nodded. And it was through their effort and sacrifices that the guild has so much more information about the dungeon to pass on to the newer Familia that came after them. Not many people see it that way anymore, but I believe so. Castor nodded before passing the form out to Ina, who accepted it with a smile. Everything seems to be in order, she said as she looked through both his and Archer's forms. The 2 of you are going by different names than what's written here. Is there a problem? Castor asked. Not at all, Ina replied quickly. I apologize if I offended. It was merely a comment. As long as a name is given, then that is fine. Ina then nodded as she collected the papers. Then is there anything else you would like to know? Ina asked. Oh right, Belle spoke up. Miss Ina, do you know of any homes for sale? We kind of need a new one since our old one isn't quite up to snuff anymore. Belle glanced over at Castor as he spoke, but the servant didn't say anything. A new home, huh? Ina repeated. Well, I can't say I am opposed to you finally moving out of that rundown ruin, but what is your budget? A decent home around this part of the city can go up to 800,000 Valis. Belle made a small choking noise at the absurd amount and started shivering as if the thought of spending so much money at once would kill him. 3 million, Castor said, simply causing Belle to shout in surprise. 5 million if it is furnished. It needs to have at least 10 rooms so that our Familia can grow and accept new members without any problems. I see. Ina said, eyes blinking rather rapidly. Also, you said that the guild can purchase not only magic stones but also items dropped from monsters, correct? Do you also purchase weapons and armor? I'm afraid not, Ina answered. For those, you should go to one of the blacksmith familias like Goigniu or Hephaestus. Although we can get you a permit to sell weapons at a stand in the marketplace as well. That would take too much time, Castor sighed. We'll go for the original plan then. In any case, if you do provide services in searching for houses or can direct the request to someone who can, here are the conditions. Is the budget a hard limit? Ina asked as she scanned through Castor's list. If whatever you find impresses me enough, I can be a bit more flexible, Castor answered. I understand, Ina nodded as she put the list away. I'll send it over as soon as possible. Good, Castor nodded as he stood up. Then I shall take my leave. Archer stood up as well, followed by a stammering Bell. Then, see you later, Miss Ina. Bell said as he ran after Castor and Archer. Good luck with your new Familia members, Ina waved goodbye with a smile. Once outside, Bell quickly ran up to Castor. Why, Your Majesty, is it really okay to spend that much on a house? Bell asked. I looked inside Babel Tower last night, Castor said. I believe I saw part of Hephaestus Familia's shops. The so-called high-end weapons on display went around 30 million valis on the less expensive end. 30 million! Bell shouted. You are too loud, mongrel, Castor said with his annoyance rather obvious, causing Bell to slap his hands over his mouth. The point is, my treasures are much greater than the things they showed there. If the god were to purchase one, then the Familia's money problems will be a thing of the past, be grateful, mongrel. For the king is willing to part with one of his treasures for you and your goddess. Yes. Thank you very much. Bell said with complete honesty as he lowered his head to Castor without being prompted. There is no need to prostrate yourself in the middle of the street, Castor said with a smile on his face. You're in the way. Archer simply sighed as he looked up at the sky. What time does Lady Hestia get off work? Archer asked. Do we have time to go to the dungeon? Huh? Oh. Bell said looking around for a bit. I think we got done rather early, so we could try going down into the dungeon for a few hours before heading to Goddess's stand, but didn't you want to buy groceries, Archer? Well, since we're going to probably be eating at Sear's place, I think we can put off groceries for another day. I see. Then follow me. Goddess's stand is this way. Bell led them through the marketplace until they stopped at a small stand where their tiny goddess was standing behind, wearing a frilling pink apron and a headband that had two little balls bouncing around on the end of wires. Both Castor and Archer fell silent at the sight as they watched Hestia happily spread some cream onto a potato puff and hand it to a customer. Bell. Archer began. When you said Hestia's stand, I thought you meant that she was the owner, not a sales clerk. Castor, on the other hand, had one hand over his stomach and the other covering his face as his body was shaking from holding in his laughter. A goddess selling street food to make money. Castor said as he regained his composure. This would be infinitely more amusing if it were not the one whose familia I have graced with my presence. Bell could only respond with a small laugh as they walked up to the stand. Welcome. Hestia greeted them with a bow before she realized who her customers were. Oh, hey there, boys. Done with orientation already? How was it? It was sufficient for the time being, Castor admitted. What about on your end? I left a letter with one of her familia members out front, but... Hestia began with a sigh as she wrapped up some of the product in front of her when Archer plucked Bell's wallet from his waist and pulled out some coins. It seems like they received a huge order recently, so she may not be able to get to it for a while. Castor made an annoyed face but didn't say anything as it was simply bad timing and just quietly accepted the potato puff. Then the three of us will head out to the dungeon, Bell said as he also took one. Goddess, we got a reservation at a pub tonight, so let's have dinner there. Or we can do it tomorrow if it's a better time. Reservation? Hestia repeated. Ah, of course. Let's have a party to welcome Archer and Castor to the Familia. We got a lot of money from the Minotaur crystal, right? Let's celebrate properly. Bell let out a cheer alongside Hestia while the other two remained stoically silent. You two are no fun, Hestia said with a pout. Oh, and Castor. I should be able to see Hephaestus directly tomorrow or so. Ganesha is throwing a big party for all the gods and goddesses and I got an invite and I think it said it will be tomorrow night. So if she attends I will be able to meet her there. HOH, even a goddess of a small familia of one would be able to get an invite. Castor asked, honestly rather surprised. Ganesha, the advisor said that his familia is the largest one in the city and handles various things from guarding the city walls to being private guards. Well, Ganesha is a weirdo like that but people like him in spite of, or rather because of it, Hestia admitted. In that case things should go smoothly then, Castor nodded. I shall hand you a smaller item from my treasury to take with you to the party to show Hephaestus that this transaction is real. Ah yet, I hadn't thought of the fact that she might think I was pulling her leg or something. Hestia nodded seriously. I mean, I was poor and broke for weeks and now I'm coming up to her asking to sell a powerful magic weapon? Ahaha, even I would think that's a joke, or rather I still can't believe this is real. Believe it or else we will not get anywhere, Castor said irritably. So we'll meet back home then head off to the pub tonight then. Belle suggested to Hestia. That's fine with me, Hestia nodded. You're going to the dungeon then? Yes. I wanted to show them and I want to see how Castor fights. Humph, do not expect anything if the enemies do not warrant my attention, Castor answered simply. My treasures are not to be used for clearing out rats. Then, we'll get out of your way, Archer said, taking a bag from Hestia. Good luck, Lady Hestia. Bye. Stay safe boys. XXXXX. The dungeon was the same as it ever was. Dreary, slightly chilly, with strange sources of light coming from the walls making it seem like one brightly lit tunnel instead of something deep underground. The trio had barely walked 10 minutes into the first floor when cracks began to form in the walls. I see. Castor muttered walking right up to one as a goblin's hand was forcing its way out of it. Hearing it from the advisor is one thing, but seeing it for oneself is another. What a strange dash as the goblin's head appeared, Castor brought down his axe on its neck and the rest of the body fell out with a thud. Phenomenon. Yes, Bell nodded as he dodged a swing from another goblin and slashed it across the chest. Monsters are born in the dungeon full grown. Every monster on the surface came from this dungeon or are descended from the ones that reached the surface in the past. How are other places handling them? Archer asked as a pair of black and white swords appeared in his hands and he charged forward and cleaved through several goblins in the same instant as Bell took a breath. Not all gods live in Orario. They're spread out all over the world. This city just happens to have the most number of gods since the dungeon is here. Bell bent over one of the dead goblins and started carefully carving into its chest and pulled out a small crystal. Once he did, the monster's corpse began to dissipate into black mist and be absorbed back into the dungeon. So that's how it works, Archer noted. Yes, Bell nodded as he placed the crystal into his pouch. Remember how I mentioned supporters before? This is one of their duties. Of course, we can't afford one right now so I'll do it. I can't ask you two to do so. No, it's fine, Archer said. Right now it is imperative that you grow stronger so I'll support you for today. You want to summon more servants, do you not? Castor added. If these creatures are what spawns this far up then there is no point in either of us fighting them. You need to grow in order to let your body support more servants. Archer will handle cutting out the crystals while you focus on these beasts. I will make sure your fights are not interrupted. Be grateful. Yes. Bell nodded as Archer walked from corpse to corpse easily fishing out the crystals before holding his hand out to Bell. Huh? Oh right. Bell unhooked the bag he used to hold magic stones and tossed it at Archer who dumped the crystals inside. I see. Archer noted as he looked inside the bag. That Minotaur crystal was indeed much bigger than these ones. Yet. Bell nodded with a frown. I'll be lucky to get 50 for these compared to the 50,000 from the Minotaur's crystal. Such discrepancy. Castor shouted, voice filled with irritation. Why must we waste our time here? Let us move on to the lower floors at once. Your status will improve faster the stronger your opponent, correct? Then we will have you face those that can kill you. But I haven't even reached floor 6 yet. No excuses. As long as both of us are here you will not die. Now march. And march they did. Archer and Castor both stood back when monsters appeared to let Bell fight them alone. But for some reason, even though Belle never particularly had trouble fighting them before despite being alone, just the fact that there were 2 people watching his back made him feel more confident. Ina had told him that if he was ever outnumbered he should run. However, even though he was fighting 6 kobolds at the same time, just being watched by Archer, the man who saved his life, made him want to prove himself. He can't always be protected forever. He wanted to be someone worthy to stand beside him. Someone that was good enough to be called master by the spirit of heroes. But even so, compared to Archer, these monsters were so much slower. "Do you see mongrel?" Castor said as Belle tried to catch his breath while being surrounded by monster corpses. "You can do it if you put your mind to it." "Yes." Belle answered with a nod of his head as Archer gathered the magic stones. "However," Castor began as he looked upward. "I suppose we should stop here for today." "Huh? But I feel like I can keep going," Belle said. "We will descend more seriously another day," Castor declared. "Tonight, however, you are to dine with your goddess at that server girl's establishment, remember? It will not do to drag your ruined body there and spoil the meal for the other patrons." "What he means is that you shouldn't push yourself too much just yet," Archer said with a sigh. "Prepare a bit more before diving any further than this today." "Oh, all right," Belle said, feeling just a bit disappointed. He felt like he was just reaching his stride too. "Do not think I am going soft on you," Castor warned him. "Today we have reached the 5th floor, but we will force ourselves down to the 10th floor once your goddess makes contact with the smith god and purchases a few of my treasures. Then we shall hire this supporter you speak of to take care of trivialities such as harvesting these crystals as well as more supplies for you. As it is, we are making sure you haven't taken any damage from these beasts, but once we have enough supplies to heal you." Belle felt a slight chill at Castor's words. He now understood that while the Golden Hero did have high expectations for him, he was more or less letting Belle take an easy route by letting him fight by himself without much chance for a break. He had noticed a few monsters had been injured behind his back and knew they had stepped in once or twice to save him from being injured, but once they had enough money to buy potions, then that would mean they would stop protecting him. Rather than be scared of the prospect, it instead filled him with anticipation. "Yes. I won't fail you, your majesty," Belle said with a bow. "See that you do not," Castor said with a smirk. "Come on then," Archer said, smacking Belle on the back. "Let's head back so you can clean up before dinner. Unless you plan on meeting your date covered in monster blood." It's not a date," Belle quickly shouted, face turning as red as Archer's clothes. "So you plan on having a one-night tryst with her then?" Castor asked, joining in on the fun. "I approve. A hero should not be tied down to a single woman." "No, I'm not." Belle's near-crying shout echoed through the halls of the dungeon floor as they made their way back up to the surface. Chapter 3, Banquet of the Gods. They reached the church without any problems and Hestia told them all to sit down so she could update all their status. Did you two do anything in the dungeon today?" Hestia asked as she looked at Castor and Archer's status from behind the couch they were sitting on. "You both didn't even gain a single point." "Wait, you just let Belle do everything himself." "It is for his own good," Castor explained. "The so-called Exilia gain doesn't happen if the creatures we face are too weak, correct? If it were me, I can destroy every single monster on all 5 floors alone with my eyes closed in an instant and would gain nothing in the attempt." "Momomo." Hestia puffed her cheeks out angrily as she glared at Archer. "Apologies, Lady Hestia," Archer said, having the decency to understand that she was upset. "But I do believe it will be for the best in the end. With both of us here, Belle will not be in any danger. And, if he does die, then the 2 of us will fade away as well after all. We both have a vested interest in keeping him safe." "Fine," Hestia said as she slapped Archer's back, causing the man to let out a wry smile. She then walked over to where Belle was sitting on the bed and sat down behind him. "All right. Let's see what their Spartan training did for you." "Spartan?" Belle repeated the unfamiliar word. "What does that mean?" "It means exactly what they put you through," Hestia said as she dripped her blood on Belle's back. "Now let's see what we have." Hestia let out an incomprehensible noise as she grabbed Belle's back, causing the boy to yelp, and brought her face close to it as if she couldn't believe what she was seeing. "Is something the matter?" Archer asked while Castor raised an eyebrow. Hestia let out a low growl as she smacked some parchment on Belle's back to pull out the status and ran her finger down it to check that it was done right while looking rather intently near the bottom before handing the parchment to Belle. Belle Cranial. Level 1. Strength, I-82, G212. Defense, I-13 I-70. Dexterity, I-96, H140. Agility, H172, G225. Magic, I-50, E435. Belle could only stare with his mouth wide open at the massive increase as he held the status sheet in his shaking hands. HOH. Castor muttered as he looked at the sheet from the side. I suspect that this is definitely not normal. Still, it would appear that we need you to learn to withstand some pain lest your status remains stagnant. As expected, supporting two servants at once is doing wonders for the magic gain, Archer pointed out, looking at the sheet from the opposite side. I wonder if we will hit some theoretical limit before we are done? And if we were to fight seriously, I suspect it will increase even further. He will have to wait a long time for that to happen, Castor huffed as he put his vest back on. You two are too relaxed about this. Hestia said as she slapped Belle's back, causing him to snap out of his stupor. If every level 1 grew this quickly, this city wouldn't be filled with them. Hestia mumbled something after that before glancing at Archer's direction, although the servant could only return the gaze in confusion. In any case, Hestia sighed as she moved to the edge of the bed beside Belle. Belle is growing abnormally fast for some reason. Probably some kind of abnormal growth phase or because of the connection he has with the two of you. Yes. Belle nodded to show he was listening as both he and Archer also put their clothes back on. Belle, you have amazing talent, Hestia continued. Especially for fighting alone despite having two allies with you. She threw a glare at the other two and Archer turned his head to the side while Castor returned the gaze with disinterest. She then turned back to Belle with tears forming in her eyes. Your will to get stronger is amazing, and I respect you for it. I will encourage you, support you, help you in any way I can. So, even if some other gods might try and recruit you for your fast growth and connection with the servants, please don't leave me alone. Don't worry, Belle replied to her earnest words with a smile. I won't ever leave you, goddess. Not even if you try to kick me out. Thanks. Hestia said as she stood up and hugged Belle. That means a lot to me. Well then. She then spun on her feet and pointed to the stairs. Let's go celebrate our new Familia members and Belle's amazing growth. Crying one moment then cheering the next, Archer muttered with a smile and a sigh. What a whimsical goddess. That is a tautology. Castor said with a tired face. XXXXX. Hestia Familia made their way to the hostess of fertility and entered to the sound of merriness and smell of various kinds of food. A tall stout woman that may have been the owner stood behind a bar serving the customers in front of it. A pair of cat people waitresses were also running around serving customers at tables alongside a stoic-looking green-haired elf. Then, a person they recognized came running up to them. Belle, you came. Seer said as she looked at them with a bright smile on her face. Why yet, here we are. Belle replied with a nervous smile on his own, feeling Hestia's stare dig into his back. Belle, who is this? Hestia asked. The reason for our reservation, Archer explained as Hestia fumed while Seer thanked Belle for coming and turned to the crowd. Now seating 4. She called out before gesturing them to follow her. We have an open table, but would you like to sit at the bar? Sure. The 4 of them sat at the bar with Castor sitting at an end seat near the wall with Archer next to him, then Hestia and then Belle with Belle in a spot to face the owner. So you're Seer's guest, eh? The woman asked with a laugh. Haha, you got a charming face for an adventurer. Just give us a holler if you need something. I hear you're going all out tonight. I'll keep the food comin', all you got to do is keep on orderin'. Thank you. Belle replied with a stiff smile. This place seems friendly, Archer noted as he turned around in his seat to take in the crowd. A lot of adventurer types too. All sorts of people eating in a place with all sorts of things on the menu. At the very least we should not be kept wanting, Castor noted as he glanced at a menu on the wall beside him. Owner, an ale to start and some meat fritters if you have them. Got it. Came to reply. Any particular kind? I shall leave it to you. No problem. Spurred on by Castor, the rest ordered their own food as well. All of them ordered an ale, except for the still underaged Belle who had some juice. For the food, Archer ordered a large bowl of stew, Hestia some meat skewers and a heaping plate of pasta for Belle. Hestia happily ate and drank her fill while Archer was mulling over his stew as though he was trying to see how they made it. Castor was also preoccupied with his meal, although he was eating much more slower than Hestia, leaving Belle to quietly eat his pasta. "Are you enjoying yourself?" Seer asked as she came back when Belle was halfway done with his pasta. "I'm a bit overwhelmed, actually," Belle replied honestly. "This is my first time in a place like this, but..." He glanced at the rest of his familia who were eating with satisfaction, with his goddess ordering another ale and more skewers. Everyone seems to be enjoying themselves. "I see, that's good to hear," Seer said as she untied her apron and hanged it up on a hook on the wall before sitting down beside Belle. "What about your job?" Belle asked, eyeing Hestia with a bit of worry, but his goddess was too preoccupied with the food in front of her and talking to Archer. "Lady Hestia, please do not hit me while I am tasting," Archer muttered. "Come on Archer, you gotta eat faster than that." Hestia cheered as she pounded his back. "It won't be every day we get to eat like this. If you give me a bit, we might." "Think you can take our recipe just from a taste?" the owner asked with a large smile. "Is that a challenge?" Archer asked with a smile of his own as the woman laughed. "I like ya, young-un," she said as she reached over and thumped Archer on the shoulder. "Tell ya what, if you figure it out, I'll give ya a discount. Heck, maybe I'll invite ya to come help out in the kitchen. Poor May could use a helping hand." She indicated a third cat-eared person in the kitchen who waved at being mentioned before she quickly turned around to attend to a pot behind her. Belle then turned back to Seer, who smiled back. "The kitchen is a little busy," Seer admitted. "But the others have everything else covered. Things are slowing down a bit, too." She then shot a pleading look toward the owner, asking for permission. The woman raised her chin in a jerking nod, giving her the okay. "Well, first let me say thank you for this morning. The bread was delicious." No. You coming here tonight made my empty stomach worth it." "Don't you mean it was worth it to have us spend a lot on dinner?" Belle asked with a smile just as Castor received a large fried fish dish that seemed to be the special of the day. "Sorry," Seer answered with a giggle. "So what familia are you all from?" "The Hestia Familia," Belle said with pride before wilting slightly as said goddess clung onto him from the side. "And this is our goddess," Belle Hestia said in drunken stupor. "Quit flirting with other girls and flirt with me instead." Belle gave Seer an apologetic look as she giggled into her hand before he turned toward Archer for help, only to see that the man was refusing to look at him now that he was no longer the target of their goddess's moans. "Well, you certainly are a mixed group like most familias are," she admitted. "Are you the newest of your familia?" "Actually, I'm the most senior member," Belle said to Seer's surprise. "Though since I'm the youngest and completely inexperienced, our captain is Castor over there." "Castor?" Seer repeated, glancing at the golden-haired hero who was taking a sip of his drink in between bites of fish. "As in mage?" "Yes." Belle nodded. "It's kind of like a second name he uses." Seer nodded thoughtfully. "Well, there are all types of adventurers after all. To be honest, he looks like a member of royalty." "Aha, is that so?" Belle laughed nervously, causing Seer to stare suspiciously at him. Belle Hestia called out his name again. "Feed me." "Goddess, are you drunk already?" Belle asked, turning away from Seer just as the front doors opened again. In walked a rather large group of people. A small palom, a dwarf, a werewolf, a pair of elves and amazons, and a sole human being led by a lanky red-haired goddess. Even if Belle was a newbie in the city, he recognized the emblem on their clothes at a glance. "Loki Familia," Belle said with awe, noting his goddess had stiffened up slightly. "Yes," Seer nodded. "Lady Loki enjoys eating here." Belle looked down at his goddess and noted that she looked a lot more lucid than before and seemed to have sobered up. Castor and Archer also had stopped eating and were looking over at the newcomers. "So that's what a top familia looks like?" Archer asked, wiping his mouth. "Apart from the elf, the dwarf, the blonde girl and the palom, they don't seem to amount to much," Castor muttered, returning to his drink. Seer looked rather surprised at Castor's comment before looking thoughtful again. "Hey Miss Waitress," Hestia said, peering around Belle to Seer. Can we have the bill and some carry out? I suddenly lost my appetite. Seer looked confused for a moment before nodding her hand and standing up to go fetch it. What's wrong? Archer asked, looking up from writing something down on some parchment as Castor stopped eating to listen as well. Feeling sick. I can't deal with Loki, Hestia admitted as she tried to hide behind Belle. Sorry, I know this is supposed to be your celebration but... Archer glanced at Castor who shrugged. Nothing good can come out of two hostile goddesses meeting, Castor said wisely. I suppose it will be in everyone's best interest if they do not meet. Belle and Archer nodded their heads as they all stood up with Archer walking around them so that he was between Hestia and Loki's line of sight. Leavin' already? The owner asked as she held out a bill and a basket of food to Archer. Apologies but... Archer began as he gestured toward Hestia and then toward Loki and the owner nodded in understanding. Right, sorry to see ya have to leave like this, she said as Archer filled a bag with the required amount and handed it back to her along with the parchment he was writing on. The name's Mia Grand. Y'all come back when ya have the chance to spend more money ya here. Of course Miss Grand, Archer nodded as Castor led the way out the door. Take care. Once they were out the door Hestia let out a huge sigh of relief. I'm sorry. She apologized again. Better to leave early than deal with a commotion and get removed, Castor said, waving her apology off. The trickster goddess would be nothing more than an annoying interruption to our meal in any case. He's right, Belle nodded. We can continue our celebration at home and then you can go to the party tomorrow night. And probably meet Loki there as well. Hestia grumbled before letting out a loud scream in annoyance. Duh. Nothing ever goes right when she shows up. Forget it. Let's go home, eat, then go to bed and forget all about that flat-chested idiot. And with that said, Hestia stomped down the road into the night. Her three Familia members shared a glance before following after her. XXXXX. The next morning, Belle woke up feeling very refreshed and well-fed thanks to the meal they had last night. Hestia was still sleeping on the bed and the two servants were nowhere to be seen even though they were still here when Belle fell asleep on the couch last night. Maybe they went exploring in the city. Belle wondered as he sat up and stretched his arms over his head before starting his new day. As he walked upstairs and outside though, he saw Archer coming back with several bags in his arms. Morning Belle, the taller man said with a smile. Picked up some early groceries to make some breakfast if you want it. Breakfast? Belle repeated and no sooner than he did his stomach start growling. Ahaha, I guess I do. Good. It won't be anything special but it's important to have breakfast in the morning. Belle followed Archer back down to the kitchen just in time to see Hestia getting up. Morning. Came the sleepy greeting of their goddess. You boys are always up so early. It's still later than usual, Belle pointed out. It's almost 8. It's still way too early. Hestia shouted before looking around. Where's Castor? Haven't seen him, Archer admitted before walking over to the kitchen and laying things out on the counter before turning on the stove to start cooking. He left after the two of you fell asleep. He should at least leave a note, Hestia mumbled as she glanced over at the dresser at the foot of the bed where the Grail was sitting peacefully. Castor didn't return until Hestia and Belle were halfway done with their breakfast of Archer's scrambled eggs, sausages, fresh bread and a small salad. I have returned mongrels. Castor said, triumphantly throwing the door open. Castor! Hestia shouted as she stood up, a slice of bread still in her mouth. At least leave a note when you leave in the middle of the night. A king need not explain his motivations to anyone, not even a goddess, Castor said with a smile as he tossed something toward Archer who caught it. This is... Archer muttered as Belle realized that it was a rather large bag. Archer then placed it on the table where several gold coins spilled out. Where did you get this? Belle asked, staring at the bag of Valis. Isn't Archer holding on to our funds? Said servant held up a much smaller bag in response. I simply spent my time at the business district and pursued their casinos, Castor said as he walked over to the couch and sat himself down on it. Several are open all night and so I partook in their services. Gambling. Hestia shouted. You went gambling last night? With what money? I simply offered one of my treasures as collateral, Castor replied. Those are but a portion of my winnings that I shall graciously offer to you, Goddess Hestia. Me? Why? Hestia asked. You are attending a banquet tonight, are you not? Castor asked. Therefore you must be presentable. A goddess is a representative of their familia and I will not tolerate being known as the destitute familia living in a run-down church. But, we are a destitute familia living in a run-down church, Belle pointed out before glancing back at the bag of money. Well, not the first part anymore I suppose. The last thing you need is for Hephaestus to not believe you when you say you wish to sell my treasures, Castor continued. Along with a smaller piece of my treasury we will prepare you a dress befitting of a goddess that claims to have the treasures she wishes to sell. Hestia stared at Castor for a long while, frozen in shock and seemingly at a loss for words, causing the man to laugh. You may sing praises in my name whenever you wish, he said with a smirk, only for it to disappear when tears started falling out of Hestia's eyes. You all are so good to me. She shouted as she dived over the table into Castor's chest. I don't deserve any of you. The sudden act of intimacy threw off Castor's rhythm and all he could do was hold his hands up above the tiny goddess as she sobbed into his chest. Get her off of me, he ordered Belle, who quickly pulled the clingy goddess off of Castor. Come now goddess, you'll make Castor angry, Belle said as he sat her back down on her bed only for her to cling onto him instead. Dawa. You are being rather generous lately, Archer noted. Everything I do to secure my own standing and future in this world, Castor said, brushing himself off. Nothing more. If you say so, Archer shrugged before walking over to rescue Belle, pulling Hestia off of Belle by lifting her up from underneath her arms like a child. Come now, Lady Hestia. Once you and Belle finish breakfast, let's go pick out a dress, or at least some cloth. I don't have much experience sewing but I think I can do something if you wish to save money. At this, Hestia sobbed even louder. Archer! Hestia cried as she sniffed up the snot running down her nose. Put me down so I can hug you too. That would be slightly troublesome. XXXXX. Once the dishes were cleaned and put away, the four of them headed out to a fabric store to pick out some fabric for Hestia's new dress. Hestia, not really sure of what to do, decided to let Belle pick the colors for her, to which he picked white and blue and bits of gold cloth. Once they were paid for by Castor, the group returned to the church where Archer began his work with the needle and thread after taking Hestia's measurements. The end result was a long flowing white gown that carefully covered Hestia's body, exposing only her arms and a bit of her shoulders with two long sashes that draped over her arms. A long blue fabric also draped in front of her waist where several pieces of gold cloth wrapped around her like a belt. She also had a long blue headdress over her head with a gold lining as well. How is it? She asked, spinning around once. Does it suit me? Wow! Belle said once he got to see Hestia the finished product. You really look amazing goddess. Thank you. She said shyly as she fidgeted in her gown. Like I thought, I really am not used to wearing such things. No, it's not quite finished, Castor said as he walked up to Hestia with a hand on his chin. He held his hand out to the side and the air above his hand shimmered gold for a moment before a pair of golden bracelets and armbands fell out of them. He then carefully snapped them on Hestia's arms and took a step back to examine her again before a jeweled brooch fell into his other hand, which he pinned just above Hestia's breast and just underneath her neck. Now you are worthy of being called a goddess. I must say white and blue do work well on you, Archer commented. You got a good eye, Belle. No, I think your handiwork is amazing for such short notice, Archer. Belle turned the compliment back to Archer. Hestia's hands clung to the front of her gown as tears welled up in her eyes. Do not hug me again, Castor said quickly. You will wrinkle your gown. But I'm so happy. Hestia cried, lunging toward Castor, who held her back with a single hand, keeping his legs at arm's length from her. Castor! Come on, Archer said, placing a hand on the goddess's shoulder. The sewing took a lot of time. It's almost time for the party. You don't want to be late, right? Yeah, we'll escort you there, Belle said as Archer took Hestia by the hand and Castor led the way to the stairs with Belle taking up the rear. When they arrived at the Ganesha Familia home, they all stood and gaped at the sight of the building in front of them. Standing out amongst the lights of Orario was a massive, 30-meter, human-shaped statue with an elephant's head sitting cross-legged in the middle of the city block, with the entrance to it being a pair of double doors located directly at the statue's crotch. I am at a loss for words. Castor admitted as he pinched the bridge of his nose while the other three nodded their heads. He wasn't the only one either. All around them several people that could only be gods were muttering similar things with a few wondering if this was even the right place. Well, I suppose I should be going, Hestia said, lifting her bag over her shoulders. I'll see if I can't sneak some food out as well for you, Belle. No, you don't have to do that. Belle said quickly. Just enjoy yourself, goddess. You really deserve it. Do not forget this, Castor said as he held out a small dagger with a golden sheath encrusted with several jewels. It is a trivial thing in the grand scheme of things, so I do not care if you lose it, but do not do so before showing it to Hephaestus. I won't lose it. Hestia said defensively. I won't. Then, good luck, Archer said as Hestia nodded and made her way to the Ganesha Familia home. So, what should we do now? Belle asked as they saw her disappear into the crotch doors. Probably dinner. Archer suggested. That is agreeable, Castor nodded. Yeah, I'm feeling kinda hungry myself, Belle admitted. But, you know. As the three of them spoke, their gazes were still locked on the massive statue in front of them. That thing is really weird, huh? Belle said and his servants nodded their heads in unison. A few feet away from them, a passing guard wearing the Ganesha Familia emblem across his chest let out a tired and depressed sigh. XXXXX. Hestia wandered around the banquet hall, not paying attention to Ganesha's welcoming speech while also making sure she didn't trip over the front of her dress. Good thing Archer decided to not let it drag on the ground, she muttered as she looked around trying to spot her friend amongst the countless gods and goddesses in attendance. However, her objective was slightly forgotten when she came across one of the massive buffet tables. Her body froze on the spot as the smell wafted over her and, as if hypnotized, she floated on over to it. When our familia gets bigger I want Castor to host a party and Archer to make a spread like this too. She said as she quickly filled up her plate with as much food as she could fit on it. My, Hestia, is that you? Hearing a familiar voice, Hestia turned around and saw a goddess with flaming red hair wearing a dark crimson dress standing behind her. On her thin face was a black eye patch covering her right eye, one of the marks that made her recognizable on sight. Hephaestus. Hestia said happily as she carefully balanced her plate in front of her. I've been hoping to meet with you here. So I've heard, her friend replied with a smile. I'm sorry that I've been a bit busy fulfilling an order, but... Hephaestus looked Hestia up and down. You seem to be doing rather well. Yep. Hestia nodded, placing her plate on the table and threw her chest out with pride. This dress was handmade by all three members of my familia. Belle chose the fabric, Castor paid for it, and Archer sewed it together. I see, Hephaestus replied. It looks very well done. I wouldn't have expected that you didn't get it done at a shop. And 3 familia members in a little over 2 weeks, you're doing rather well indeed. Honestly, I think they are too good for me. Hestia admitted. Castor stayed up all night to get the money for it and Archer spent all day making it with Belle's help. They're all such good boys. You are very lucky to have such upstanding familia members then, Hephaestus said, letting Hestia brag about her children as not so long ago Hestia was crying to Hephaestus that she couldn't get anyone into her familia and couldn't even find a job or a home for herself. Oh, and I think you left a message with one of my children asking about a sale. Yeah, Hestia nodded. Actually, Castor seemed to have been a treasure collector before he arrived in Orario and he came across several weapons and armor in his travels and brought them along with him. He wanted to know if he could sell a few of them to you to help raise money for the familia. He said this is an example of the things he has. Hestia reached into her bag and pulled out the small dagger and Hephaestus froze on the spot. Hephaestus. Let me see that, Hephaestus said as she set her drink down and took the dagger into her own hands. This craftsmanship, this design, it's even enchanted. Hephaestus? Are you okay? Hestia asked, looking rather concerned, even as she snuck a bite from her plate. Hestia. Hephaestus began rather seriously as she crouched down in front of her. Where exactly did your child get this? I don't know, Hestia replied honestly. He just said he was a collector of rare and valuable items. Is it really that notable? I mean, it's very pretty like all of his things, but... I would be willing to pay 1 million valis for this alone, Hephaestus said, causing Hestia to freeze. On the low end. If I'm being honest, I can probably resell it even higher than that. It has a few things that could give some of my children ideas for their own projects, and its quality is on par with a few of my higher ranked children. I. Hestia began, mind still reeling from the thought of having so much money. I feel like I shouldn't accept so much money from you after you took care of me for so long. Even if you did just boot me out like that. But if you hadn't, then I wouldn't have met Belle and the others. Well, I'll make some time tomorrow, Hephaestus said as she handed Hestia back the dagger. I'd like to meet your child to discuss a proper business transaction. Really? That's great. Hestia cheered. We're looking for a new place, so the money would help out a lot. I mean, I'm glad you found me that church in the first place and all, but it's a bit too small for us now. Are you finished talking business? Another voice cut in and the two friends turned to see another goddess walk out from the crowd toward them. Her silver hair matched her gold-trimmed dress that was open in the front, which drew the gaze of all the men in the area. Oh, it's Freya. Hestia said with a sigh. Oh dear, am I bothering you, Hestia? Freya asked, looking slightly troubled and disappointed. Not really, Hestia admitted. I just don't know how to deal with you. That's what I love about you though, Freya said with a giggle. You are perhaps the only one who would speak to me so honestly. Well, if you want me to continue being honest, Hestia continued, eyes narrowing as she peered around Freya. I do prefer you over some other people. Freya. Hey, free! A loud cry came from up a white staircase located in the middle of the room as a familiar red-haired goddess came running down. Freya. Loki called out, wearing a long low-cut black dress that exposed her shoulders. She stopped right behind Freya before saying Yo chibi. To Hestia. What do you want, Loki? Hestia asked. Wasamata? Can't I just drop by to say hi? You never just drop by to just say hi, Hestia pointed out. Besides, I don't want to talk to you when your Familia scared up a bunch of Minotaurs to the upper floors and nearly got my first child killed. Hey, them's the breaks when going into the dungeon, Loki shrugged. Shit happens. Loki then moved her head up and down to take in Hestia's dress. Well, I suppose I did come to here after hearing from a little birdie that a certain bum goddess was coming and get a laugh at that, but... Hestia turned toward Hephaestus and Freya with raised brows as if to say see. To which the smith goddess shrugged and the goddess of beauty giggled again. So how big of a loan did JA have to take out for that? Loki asked. For your information, this was a gift from my children. Hestia huffed. From picking out the material, to sewing it and even the accessories. Everything was handpicked and given to me by my precious children. Hestia then looked at Loki's dress. Besides, the only thing that's going to be laughed at is your dress, she said with a smirk as she threw out her own ample chest. That poor tailor of yours must have been so confused about that order. Loki's face lit up as brightly as her hair before lunging at Hestia with tears in her eyes, grabbing Hestia by her soft and squishy cheeks while Hestia flailed around uselessly, her short arms unable to reach Loki at all. Here we go again. Hephaestus sighed while Freya simply stepped back and watched the proceedings with a smile. After shaking Hestia, and her chest, up, down, left, right, back and forth, Loki skulked off with tears streaming from her eyes, having done more damage to herself than to Hestia, even if the latter's cheeks were rather swollen from the attack. I'll get you next time. Loki shouted over her shoulder. Remember this. Don't show me those pathetic little things next time. Hestia shot back while rubbing her stinging cheeks. You okay? Hephaestus asked. Do you need some ice? No thanks, I'm fine. I must say Loki's really calmed down since coming here, Freya pointed out. Before it was always one death challenge after the other, but now, it's really cute. Maybe if you're on the sidelines. Hestia muttered. It's probably because she's taken a liking to the children, Hephaestus pointed out. In fact, I think she's similar to you in that regard, Hestia. Grr, I don't want to admit that though. You were going on about how your Belle and the other two were wasted on you, right? Hee hee. Freya's ears twitched for a moment before she looked to the side with a smile. I'm sorry Hephaestus, Freya said suddenly. But I just remembered something that needs my direct attention, so I will be leaving first. But weren't you going to ask around for information about something? Hephaestus asked. I already got it, Freya replied with another smile before nodding her head in farewell before disappearing into the crowd. Well, she certainly hasn't changed. Hestia huffed. She probably has her eyes on someone again. Even though she has all those other children in her familia. I suppose so, Hephaestus sighed before turning back to Hestia. So, did you come here in hopes of setting up the meeting with me? If that's all, why not stay a bit longer and have drink or two? Actually, I did have another favor to ask of you. Hestia began. Really? What is it? Yes, I wanted you to make a weapon for Belle, Hestia said as Hephaestus's eye widened. Really? Hephaestus asked. Even though you have another child with weapons like the one you have in your bag right now? Castor isn't the type to share. Hestia admitted. And he'll probably say something like Belle hasn't earned it or that Belle won't grow if he used one of Castor's weapons. I see. Hephaestus nodded. If a level 1 just used a powerful weapon, then his status wouldn't really change at all. And you think one from my familia would better fit him? Yes. Hestia nodded. I don't plan on asking for it for free though. I'll pay you back every Valis. I'll even try to convince Castor to part with another of his treasures to trade for it. Will he really go for that though? Hephaestus asked. I'll tell him that it's an investment. An investment for his familia's future. Maybe. Hephaestus scratched her eye patch in thought. She wasn't particularly keen on doing so, but an idea for a weapon that would be helpful to a newbie adventurer popped into her mind. Well, there is no point talking about it without the man in question around, Hephaestus said. Bring him to my office at around 3 in the afternoon and we'll talk shop. I'll get most of my work out of the way in the meantime. All right. Hestia cheered as she hugged Hephaestus. Hephaestus, I love you. Yes, yes. Hephaestus sighed as she patted Hestia on the back. Then let's have a drink and catch up. Okay. Chapter 4, Lily Luca Arde. Hestia didn't return to the church until early the next morning, as she spent the time sharing a drink with Hephaestus, where she told the others about the result of the meeting and the plan to meet with Hephaestus later that day before flopping down on the bed, still in her dress, and quickly falling asleep. So, what do we do now? Belle asked as they tucked Hestia under the covers. I will wait here to wake her up in time for the meeting, Castor said. You, head to the dungeon to gain more experience in the meantime. If possible, hire a supporter as well. He looked toward Archer. Unless you want to continue carving monsters yourself. What do you think, Belle? Archer asked, not answering Castor. I think having a supporter wouldn't be bad at all, Belle nodded. It might cut into the profits a bit, but I think if we spend more time moving forward we can get more money that way. If your objective is clear, then be gone, Castor said irritably. The funds left over after purchasing the fabric should be enough to hire the services of one. After being chased out, Belle and Archer made their way to Babel Tower and stopped by a fountain. Well, we're here. Belle muttered as they looked around. How do you think we'll find a supporter? Perhaps we should have gone to the guild and asked Anna instead. Archer suggested. I mean, do supporters just walk around and advertise their services to people outside their familia? Yes they do, Mr. Adventurer. Belle and Archer exchanged looks before Archer turned around and the two of them saw a tiny girl, barely a meter tall, holding a massive backpack almost 3 times her size. She was wearing a white cloak that covered her entire body, but Belle could spot 2 bumps poking up from her hood, telling him that she was an animal person. Most likely a Chianthrope. Good morning, Mr. Adventurers, the girl greeted them. Lily overheard that you two were looking for a supporter. If Mr. Adventurers want, Lily can be your supporter. Oh. Belle replied as he looked at Archer, who just shrugged his shoulders. Are you part of a familia, Miss Lily? Yes, Lily is part of the Soma familia, but Lily can support other familias if need be, Lily replied with a nod. All right then, you're hired, Archer said as he looked at her pack. I take it you have some sort of skill to let you carry that. Yes. Lily nodded. It lets Lily carry big things like this without any problem. To make her point, she hopped up and down a few times to show that she could properly maintain her balance, and the massive weight had no effect on her. All right then, Archer nodded as he took out a bag of coins and held it out to Lily, who stared at it. What is this? Lily asked. What is this? Archer repeated, looking as confused as she did. Signing on bonus, or do you not do these kinds of things around here? But Lily hasn't even done anything yet. Well, you explained some things about yourself and supporters, so that's a good start, right? Belle said as Archer grabbed Lily's arm, causing her to flinch and stuffed the bag into her hand. We're planning to hit the 6th floor and eventually the 10th, so anything you know about it will be helpful. Lily will do her best. Lily said, regaining her composure. Will we be going down now? Yeah, let's go, Belle nodded before heading toward the tower. Archer gestured for Lily to follow him before he took up the rear behind her. Once they were inside, Archer stayed beside Lily as she carved out the magic stones from the monster corpses while Belle handled the monsters on his own. Master Archer, are you not going to help Master Belle? Lily asked, looking up at him. Captain's orders, Archer replied. Belle is still a novice while fighting, so we're letting him raise his stats a bit. Duck. Lily quickly hit the dirt as Archer swung a blade above her, severing the head of a kobold that had spawned behind them. Don't worry, Archer said as he gestured to the monster's corpse. I'm here to keep them off of you so Belle doesn't have to worry. He then tossed his blade in Belle's direction, striking a kobold that was trying to jump Belle from behind. Too slow. Archer shouted as Belle pushed off the kobold in front of him and jabbed his dagger into its heart, destroying the magic stone inside and causing the monster to turn to ash right away. Keep a sense of everything around you, not just the one in front of you. Back up and reset. Yes. Belle called back as he backed up away from the remaining 2 kobolds. Master Archer. Lily began as Belle charged the left kobold before kicking the other kobold in the side. Where was Master Archer keeping that weapon? Archer wasn't wearing a bag aside from a small pouch tied to his waist where he kept some emergency money, so it was only natural Lily would be confused. That's a secret, Archer replied, holding up a finger to his lips, to which Lily nodded in understanding. It wasn't her place to pry either way. Once the last of the kobolds were defeated and the entrance to the 6th floor was in sight, Archer turned to Belle. What do you think? He asked Belle. You think you can keep going, or should we stop here? Let's take a look at least, Belle said. Hey Miss Arde. Lily prefers to be called Lily if Master Belle doesn't mind. Lily, full name Lilyruka Arde, said quickly. Then Lily, do you know anything about the monsters on the 6th floor? Yes. Lily nodded. War shadows and frog shooters appear there. The war shadows are living shadows that are extremely resistant to regular weapons but weak to magic. They have an eye that looks like a giant crystal, which is their weak point. Frog shooters are giant frogs that try to grab people with their tongues and swing them around or eat them. Sounds disgusting. Belle said as he looked at his hand. Too bad I don't know any attack magic yet. Just focus on their weak spots, Archer said as he tapped Belle's back. I'll keep any others off of you until you get used to fighting them. Okay. Belle nodded before turning to Lily. Make sure to stick close to Archer so you won't get targeted, okay? Are you saying that I can't protect both of you at once? Archer asked as Lily laughed. Whatever. Let's head down. And so Belle began his first journey into the 6th floor. XXXXX. As they made their way further down the dungeon, Hestia and Castor were walking down Main Street, heading toward the large weapons shop known as H Phi Alpha Iota Sigma Tau Omicron. Hestia was stealing glances at Castor, who was looking rather irritated. I am not angry, Castor said, causing Hestia to jump. I am merely annoyed that you decided to barter with my treasures for something other than what we decided on. I'm sorry. Hestia said, lowering her head. But your reasoning is sound, Castor continued. A weapon to help pave the road into that boy's future would be an investment worthy of one of my treasures. I will not listen to someone who cannot properly stand beside the heroes he wishes to command. However, does a weapon that allows him strength to fight but neither restricts his growth or quickly becomes obsolete exist? Hephaestus was wondering the same thing, Hestia admitted. But if it's her, I know she'll come up with something. Castor gave Hestia a sideways glance before letting out a long sigh. It is my policy to never apologize to someone on another's behalf, especially not to a god, but I feel like it will be required here due to this burden. He muttered. What do you mean? Hestia asked as they came up to a large 3-story building that was twice the size of its neighbors. She opened the door and made her way through the shop with the clerks letting them through, having no doubt been told ahead of time about the appointment. Hestia then led the way up the staircase toward Hephaestos's office. Hephaestos. I brought him. Hestia said as she opened the door and the two of them walked inside. There, Castor saw the smith goddess sitting behind a well-kept and used desk with stacks of forms sitting off to the side, no doubt awaiting her authorization and signatures. On the wall to his right were several weapons of different makes and qualities. They certainly seemed special to the goddess, but nothing good enough to belong within his treasury. Perhaps they were merely there for sentimental reasons. Products or gifts from her familia, no doubt. Thank you for coming, Hephaestos said as she stood up from her desk. You must be the one Hestia was talking about. Greetings Goddess Hephaestos, Castor greeted the goddess respectfully. I am currently going under the name Castor during my time in this city. I come to you today to offer some of my treasures in order to secure funds for my familia's future. So I've heard, Hephaestos nodded as she gestured to the seats in front of her. But you don't seem to have anything on you right now. A king's treasury goes wherever the king goes, Castor said as he sat down on the chair with Hestia plopping down on the one beside his. Allow me to demonstrate. He held his hand to the side, parallel to the ground, and the air behind him started shimmering gold. Then a golden handle pushed itself out of it, which Castor grasped firmly in his hand and pulled it out. It was a sword so long that it could easily be mistaken for a spear. Unfortunately its name escapes me at the moment and I do not care to spend the effort to remember it, Castor admitted with a shrug. I am told that it was used to slay a drake from the eastern lands, but I do not know if it holds true. My. Hephaestos gasped as she accepted the blade from Castor. From what I can tell, it certainly has the quality to do so. I am willing to part with it if you wish to add it to your own collection or to sell it off to someone who would require such a blade, Castor said as he glanced back at the wall of weapons. I trust you will provide an honest quote for it. If it is not to your liking, I suppose I can search for something that may interest you at your request. Really? I think this one will be sufficient for a start, Hephaestos nodded. Its weight and balance are fine and its edge is indeed sharp enough to pierce through a drake's hide, perhaps even larger dragons. It feels like it was created specifically to hunt a dragon as well. Would 100 million valis be sufficient? Hawa. Hestia let out a noise like a choking cat at the absurd amount for a single weapon. 100 million? How many Jagamericans can you buy with that? Castor and Hephaestos glanced over at Hestia as she tried counting them on her fingers before Hephaestos gave Castor an apologetic look, to which Castor let out a small sigh in response. I considered this before, but... Castor began. Weapons and armor go for rather exuberant prices in this city, do they not? Far more than the daily necessities of the common people. Yes, Hephaestos nodded. Not only are they the product of the work and skill my children put years, decades into obtaining, they are also the product of the brave adventurers that go into the dungeon's lower floors and bring back the drop items of monsters that go into their creation. The fact that you managed to come across a weapon of this quality outside the city is truly surprising. I suppose there is a point to the absurd prices then. Let me change the topic then. How much would it take to create the weapon that this foolish goddess asked you about? Hey! Hestia shouted indignantly as Hephaestos chuckled. A weapon that won't stunt his growth and won't fall into mediocrity that would shame the name Hephaestos, Hephaestos said with a sigh. To be quite honest, it is quite a troublesome request. Castor nodded his head in understanding, if not in apology, as Hestia deflated. Although, with Hestia's assistance, I do believe I can come up with something, Hephaestos said, causing a look of shock to spark in both Castor and Hestia's eyes. You're going to make it? Hestia asked. Of course, Hephaestos nodded. This is an exchange between two goddesses after all. There is no need to trouble my children over it. Of course, that also means the price will match its quality. As Hestia's eyes shined toward her friend, Castor merely laughed. A blade forged by the hands of a goddess, that boy is truly blessed with a loving goddess, Castor said with a smile. Very well, I shall take this investment and see this boy's path to the end. If nothing else, it will prove to be worthy entertainment. When you talk like that, you sound like one of the other gods, you know. Hephaestos pointed out. As a king, only the highest grade of entertainment is suitable for my palate, Castor replied. If it is comparable to that of the gods, then the gods simply have tastes similar to the king, do they not? My, you are a unique one, Hephaestus laughed. How on earth did Hestia find you? A little rabbit led me to her, Castor replied with a smirk. My talents are simply limited to judging mortals and gods. And alcohol. According to the one I once called my only friend. Your friend must have been one of a kind as well, but back to the topic at hand. Indeed. The cost of that little fool's new weapon, crafted by the hands of the goddess of the forge herself. Goddess and king looked eye to eye at each other, ready to wage war over the price of Bel Cranels, the one who summons heroes, new weapon. The battle within this office, fought with words and coin combined together with the technique known as haggling, shall now begin. Should I still be here for this? A crying and fearful goddess spoke up to the deaf ears of the other two. XXXXX. Amazing, Lily can hardly believe that Master Bel is a novice. Lily said as the three of them returned from the dungeon just as the sun was beginning to set. Lily understands why Master Archer wants Master Bel to grow quickly. No, I think Miss Lily is amazing for being able to cut out the stones so quickly, Bel replied. We managed to progress so much further because of it. We actually managed to make it to the 7th floor. Castor is going to be so surprised. About what, mongrel? The three of them turned around to see Castor coming up to the tower with a hand on his hip but without Hestia in sight. Oh, your majesty! Bel said, running up to Castor like a child wanting to surprise his parent with news of his success. We made it all the way to the entrance of the 8th floor today. Miss Lily's help in carving out the crystals and her knowledge of each floor is amazing. HOH. Castor began with a slight widening of the eyes and the ghost of a pleased smile on his face. You've done well, Bel Cranel. As always, your growth is worthy of some praise. If Bel had a tail like Lily did, it would no doubt be wagging right now. So, how was his progress? Castor asked Archer. Like he said, we made rather fast progress, Archer replied. He had a bit of trouble with the war shadows on the 6th floor due to their inherent resistance to physical attacks, but we managed. The 7th floor was more manageable, but the killer ants there would call for backup if their heads weren't destroyed, something we experienced the hard way. There were also monsters that spread a poisonous powder from their wings, so I suggest we pack some antidotes if we are to go there again. I see. Castor nodded. Fortunately, our business with Hephaestus went perfectly and I have secured enough funds to purchase them. Now where is the supporter? Archer gestured toward Lily, who was trying to avoid notice despite her large bag. Why do you hide your face? Castor demanded as he stood in front of her. You are in audience with a king. Remove your hood. Lily's fur is dirty, so she doesn't want to pollute Sir's eyes with it. Lily said quietly. Irrelevant. Remove your hood and show me your face. Shaking slightly, Lily did so, revealing a messy mop of chestnut hair with pointed ears on the top of her head. Gingerly she peeked up at Castor's face only to turn pale and step back at the glare he was throwing her way. Why, your majesty, is something the matter? Bel asked nervously as he stepped between Lily and Castor. Move, Castor demanded, grabbing Bel by the shoulder and pushing him aside. I will, in my boundless patience, say it one last time. Show me your face. Bel moved to try and cover Lily again, but Archer grabbed his arm and shook his head. Still shaking and looking like a cornered animal, Lily slowly raised up her hood over her head and lowered it once more. The furry pointed ears on her head were gone and were replaced by ones similar to that of a human on the side of her head. Magic? A disguise? Bel asked. So she was a Palom after all and not a Chianthrope. When I ask you to show your face the next time, I expect you to comply immediately, Castor said as he held out his hand to the side and a bag fell out of a golden hole and space into it. Here. The bag fell into Lily's hands and she looked up at Castor before opening it, revealing a large amount of coins. 70,000 Valis, Castor said, causing Lily to stare at Castor in shock. 10,000 for each floor they cleared. That will be your payment for taking care of those that fool today. I trust that will be sufficient. Why, yes. Lily nodded her head as if she couldn't believe she was getting so much money for the work she did. Why, you are too kind, your majesty. Lily apologizes for insulting you. I need no false gratitudes from a fearful child, Castor said as he turned away from her. If you wish to please me with words, then say them honestly. Anything else will ring as hollow as your spirit. That's too much, Castor. Belle said, unable to accept the abuse Castor was hurling at Lily even though she helped them so much. Besides, I think she's gotten your point, Archer said, still holding onto Belle's shoulder to keep him from running forward. Humph, Castor scoffed as he shook his head. Goddess Hestia is currently assisting Hephaestus in private matters. She will not return until the morning of Monster Filia. However, at her request, for now the dungeon is off limits until those matters are complete. Huh? Monster Filia? Belle repeated. It's a festival hosted by the Ganesha Familia. Lily squeaked out, pulling her hood back on now that Castor wasn't glaring down at her. It's a festival where they showcase monsters and tame them. As she says, Castor nodded. As such, we shall respect her wishes and prepare for a longer expedition after she returns. You are dismissed. With that said, Castor left and Archer finally released Belle who ran to Lily's side. Are you all right, Lily? Belle asked. I'm sorry about Castor. He's really tense sometimes but he's not that bad of a person. No, it's Lily's fault. Lily mumbled, shaking her head. Lily shouldn't have tried to trick him, or Master Belle and Master Archer. Still. Belle muttered as he looked to Archer for help. The bowman sighed as he walked up to the two of them and placed a hand on their shoulders. Come now, it's late, he said. Lily, why don't you join us for dinner as an apology? Our treat. And don't worry, we won't invite his royal pain in the behind. You're not mad? Lily asked. Mad that Lily lied to you. Everyone has their secrets, Archer shrugged. Come on. Let's eat some good food and forget about that golden oaf. Then, Lily will take you up on that offer. Lily nodded. Good girl, Archer nodded as he placed a hand on her head. Then let's exchange today's loot and then find a place nearby. XXXXX. After exchanging the day's earnings which amounted to about 30,000 valis total, they headed over to the closest eatery as planned. As expected, it really is too much, Lily muttered, looking at her bag sitting in the corner of the pub where the money she was given by Castor was kept tucked away. It was even way more than what Master Belle and Master Archer earned in the dungeon today. If you try to give it back to him he'll only be even more angry, Archer said as he set down his knife and fork and put on a rather familiar-looking sneer. You dare reject the king's generosity, mongrel girl. Or something like that. I can definitely hear it, Belle said with a laugh. Archer, you don't like him very much either but you understand him pretty well, don't you? Not at all, Archer said with a smirk as he picked his utensils back up. I just know the type. Ahaha. By the way, Lily, Archer said. What does your Soma Familia do? Are they an exploration type? Yes, but only on paper, Lily mumbled. The Familia only exists for Lord Soma's hobby. Lord Soma only really cares about making his wine. And since Lord Soma needs money to make it, he gives a little bit of it as a price to the adventurers who bring in the most amount of money. Everyone in the Familia becomes obsessed with it after one drink, so they're always after money and do whatever they can to get more of it. Have you tried it before? Belle asked. No, and Lily has no intention of doing so. Belle and Archer shared a glance and Archer shook his head, telling Belle that he shouldn't push any deeper. Then, do you think you'll be busy during Monster Filia? Belle asked as Lily looked up in surprise. If not, why not join Archer and me? It's our first Monster Filia, so we'd be happy if you could show us around. Oh, that's not a bad idea, Archer agreed. How about it, Lily? We don't have to invite Goldie if you don't want him to come along. But, won't he be angry then? Lily asked worriedly. He disappears from the house to do whatever he wants every night, Archer answered. If he doesn't even tell our goddess where he's going, then we don't have to tell him where we're going. Is that so? Lily said. Then, Lily will be happy to show you two around. All right. Belle cheered, throwing his arms up in the air. Then we'll be counting on you 2 days from now. Once they finished their meal they decided to part ways at the exit. Are you sure you don't need us to walk you home? Belle asked. Don't worry Master Belle, Lily nodded. Lily will be fine. Then, good night, Master Belle and Master Archer. The two of them watched Lily leave and disappear into the night before Belle turned to Archer. Hey Archer, even if she says that, I can't help but be worried, Belle admitted. Do you think you can keep an eye on her? Archer didn't say anything as he glanced upward to the roof of the building for a moment before turning back to Belle. I'm sure she'll be fine, Archer said as he placed a hand on Belle's head. Don't worry too much. Girls don't like nosy men after all. That doesn't have anything to do with this. Belle said as Archer took him by the shoulder and steered him back home. Archer? Hey Archer, listen to me. XXXXX. Lily felt exhausted as she made her way back to one of her hideaways. As she traversed the quiet and empty alleyways of the city, she thought back to her experience with the so-called Hestia Familia. There were only 3 members but they were all completely different. Belle Cranel, he seemed to be the youngest of the Familia members and was held with high expectations of the other 2, and at the same time he seemed to seek their praise like a dog and seemed to look up to them. He was also kind, almost infuriatingly so. He was skilled despite being a self-described novice, capable of earning 30,000 valis in one day more or less alone when a party of 5 level 1 adventurers would struggle get that much in a week. Archer, the tallest of the 3 and acted as both a mentor and an older sibling to Belle. Their relationship felt both warm and strict but he did not hesitate to help her out and invite her along for fun out of genuine motives. He was like the adult of the 3, making sure to keep the peace and keep both of them from causing too much trouble. Castor, the captain of the Familia and a so-called king. Lily had to admit that he had the air, arrogance, and wealth of one. It wasn't as though royalty never became adventurers. She heard rumors that Loki Familia's 9 hells was some elven princess before becoming one. All the elves in the city seemed to treat her like one anyway. Lily felt like she couldn't like the man, but he had paid her an absurd amount of money for almost no work at the drop of the hat and according to Archer, would be flat out insulted if she even thought about giving it back. He was the one Lily understood the least. He had all the spite and arrogance of those adventurers in Lily's Familia but would pay her far beyond her fair share without hesitation when those other adventurers would try their damnedest to cheat her out of every last valis. That golden person, who exactly is he? Yo, fancy meeting you here. Lily's breath was caught her in throat as she turned around to see a trio of adventurers standing behind her. Members of her own Familia. Heard you got paid rather handsomely today, the leader of the trio, a male raccoon people. How about sharing tea with your fellow Familia members? Share? Yeah right. They were planning on taking all of it. All 60,000 valis that Castor person gave her. No, there was a chance that they didn't know the entire amount. If she could find a way to keep 50,000, that's right, they would never believe that she had earned so much money for a few days of work helping a pair of adventurers on the upper floors. Fine. She said, taking out a small bag from her pack. She had thought ahead and separated the 60,000 into several smaller amounts just in case after all. The thug walked over and snatched it out of her hands only to then kick her, sending her falling back down the staircase she had just climbed up. See, that wasn't so hard, the thug asked as Lily coughed and clutched her stomach. It's only right that you pay tribute to those adventurers that let you freeloading supporters into the Familia. Be that as it may be, that coin was not meant for you, mongrel. A loud explosion rang out from the top of the staircase, prompting Lily to quickly slip out of her pack and huddle close to the bottom of the stairs as the 3 men were sent flying down as well. She chanced to look up and saw Castor standing there, with the money bag in his hands. You bastard! The thugs shouted as they got to their feet. Who do you think you are? You are not worthy of knowing my name, Castor said as he held up what looked like a stone tablet which started shining. There was a scream of pain and Lily turned to see 2 of the thugs were wrapped in golden runes that were slowly squeezing them before a loud and sickening crack echoed in the night and the runes disappeared, dropping the 2 men like puppets who had their strings severed. Take your fellow mongrels and leave, Castor said as he slowly walked down the stairs with the tablet still in his hand. The king is not without mercy and he will let you flee with your lives. You making fun of me? The raccoon shouted hysterically, making Lily think he had lost his mind. He then pulled out a small blade that was glowing red. A magic sword. Let's see how you like this. Don't. Lily screamed as a blade released several balls of fire out at Castor. Almost lazily, Castor tucked his tablet under his shoulder and raised the hand that was covered in a golden gauntlet. The flames impacted the gauntlet and fizzled out like matchsticks in the rain. I am possible. To raise your hand against the king, it would appear some more discipline is required, Castor said as he opened up the tome again. A shimmer of gold appeared behind him and Castor reached into it with his free hand, pulling out a magic stave made of gold and topped with a bright crystal. With a lazy movement, he jabbed the bottom of the stave onto the ground and a bolt of lightning shot out of it, striking the thug before he could even do so much as scream. Lily stared at the smoldering crisp that was once a normal person and realized, with a mixture of amazement and horror, that he was still alive. As expected of a god's blessing, Castor muttered, causing Lily to shriek as she realized he was standing right next to her now. It can make even the lowest of wretches survive anything thrown at them. Lord Castor. Lily began. Lily is. Silence, mongrel girl, he said simply, making Lily clam up immediately. You dare try to hand over the king's gift to someone else without my permission. Your punishment is next. Archer was right. His arrogance was on another level. Pick up your belongings, girl, he ordered. And follow me. Lily didn't dare flee or disobey his order. She picked up her pack and followed Castor back out onto the main streets without any word of protest. She waited behind him as he flagged down a passing Ganesha Familia member working as a city guard and told them about the location of her injured Familia members before he gestured to her to continue following. He led her all the way to one of the poorer districts and she found herself standing in front of a ruined church of some goddess. What are you doing? Castor demanded as he opened the crumbling door. Inside. Why yes. Lily nodded as she quickly fell in step. Castor led her to the back of the altar and pushed open a hidden door before descending the staircase. Once he opened the door at the bottom, Lily heard a familiar voice. Oh, welcome home, Your Majesty. Sorry we ate dinner without you. You are forgiven. I had other matters to attend to in any case. What are you waiting for? Inside. Lily realized that he was referring to her and she slowly walked into the room, which she realized was even smaller than her own hideaway. Belle was staring at her in surprise from a rather old and worn couch while Archer was busy pouring a drink into 4 glasses. Miss Lily? What are you doing here? Belle asked. Ah, you're hurt. Archer, get the first aid kit. And no, Lily is fine, Master Belle. Lily said quickly as she felt Castor push her forward from behind so he could shut the door. She has done something unforgivable in my presence, Castor explained. As such, her punishment will be to sleep in this dreary place where we can keep an eye on her. It really would kill you to be honest, wouldn't it? Archer asked as he helped Lily out of her bag and sat her down on the bed before pulling out a small case from underneath the bed. Where does it hurt? No, really, Lily is she began but Archer placed a finger on her lips and gestured with his head toward Castor who was sitting on the couch across the room from the bed, looking in their direction with his stark red eyes. Lily then recalled what Archer said in the pub. Then, Lily was kicked here. She held a hand on her stomach and Archer nodded. Lily gingerly removed her robe, causing Belle to blush, babble a bit and run out the door, causing both Castor and Archer to sigh before Archer started treating the rather large bruise on Lily's stomach. I will be asking questions and you will answer them properly, understand? Castor suddenly spoke up and Lily nodded obediently. Your name? Lily, Lilyruka Arde. Lily replied. Your Familia? Soma Familia. Those 3 from earlier. Soma Familia. Archer's hands stopped moving as he looked up at Lily before turning toward Castor who simply frowned. What about your god? Lord Soma doesn't care about Lily and the rest, Lily mumbled bitterly as Belle pushed the door open slightly and poked his head in to listen better. Lord Soma spends all day making wine and only updates the status of those who make enough money for him to make the wine. I see. Castor nodded. Wine made from the hands of a god, even without their divinity, will still be a potent thing. Those fools are probably desperate addicts climbing over each other's corpses for another taste. Is that correct? Yes. Lily nodded. Lily hasn't ever drunk the wine though. Lily just wants enough money to meet Lord Soma to leave the Familia. I can't believe it. Belle muttered as he walked back in the room properly. A Familia is supposed to be one big family, how can anyone, god or adventurers do something like this? It's not surprising at all, boy, Castor countered. From the start, the gods only ever pay attention to things that interest them. Your goddess is the same. She goes out of her way to take care of you because you belong to her like a little pet rabbit. That's not true. Belle shouted. The goddess, admittedly is a bit clingy but she honestly truly cares about all of us, not just me. She works hard because she wants to provide for us because we're family and that's what family does for each other. Are you raising your voice at me? Castor asked, but to his surprise, Belle didn't back down and was weakly glaring at him, causing the king to chuckle. Very well, I will allow it as a sign of your growth. But now we reach the crux of the problem. Castor stood up just as Archer finished his treatment of Lily and stepped back. I have no use for someone who follows two kings, he said, looking down at Lily with his red eyes that seemed to shine in the dimly lit room. As punishment for your grievance from earlier, you are to remain in our custody until the end of monster Filia and face the judgment of the goddess Hestia. She will decide what to do with you. Castor. Belle spoke up again. We can't just, not, help her. The internal workings of another familia are not our place to interfere, Castor said, glaring at Belle. Doing so without reason will incur a penalty from the guild. Are you willing to subject your goddess to that for your own selfishness? At the mention of Hestia, Belle turned his head away from Castor, hands clenched into fist and biting his lip hard enough to draw blood. Unless Arde herself gives us a reason to interfere, we cannot do anything, Castor said, turning his eye toward Lily while facing Belle. Understand. Lily blinked in surprise, turning to look at Archer, who met her gaze with a smile. Lily. She began. Lily doesn't deserve everyone's help, Lily doesn't deserve anyone's help. Lily is a bad person. Lily planned on taking more money for herself at the exchange. That's why, Lily doesn't deserve everyone's kindness. Whether you deserve it or not, it is my decision to give it, Castor said as Belle walked around the couch and crouched down in front of Lily, who had stood up in the middle of her self-depreciating rant. Please, Lily. He said, taking her hands into his. I know we only just met today and you have absolutely no reason to trust us, but I don't want to see you, or anyone for that matter, suffer like this. I want to help you. So. Please, stop, please. Lily choked out as tears formed in her eyes. Don't make Lily hope. Too bad, Belle said with a smile. Heroes exist to give girls hope after all. What is that nonsense? Lily half screamed, half sobbed at Belle. Master Belle is horrible. Pervert. Playboy. Enemy of all women. As she hurled such abuse at the flabbergasted Belle, Lily buried her face in his chest as Archer just threw his arms out in a shrug and Castor let his head fall to the side in exasperation. Chapter 5, Soma Wine. Are you quite finished? Castor asked once Lily stopped crying. Yes. Lily nodded before bowing. Please, help Lily leave her familia. Very well, Castor nodded. I accept your request. But, how do we help? Belle asked as he sat down on the bed beside Lily. I mean, would just giving her money be enough to get her out? Castor tapped the side of his forehead for a moment before glancing at Lily again. What exactly is the process in meeting the god Soma? He asked. Yes, the Familia members give money to Captain Zani's Lustra and he allows them to meet with Lord Soma. I see, that makes the money path useless, Castor said. It would simply disappear while in that mongrel's possession, or at the very least, the amount would change no matter how much you give him or how many times you do so. Should we just assault them then? Archer asked with no hint of seriousness in his voice. Lily, what's the highest level in your familia? Level 2. Lily replied, suddenly feeling very worried. Between you and me, we can just walk up and request an audience. It is an idea but one low on the list, Castor nodded. We should not bother Goddess Hestia with such trivialities such as dealing with the guild. Castor then stood up. I shall dwell on this further, he declared. In the meantime, our day is not to leave the home. If you have anything important in your previous dwelling, tell them to Archer to retrieve it. Cranel, you are to keep guard tonight and come morning are to go out and gather supplies for the next journey into the dungeon. What are you planning to do? Belle asked as Archer took Lily to the side with a large map of the city. Arde, what is the name of the wine that intoxicates your familia? Castor asked. Soma wine, Lily replied. The same name as our god. Her eyes then widened. But, the wine isn't sold outside the familia. Only the failures are, and they cost up to 60,000 valis. They are marked with the emblem of the familia. A wine glass in a crescent moon. Belle let out a choking noise at that amount while Castor raised an eyebrow at him. It is nectar created by the hands of a god, Castor reminded him. If it did not go for that much it would fall into the hands of every mongrel that wished for it. The Soma Familia would not be a collection of such rabble if it were not so expensive. You have a point. Bell admitted. I shall go and acquire a sample of this wine to understand the weakness of the Soma Familia. In the meantime, you have your orders. Carry them out. And with that Castor turned and left the room. Once Lily was sure he was far enough away, she turned to Archer. Lily now fully understands what Master Archer was talking about earlier. She said as Archer let out a wry chuckle. Well, he's surprising even me right now, Archer admitted. Now where do you live? And do you have stash houses or something? XXXXX. Archer left once Lily had pointed out her old apartment as well as all her hidden stashes spread throughout the city, leaving her alone with Bell. Hey Master Bell. Bell had been laying on his couch, trying to fall asleep when Lily's voice from Hestia's empty bed. What is it, Lily? Lily is sorry for lying and getting everyone involved. Don't worry about it. I told you right? That's what heroes do. Master Bell keeps saying that, Lily noted. Does Master Bell want to become a hero? Yes, Bell nodded. Before that though, I want to be able to stand beside those two heroes. Those two? Master Archer and Lord Castor are heroes. Ah. Bell realized what he had done but for some reason he didn't feel worried. Hey Lily. What level do you think those two are? Lily hasn't ever heard of them before so Lily didn't think they could be that high level. She admitted. But, Lily thinks that Master Archer is at least level 3 and Lord Castor level 5. Nope, Bell smiled under the darkness. Both of them are level 1. Huh? Master Bell, are you making fun of Lily? I'm not, Bell said with a chuckle as he flipped his body on the side to see Lily was sitting up in the bed and looking at him. They joined the Familia only a few days ago. They're both still level 1, and barely have any points in any of their status. How is that possible? Lily asked. Master Archer moved as fast as a high level 3 or maybe a low level 4. There's no way that is possible. Hey Lily. What race do you think those two are? Race? Are they not human? Nope. They're spirits. Spirits. Lily shouted again. There are spirits that actually want to join a familia. Huh? Did you know a spirit, Lily? Yes. One takes good care of Lily but they own a little shop out of the way and don't really do anything with adventurers aside from Lily, but, so that's, Lily understands now. I was really surprised myself, Bell admitted. I was about to be killed in the dungeon but then Archer showed up and saved me. He and Castor say that they are spirits formed from the legends of heroes. Lily both sees and doesn't see. Lily mumbled as she fell back down on the bed. Lily doesn't know much about spirits in the first place but she never heard of one taking form of a legend. People want to believe in heroes after all, Bell said with another chuckle. Especially adventurers. Lily thinks so too. Right? They're spirits with a contract with me so they're doing their best to help me too. I want to become someone like them too. Lily thinks that Master Bell will be able to do so. XXXXX. The next morning, they were woken up by Archer returning with several items, mostly money from Lily's stashes but also her clothes and various other tools for diving into the dungeon. Lily always wants to be prepared, she explained as they placed the boxes in a corner of the already crowded room. The dungeon is dangerous after all. Can't fault you there. Archer nodded as he went to the kitchen area. I'll whip up some breakfast then you can do your work while I keep an eye on Lily. All right, Bell nodded as a look of confusion appeared on Lily's face. A hero who does housework. She muttered quietly as she watched Archer throw on a rather tiny apron and turn on the stove. XXXXX. Castor made his way down the stone road of the city. As expected, the wine was an elusive mark. Only so-called failures were put out into the market to be sold after all and as the maker was a god, lack of divinity or not, their number would still be far and few in between, meaning that whenever one was out on the market, it would be bought out instantly. But the king was patient. He treaded the path before him and came across a store with a serpent coiling around a bottle on its sign and a sneer broke on his face. Entering the shop, he accepted the greeting from the clerk and made his way through the aisle until he found his prize. With prize in hand, he made to go pay for it properly when a loud scream reached his ears. Turning his head the bare minimum amount, he spotted a rather familiar face, although one he'd only seen once before in passing. Nu! The goddess Loki cried out. That was the last one. Give it up, Loki, the green-haired elf beside the crying goddess said. We aren't here for that anyway. However, the goddess refused to be denied and immediately walked up to Castor. Hey, please let me buy it instead. Loki begged Castor, causing the king to raise an eyebrow in surprise. I'll get Riveria to pay you double, no triple its price for it. Denied. The elf shut down her goddess with impunity and grabbed her by the back of the shirt. My apologies. Please go about the rest of your day. No. Mama. I want it. Mama. Who are you calling Mama? As the elf dragged her crying and whining child, goddess, away, Castor weighed his options. Certainly, there could be a benefit in being owed a favor from a goddess of a more powerful familia, and it wasn't as though he was going to do more than sample this failure anyway. Just the fact that it was a failure meant that it didn't deserve a place in his treasury, however it tasted. And if not a favor, then perhaps more concrete information or a different perspective than what that supporter provided. Yes, that would do. I do not mind, Castor spoke aloud for the first time since entering the store, causing Riveria to pause and Loki to look helpful. I was not planning to drink more than to sample this failure anyway. Oh really? Loki asked as she squirmed out of Riveria's grip. So what's the catch? You purchase it and I will take a portion of it, Castor said. The rest will be yours. Castor held up a bottle that was much smaller than the jar of soma he was holding. It would probably only fill 5 glasses at best. However, I would also want the opportunity to chat with such a powerful goddess such as yourself. Over a drink perhaps? Ha ha ha, I like that, Loki said, wrapping her arm around Castor as if he was an old friend. Still, you have to be some big shot if you were ready to shill out 60 grand just for a few sips of soma wine, even if it's just a failure. Where'd ya come from? I'd say you'd be some merchant or something, but ya got the grace on ya back. Which familia do you belong to? One you know rather well, Castor said with a smirk as Loki opened her eyes and blinked. She then let out another loud scream at Castor's answer. XXXXX. At a private location a few blocks away, a goddess and a king were sharing a drink while an exasperated elf princess watched. I can't believe you're part of that chibi's familia. Loki muttered as Castor poured out enough soma to fill his bottle before Loki filled up a small glass for herself. Certainly explains how she could afford that dress the other day. So why'd you join her anyway? There was no particularly deep motive, Castor admitted as he poured himself some soma from his bottle. A familia is required to take in everything this city had to offer. She was merely the first goddess I came across. TCH, that's Chibi's getting lucky lately, Loki growled as she downed the glass of soma and her face brightened instantly. Poe. That's the stuff. Oh right, completely forgot. She then refilled her glass and held it up to Castor, who let out an amused huff from his nose and clinked his glass against hers. He then swirled the glass of amber liquid in front of him, taking in its scent before taking a sip. I see. He said before setting it down with a frown. So that's how it is. Hoha, Loki noted as she took a good gulp before setting her glass down. Not even a bead of sweat. In fact, I'd say you're thinking it's not good enough for Yat. It is, after all, a failure, Castor admitted. By that label alone it is unworthy to be enjoyed by one such as myself. However, he then brought the glass to his lips again and finished every last drop of wine. It would be rude to the lady who purchased it if I did drink it. It is no problem, Riveria said with a sigh. I apologize for you to have to see our goddess act in such a way. You need not worry yourself. Unfortunately, the goddess of the familia is the same. So? What y'all wanna talk about, Goldie? Loki asked, ignoring their jibes at her. Thinking of asking eyes out? 'Cause that's a no. The sword princess? Castor asked with a raised eyebrow. Certainly her beauty shines above the masses, but I have little interest in single-minded children. Huh? Ya saying my eyes ain't good enough for Yat? Loki, are you trying to turn him away from eyes or push her onto him? Riveria asked with a sigh. Moving on. Castor said as he closed his eyes, slightly regretting his decision to talk to the trickster goddess. Trouble has ran into my path and limped away with broken bones and broken spirits, and I am in need of some information of how to deal with it. Oh? What kind of trouble? Loki asked, curiosity piqued. Castor answered by flicking his finger against the jar, causing its contents to wobble a bit. AHH. Loki nodded in understanding. Got shaken down by a bunch of idiots looking for a rich wallet. Not me, but a retainer that I had paid for their good work, Castor replied. She was caught on the way home and was nearly robbed of her reward when I happened upon them. HOH? A few days old baby level 1 took on some drunkards from Soma Familia. Loki asked, sounding more interested. And you don't even have a scratch on ya from the sounds of it. What's your secret? The secret is as obvious as the difference between a masterly crafted castle and a peasant's hovel, Castor said, waving off the question. My retainer was able to explain what she knew, and I have a good understanding of the internal politics of the Soma Familia. Thus, to understand the desperation of those mongrels, I attempted to secure a taste of the Soma for myself. However, he pushed against the empty wine glass with his finger and it fell over onto the table and rolled around for a moment. This failure does nothing to further my understanding of it. It can't be helped after all, Loki shrugged. It's not nearly as potent as the real stuff, and you got a good proper head on your shoulders. You ain't even seein' the tiniest fraction of what those drunken bums are seein'. This is true. Castor admitted with a frown. Is this line of investigation a dead end then? Well, tell me what ya know and I'll see if I can't fill in any blanks for ya, Loki offered. I kinda like ya, so I'll even do it for free. Castor shook his head for a moment before repeating what he had learned from Lily to Loki. I see. Loki nodded. Yeah, I got most of the details I know down already, except anything concrete about ol' Soma himself sounds like. So it seems, Castor nodded. What your little worker said is pretty much right. Soma don't care nothing about anything that doesn't involve making his wine. I wandered into the middle of his familia to get my hands on the real stuff, and it was the darndest thing. Castor shot a glance at Riveria, who had buried her head into her hands at the thought of her goddess wandering into the middle of another god's territory and even barging into the familia home without invitation. There wasn't anyone there to stop me, Loki said. Like no one. Everyone was gone and the only one inside was ol' Soma himself. Thanks to that prize of his, giving a taste of the real Soma to people who bring in enough cash. It ain't like this thing, Loki poked the jar like Castor had done. It takes ya. Like it grabs ya by the very soul. None of the familia members help with the making of the wine. It's all Soma himself. Nothing bad goes in it like drugs or the like. Yeah, mine's still your own, but everything else? Right out ta door. Not even any withdrawal symptoms once the stuff wears off. The addiction ain't strong and doesn't last very long either. The bigs hots in the familia drink even better stuff than the rest and they're completely functional. The problem is that is that there are too many fools that lose themselves to it, Castor finished for her, and Loki nodded. Before the addiction wears off completely. Righto, Loki nodded. It's all that Soma idiot's fault for not bothering to control his familia properly after all. He's too obsessed with his hobby. There is no problem with that, Castor shrugged as Loki raised an eyebrow. It is in his nature, and by extension, the nature of all gods to devote themselves to what they are known for. It would be far more worrisome if he did not, just like it would be worrisome if goddess Hestia did nothing to care for her home, or if you did not play the fool to the expense of those around you. Even if the gods have sealed away most of their power to live and walk amongst the mortal races, such things are an integral part of your existence. That is what it means to rule over an aspect as a god. Ha ha ha. I knew I liked ya, Loki said, reaching over the table and thumping Castor on the shoulder. You really get us, Don Cha. I have been told that my only talents are appraising humans, gods, and alcohol. Smart one, whoever told ya that, Loki said before sitting back down. Let me ask ya something. You know what happens when a bunch of donkeys have a carrot hung in front of them just always out of reach? They will trample over each other to reach it, Castor answered. And once they are done, they will take the carrots of the weaker ones. Yeah, I got it, Loki nodded, clapping her hands once. There are only carrots hanging around that familia of jackasses. Nothing's gonna stop them so long as that keeps going. But say, what happens when there's one donkey that keeps on getting up no matter how many times it's kicked down? A smarter one than the rest of the jackasses? One that's smart enough to draw sympathy from a different master? Yeah, I think he'll realize how many carrots are left in his garden before it's too late. Castor said nothing as a golden portal shimmered beside him and he tossed the bottle of soma wine in it before reaching in and pulling out another bottle. As I suspected, it is worrisome when you decide to no longer play the fool, Castor said as he placed the golden bottle filled with colorless liquid in front of Loki. A god's warning is to be taken seriously. This is my gratitude for that and your time. Accept it. Hey, no need to tell me twice. Loki cheered, throwing her arms up in the air. She then quickly poured herself a glass of the new wine. And no worries, I got a chat with a golden hunk like you so it's all good. Though I still like my girls more. She brought the cup to her lips and froze, eyes wide open. Her cheeks suddenly expanded as she clasped both hands over her mouth in shock. Loki? Riveria asked in concern and was about to wheel on Castor before Loki held up a hand to stop her before she managed to swallow the wine. Hey! Loki said, eyes slightly open as she turned her head to Castor who had stood up and was heading toward the exit. Where'd you get this stuff? All the treasures of this world belong to the king, Castor said as he walked past Riveria without concern. Be they wines or swords, only the absolute best belong in my treasury. You need not return the bottle when you are finished. And with that, Castor left the room, his footsteps echoing as he descended the staircase. Loki, are you sure you are all right? Riveria asked. Yeah, Loki nodded as she poured herself another glass of Castor's wine but didn't down it like the previous glass but instead swirled it in front of her taking in its odor. I was just surprised at the quality is all. Almost spat it out but I sure as heck couldn't waste something like that. If I did, I would have probably tried to lick it off to ground if you don't stop me. What do you mean? Riveria asked as Loki slowly drained the glass, emptying every last drop. I ain't tasted wine like that in a long time, Loki said with an uncharacteristic smile. Not for a very, very long time. Riveria remained confused as Loki leaned back in her chair and looked out the window just in time to see Castor walking down the street. Ya picked up a fun one didn't ya, Hestia? She asked with a laugh. XXXXX. Drink. The moment Castor returned to the church, Belle saw him place a bottle in front of Lily as well as a glass to pour it in. What is it? Lily asked. Soma wine. At that, Lily stiffened and backed away from the bottle as if it was some venomous snake. Well, it's a failure though, Castor shrugged as he gestured toward the wine and looked at Belle. Understanding his captain's order, Belle picked up the bottle and uncorked it. Wow, that smells really nice. Belle commented as he poured some into the glass on the table. Though I don't know much about wine and the like in the first place since I'm underage. Once he finished pouring, he stepped back, bottle still in hand so that only the glass was on the table for Lily to see. That's an order, Castor said again. Drink. It is but a failure so if you lose your soul to it like the rest of the rabble in your familia, we will end our association here. Belle shouted. But that isn't what you said last night. I thought we were helping Lily. This is helping her, Castor said. However, she must overcome this trial regardless. Soma cares nothing for his familia except as purse strings for his hobby due to the fact that all who drink it become enslaved to the taste. In order for her words to be heard, Arde must overcome it through her own will. If you cannot even overcome this failure then your fate is sealed. Lily's face switched from fear to determination as she crawled forward off the bed and sat down at the small table, staring at the innocent-looking glass as if it was the highest mountain in the world she had to climb over. Lily will do it. She said as she grasped the glass with shaking hands. Lily will not waste this chance Lord Castor has given her. Good, Castor nodded as the glass moved closer to Lily's lips before its contents fell down her throat. Near silence reigned in the room as Belle and Archer moved closer in worry while Castor remained on the couch as Lily's tiny gulps seemed to sound like cannons. Finally she placed the glass down on the table and shivered, holding onto the edge of the table for support. Lily understands now. She muttered as she stared at the glass. The wine is amazing, and all of them in Lily's familia drank the real one. Archer raised a brow as he took the bottle from Belle. He looked toward Castor who inclined his head a bit before Archer poured himself a glass. I see. The bowman nodded. It's so sweet it numbs the tongue a bit, and the aftertaste is invigorating. I'm both surprised and impressed that you haven't fallen unconscious, Lily. Lily can't, she said, breath filled with determination. Lily will not lose to some drink. Good, Castor said again as he nodded with approval before bringing out a golden bottle and filling her empty glass with a clear liquid. Wash out that failure wine from your mouth with this. Lily nodded as she accepted the drink without second thought. When she took a sip, her eyes shot wide open as she looked at the glass with amazement. What is this? She asked happily. It's amazing. She then carefully drank the rest of it without spilling a single drop. It is the finest of the wine in my treasury, Castor said, causing Lily to freeze in place. Drink it with pride and care. This is wasted on Lily. Lily said, shaking even more than when she was drinking the Soma wine as tears filled her eyes like she felt she had just accepted a luxury far beyond anything her life was worth. Are you questioning the king's judgment? And never. She said quickly. Good, Castor nodded as he pulled out another item from the space behind him and placed it on the table between them. Tell me. Are there any mages in your familia? Mages? Lily repeated. No. Lily has never heard of one. They do carry magic swords like the one that Raccoon used against you the other night, Lord Castor. As expected, they're all mongrels, Castor sighed in disgust. But that works in your favor. Accept that ring. Lily nodded as she picked up the ring. It looked like a simple band, but considering who it belonged to, there was no way it was just a mere piece of jewelry. Do not be so worried, Castor said. That thing is merely a parlor trick, not unlike your little disguise magic. Put it on and you shall become invisible to anyone without magic power. A perfect tool for a thief such as yourself, is it not? Why would Lord Castor give a thief like Lily such a thing? Lily asked, not bothering to deny it. Because everyone in this room can see through it, Castor said simply. It is highly unlikely that the gods will be fooled either. As I said, it is a mere parlor trick after all. One that I found amusing at one point in my youth. I have more powerful treasures in my treasury than that, so it is no loss to me and more fit in the hands of a confused child such as yourself. Accept it. Why yes. Lily will treasure it. Lily nodded. If you're giving her that then. Archer began as Castor nodded. It will not do for a promise to go unkept, Castor said. The two of you said you would take her to Monster Filia and have her show you around. Take the time to yourself until Goddess Hestia returns. Once she returns, she will decide if we are to continue helping her. I see. Belle said as Lily put the ring on her finger and covered it with a glove. This way she can hide from her familia even if we can't keep helping her. You're amazing, Your Majesty. Telling me what I already know is not praise, boy, Castor said with a laugh. But I will accept it nonetheless. You coming along? Archer asked. As riveting as it would be to herd you around, I have business in the morning to attend to and then I will enjoy the festivities my own way, Castor shrugged before a sneer appeared on his face. Unless you are all helpless without your king to guide you. As if, Archer scoffed. I'll get dinner started then. Anything you want to eat, Lily? Lily would not say no to those stuffed cabbages again, Lily said happily. Oh, by the way, Lily, Belle began as Archer nodded and started rummaging through the pantry. When you get released from your familia, what are you going to do? Are you going to find a different familia or are you going to live as a regular citizen? Lily, hasn't thought that far, Lily admitted. Well, if you aren't sure, I'd love it if you joined our familia, Belle said with a smile. I mean, we only have this tiny basement room now, but we have enough money for a bigger home once we find a place, though if you don't want anything to do with adventurers in the dungeon after this I'd totally understand, but, if we can still keep in contact after, it'd make me happy. Lily stared at Belle while Castor chuckled quietly as the boy ran his mouth. Lily will think about it carefully, she replied. Oh, okay, take your time, Belle said, looking slightly disappointed that she didn't say yes immediately but remained hopeful all the same. We'll be waiting with open arms all the same. Thank you, Master Belle, Lily said with a toothy smile. Chapter 6, Path of a Hero. Come morning, Castor was gone as usual. He's probably meeting with a real estate agent or something, Archer pointed out. Or gone to pick up Lady Hestia. She said she would be back by today, right? Oh, that's right, Belle said with a nod. Should we go wait for them at Babel first? She might not even be there, Archer said. Besides. He placed a hand on the tiny Lily's head who wriggled a bit under it. Today is Lily's day after all. Master Archer, that tickles. Lily said, having used her magic to turn back into a Chianthrope to add another layer of disguise. I guess you're right, Belle said with a laugh. Come on, let's go. Yes. Lily nodded. Lily will be happy to see the afternoon sun again after 2 days. Sorry about that, Archer said with a wry smile as they climbed the staircase. Lily understands. It is to keep Lily safe after all. But it smelled of men the entire time Lily was in there. I'm sorry. Belle apologized with a small laugh. They exited the church and Lily stretched her arms out, taking in the open morning air after a long while. Monster Filia is a big festival, Lily explained as they walked down the street. The entire city gets into it and lots of stands pop up to sell food and souvenirs. But the main attraction is in the stadium. There, Ganesha Familia puts on a show to tame monsters. Taming monsters? Belle asked. Is that even possible? Yes, Lily nodded. But Lily heard that it is very difficult and you need the tamer skill to do so. Ganesha family have a lot of tamers and monsters that they use to help fight in the dungeon and other places too. That sounds amazing. And the stadium is where they do it in front of an audience? Archer asked. Yes, Lily nodded. Lily never had the chance to see it herself, but she has heard that it is very popular even though monsters are dangerous and scary. I see, Archer nodded. It's like a circus attraction. Yes. I kinda wanna see it, Belle said with a smile. How about we make our way there? Since neither of the other two had any concrete plans either way, they agreed. Even though it was still early, the streets were already crowded and filled with both tourists and locals with everyone scrambling to buy things from the various stands around them. Archer, being the tallest and strongest of the three, kept his hands on both of them as they pushed their way through the crowd. He kept Lily as close to him as possible as she was invisible to practically everyone around them. The ring really works. Lily said after she had jumped around and made faces in front of the owner of a potato puff stand while Archer was buying from him. Lily admits she was skeptical but... Don't let Castor hear you say that or he'd be really mad. Belle said seriously as Lily nodded her head quickly. Still, it's going to take some time making our way through this crowd. Archer noted, a bag of potato puffs in his arm while using a free hand to snack on one himself. Did people stay up all night to get seats, I wonder? Do not worry, Master Archer, Lily said as she reached into the bag for a potato puff when he offered it to her. The taming events go on all day and well into the night. We will have plenty of opportunity to watch it. That's good, Belle said with a smile. I would really hate to miss it. Belle suddenly turned his head to the side just as Archer did when... Beal. A tiny white-clothed goddess jumped out from an alleyway and into Belle's arms. Dawa? Goddess. Belle, it's been so long since I've seen you, Hestia said as she hugged him tightly, pressing her body against him. It makes all that work worth it in the end. This is, Goddess Hestia? Lily asked, looking up at Archer who had a rather complicated smile on his face. Who is this? Hestia asked, noticing Lily after peeking around Belle and looking directly at Lily, confirming Castor's prediction that the ring's effect was useless in front of a god. Pleased to meet you Lady Hestia, Lily greeted with a bow. I am Lily Ruka Arde. Lily joined us as a supporter in the dungeon, Belle explained. But she got caught up in some trouble so Castor is helping her out by hiding her with us for the time being. Castor. Hestia repeated. Castor. Our Castor? Mr. High and Mighty and Arrogant with a stick up his butt King Castor. Yes. Belle nodded with a wry smile, unsure whether he should laugh or not. Does that mean you're someone special to him or does it mean that you got big problems tagging along? Hestia said as she released Belle and examined Lily. Definitely the second Lady Hestia. Lily replied seriously. Hestia let out another hum as she looked around. Then, let's stop by over at that park so you can tell me the details. Though it was called a park, there wasn't much greenery around it. Just a large fountain and a few trees and benches. It was the perfect place for people to relax or meet up with each other. Hestia, Lily, and Belle sat on one of the benches while Archer stood behind them with his back resting against the back of the bench as Belle and Lily explained what was going on. Somoha. Hestia sighed. I never really talked to him much, but when I was living with Hephaestus I overheard her children complain about his familia a lot. Yes, they are most likely all true, Lily nodded. That's why Lily wants to leave. Lily can't take it there anymore. Well, it sounds like Castor put a lot of effort into this already, Hestia said. So you boys keep at it. I don't want all of your work to be for nothing. Thank you very much, Goddess. Belle said, bowing to her in gratitude, to which Lily followed up. No worries. But Miss Supporter. Yes, Goddess Hestia. Lily asked. I really would like it if you joined our familia after you leave Soma's, Hestia said with a smile. After all, only an idiot would go after you again with Castor looking over your shoulder, right? Yes, Lily thinks so too, Lily said with a smile. Behind them, Archer had a smile on his face, glad that things were going well before he suddenly pushed himself off the bench, his body completely tensed. Archer. Hestia asked as Belle also looked around. Belle? What's wrong? I thought I heard a scream. Belle replied. No sooner did he say that did someone shout out monster. At that moment, there was a crash as several stands and crates were smashed, revealing a four-legged monster with massive antlers that were sharp as blades. A sword stag. Lily gasped just as Archer launched himself forward without a second though. Archer! Belle shouted after him as a pair of blades appeared in Archer's hands. The blades shot forward like arrows and planted themselves in the ground where the chains that were probably keeping the monster secure was lying. The blades locked the chains into place just as it tried to jump, causing it to fall back onto the ground with a loud crash. Taking the opportunity, Archer landed by the beast's side and a large two-handed sword appeared in his hands, which he brought down on the beast's neck, severing it clean from the rest of its body. Wow! Lily said as the crowd began cheering. Lily knew Master Archer was strong, but... Belle nodded, his eyes shining in awe at Archer as he dismissed his blades and looked at the city. A fire inside Belle renewed its heat. He wanted to be of use to this person. He wanted to be someone that can stand beside this person. He wanted to be a hero like this person. Master, Archer said, catching Belle's attention. It sounds like there are more that have escaped into the city. I want to go help, but... Don't worry, Belle nodded. There was no way he was going to keep a hero from saving people. Go after them. I'll get Lily and Goddess to safety. Sorry and thanks, Archer nodded before he leaped up from the street onto a nearby building and started making his way to the source of the commotion. We should get out of here, Belle said as he took Lily and Hestia by their hands. Yes. Lily nodded. Lily isn't sure if the ring protects Lily form monsters, but Lily has no desire to check right now. Belle is holding my hand, Hestia said happily as he pulled the two of them down the street. Now is not the time for that. Lily retorted. No sooner did she say that than another monster crashed down just in front of them. This one was much larger and bulkier than the sword stag from before. It stood on two legs but used its massive arms to support its equally massive body. Silverback. Lily breathed, tears forming in her eyes. People around them were screaming and running away as the silverback roared. Master Belle, that monster is from the 11th floor. We have to run. Alright. Belle nodded before leading the other two the opposite way. There was another crash and Belle took the chance to look behind him only to pale. It's chasing us. Lily and Hestia turned around to look as well, only to scream as the monster was slowly gaining on them. Belle looked back and forth between the two of them before making a decision. Sorry you two. He shouted as he scooped Hestia with his left arm and Lily in his right, causing both of them to squeal in shock, and ran as fast as he could down the street, holding Hestia over his shoulder like a sack while keeping grip on Lily under his arm like a stack of books. This isn't romantic at all. Hestia shouted only to scream when she saw the silverback leap over them and cut them off. Master Belle, turn left. Lily shouted, pointing at an alley. Belle did, and they slipped into the alley just as the silverback crashed into the walls behind them, its body being too big to fit into it. Wahahaha! Hestia cried as they ran through the alley. Where is Castor when you need him? Master Belle, Watch out! Lily's call came a bit too late. Just as they were about to reach an exit, a large chain slammed the area in front of Belle. Thankfully it didn't hit any of them, but the force sent Belle flying, and made him lose his grip on Lily. Lily! Belle screamed as she landed right in front of the silverback. Lily looked up at the monster in fear before curling up and praying that it wouldn't be too painful, only for the blow to never come. Instead, the monster sniffed at her once before ignoring her completely and leaped after Hestia and Belle. Lily is not dead. Lily asked herself, completely amazed. Lily didn't want to die. She then looked down at her hands. Did the ring work and save her? Or did it just not care about her? There was a scream and Lily looked up. Master Belle, run! Lily called out as the monster landed in front of them, but Belle managed to run around it before it could swipe at him. I can't just leave you! He shouted back. Lily will be fine, she said. It's ignoring Lily. Just run. Belle shot her a pained look before taking off, with the silverback hot on his tail. Lily tried to stand up, but a sharp pain in her leg forced her back down onto the ground. Looking down, she saw that her ankle was a bit swollen. Lily reached inside her cloak and pulled out a small potion from her pocket. Draining it quickly, she felt the pain in her leg vanish as she stood back up, using the wall for support. What should Lily do? What should Lily do? Should she try to find Castor? But she had no idea where he was. Should she try to chase after Belle and Hestia? But then what could she do to help when she didn't have any weapons? Useless! She screamed as she pounded her hand against the wall. Lily is always useless. The Hestia Familia was doing their best to keep her safe and help her, and she couldn't do anything. Belle had said that Castor and Archer were spirits that had contracted with him. If Belle were to get killed, what would happen to them? Would they disappear? Lily couldn't let that happen. Not just for her own sake, but the goddess's sake too. Lily needs to do something. Good words. Hi. Lily turned around and felt a hand on her head. Standing behind her was Castor, wearing an approving smile as he picked her up in one arm. Lord Castor! Lily said, relief and happiness filling her body. Hurry! Master Belle and Lady Hestia are in danger. Do not worry about them, Arde, Castor said as he picked her up in one arm and leaped up onto the rooftops. They will be fine. Or the name of Hephaestus will no longer be worth anything. What do you mean? Lily asked as Castor hopped from roof to roof with surprising grace. Do you want to see it, Arde? Castor asked, a rather feral smile appearing on his face. The first steps of a new hero. XXXXX. Standing on one of the tall columns that lined the city as lookout points, Archer held a black bow in his hands alongside an equally pitch-black coiled sword. In his eyes, he saw several monsters wandering around near the stadium, although he had no idea what they were. Nonetheless, he knocked the sword in his bow and the blade coiled up even more. Before he could shoot it though, a gold and green blur swept across the monsters and blood spilled out of them. That's the Sword Princess, he muttered as he relaxed his stance. Pretty fast. So that's a level 5 then. Seeing as that area was taken care of, he looked around for other targets. Was that all of them? He wondered, only to spin around as a cloud of smoke and rubble erupted in the distance. Damn! Leaping off his perch, he hopped from rooftop to rooftop until he could get a look at what was going on. There, he saw a pair of dark-skinned women, Amazons, punching down a strange green monster that was sprouting from the ground, only to jump back and shake their hands in pain. It seemed as though its hide was rather strong. There was a third girl standing a bit further away, her arms held out toward the monster as the Amazons were distracting it. A mage of some sorts? Suddenly, the monster turned its head toward the mage, and the next instant, another green monster sprouted up and stabbed her in the side, sending her flying in the air. Archer clicked his tongue as he bursted forward, catching the girl as she fell out of the air and landing hard on some crates. Boy, are you all right? He asked, but the girl looked like she was just barely keeping conscious. Hey! Who are you? One of the Amazons shouted at him, only for the ground to rumble as the head of the monster opened up, revealing a large flower with many teeth. Did it bloom? The Amazon dressed in red gasped. It was a flower, not a snake. The yellow-dressed Amazon shouted. Hey you! Get Lefia out of there! Archer nodded as he jumped away from the plant monster to land on a roof, only for the roof to explode open and reveal another plant monster. Damn! Archer grunted as two more monsters sprouted beside it. Then, he felt himself be blasted out of the air away from the flower heads. Bringing the girl closer to his chest, he managed to land on a different roof just as the sword princess landed in front of him. Sorry, Archer said. Thanks for the save. It's fine, she replied. Thank you for protecting Filia. Ace. The girl, who Archer realized was an elf, managed to croak out. Please look after her, Ace said as she jumped back into the fray. Wait. Archer called out. That sword is dash. But before he could finish, Ace struck one of the plant monsters and severed its head, only for the sword to shatter as well. Damn! Archer cursed again as several vines like the one that struck Filia started sprouting all around the street. It was clear to Archer that that wasn't a sword the sword princess was used to using. Or rather, it was the first time she really seriously used it if it shattered so easily. He carefully set Filia down on the roof and stood in front of her as he watched the three women struggle against the plants without any weapons. Blunt attacks aren't working. He muttered as he noted as the Amazon's attacks were not doing anything. Even a magic-powered strike with the pommel of the blade didn't do anything more than knock it down for a moment before it went right back to chasing her, completely ignoring Archer, Filia, and the two Amazons. I get it. The red Amazon shouted. Ace. It's attracted to your magic. Once the Amazon said that, Ace started pulling away from the roof Archer and Filia were on, only to end up in the same area as. Archer noticed just a bit before Ace did and he reinforced his body and launched himself off the roof. He reached his target just before Ace did and held his hand out in the direction of the incoming woman and monster plant. The moment Ace slipped past his hand, he poured his magic out. The 7 rings that cover the fiery heavens, ROAIAS. A large shield made from magic energy formed in front of his hand, taking the shape of a pink flower that shot out 6 rings of pure light in front of it. The plant monsters crashed into the ring and were sent flying back as Archer felt a sharp pain run through his arm. Behind him he saw Ace grab a Chianthrope child that had been cowering behind a crate and leap to safety, prompting him to do the same. Sword Princess! Archer shouted as he channeled his energy in his hand and formed an exact copy of the sword she had been using. Trade. He threw the blade at her as she released her grip on the girl, allowing Archer to grab her before she started falling. Archer landed with the girl in his arms and looked down at her with a smile while she glanced at him with tears in her eyes. Are you okay? He asked and she timidly nodded her head. That's good. There was a flash of light shining from the monster and when it died down, it was suddenly encased in ice. And I ran all the way here for nothing, came a voice beside him. Archer turned around and found the goddess Loki standing there, leaning on a wall for support with one hand and a blade in the other. Goddess Loki, Archer said as Loki smiled at him. Sup hero? Loki greeted with a cheerful smile as the Amazons shattered half the monster with a powerful combined kick while Ace destroyed the rest with the sword Archer gave her. I see, so that's your familia, Archer said as he set the girl down and placed a hand on her head. Yep hers, wanna meet them properly? Loki asked. Mr. Archer. Archer turned around and saw Ina running up to them. Ina Tool. What are you doing here? She asked before looking down and seeing the girl. Oh dear, are you okay? Are you hurt? I'm fine, she said, clinging onto Archer's leg. Looks like you got a fan, red man, Loki said, elbowing Archer in the side. Hey Miss Gildy, think you can look after the kid? I wanna talk to this guy for a bit. Of course, Lady Loki, Ina nodded as she crouched down to the girl. Come on, I'll help you find your parents. With the child taken care of, Archer was dragged by Loki to the other girls. Once they were there, Archer noticed that the elf girl from earlier, Filia, was up on her feet despite her wound. It seems like she was the one who cast the spell from earlier. Before anyone could say anything, Archer quickly lowered his head in a bow to Filia. My apologies, he said to everyone's surprise. I heard from one of my seniors that elves did not like being touched by strangers. No, it's okay, Filia said quickly. You helped me after all. Yeah, no need to worry about things like that when people are in danger, the Amazon in yellow said patting Archer on the back. You're pretty quick on your feet aren't you? What's your name and what familia are you from? I go by Archer. Archer replied before glancing at Loki, who cocked a brow in confusion. And I'm not sure if I should say the name of my familia in front of your goddess. Why not? Loki asked before blinking a bit. Wait, don't tell me, you're from that chibi Hestia's familia too. Yes. Get. First Goldie then this one too. Loki shouted as the other stared at her in confusion before Ace walked over and held out the sword to Archer. Thank you, she said. It was helpful. No problem, he said as he reached out for it and took it from her before it dissolved in his hands. Loki and her familia members froze as the particles of magic slowly drifted to the ground before Ace started shaking and her eyes turned rather dull in fear and worry. I'm sorry. She said quietly. I'll pay you back for it. Pay? Archer repeated before he held a hand to his mouth in a laugh. No, don't worry about it. But that looked just like Ace's other sword, the yellow Amazon said. Wasn't it worth 40 mil dash? But she was quickly quieted by the other Amazon, who slapped her hand over her mouth. No, really, it's fine, Archer said as he held his hands out again and projected 2 more identical copies of the same sword. They're actually just cheap throwaway copies that I can create in an instant. Wait, so you can just make swords whenever you want? The yellow Amazon asked, pulling the hand off her mouth. Yes, Archer nodded as the blades vanished as well. She stared at him for another second before jumping away from the other Amazon and planting herself right in front of Archer before grabbing his hands and shaking them. Hi, I'm Tiona, let's be friends, she said, introducing herself to him. Hi. Archer looked at the Amazon in confusion. Okay. Great. And since we are now friends, let me show you my Urga and see if you can't make me copies of that too. Buffway. She was stopped as the other Amazon chopped her on the head. Don't bother him like that, she said with a sigh. I'm Shinhiriut. This idiot's sister. Ace Wallenstein, Ace said, looking slightly relieved she didn't have to pay 40 million valis and putting herself further into debt. She then leaned in a bit closer to him. Yes. No, never mind. It's nothing. And I'm Lefi Yavirides, thank you again for helping me. The elf girl said with a bow. No, I'm sorry I couldn't do anything before you got hurt, Archer said as he scratched his head. No worries, she'll be fine after a little rest, Loki said as she slapped his back. No need to be so hard on yourself. Not like we've ever seen these things up here before. By the way, did you girls get them all? No, Ace said, shaking her head. I didn't see a silverback. That's no good, Loki said as she tossed Ace the blade she was holding. Go find it before something else happens. Yes. And with that, she took off. Now then, tall, dark, and swordy, Loki began, leaning on his arm. First it was Castor and now Archer, but those aren't your real names, right? This some sort of play that Hestia's got you doing. It is not, Archer replied. So you're just following a theme yourself then? Well, I wanna thank ya for helping my girls out. Wanna come visit us for a bit? You can bring Goldie along with you. I do not think Lady Hestia will let us, Archer said honestly. Oh come on, it's not like I'm after your inbuilt sword printing press or Goldie's wine. Archer and the girls stared at Loki with suspicious eyes. What? I'm not. Honest. Scout's honor. I'm afraid I will have to decline, Archer said. I need to make sure my familia members are safe. He then turned to the others. Stay safe, ladies. Then, reinforcing his legs once more, Archer leaped up to the rooftops and made his way back toward the area where he left the others. XXXXX. And there he goes. Loki said with a sigh. Come on guys, why didn't ya back me up? Well, I kinda wanted to, but... Tiona admitted before flinching from her sister as she raised her hand up again. I don't think it would be right to try and take him from his familia right after he helped us, Lefia said just as Ina came running back. Huh? Mr. Archer already left? Ina asked. Yeah, said he was looking for his other familia members, Loki said. I see. Ina said. Thank you for looking after him. He must have been in over his head. Not really, Tiona said. He was really calm and knew what he was doing except for that one part where more flower heads popped up. He even backed up Ace. Huh? Ina was confused. Aren't you giving him a bit too much credit? He's only a level 1 that hasn't even been an adventurer for a week yet. Eh. The sisters and Filia gaped at Ina in surprise only for the guild worker to gape back at them. No see, they were just surprised to see him save that girl so easily, Loki said, slipping in between them. They thought he had a little more experience under his belt than that. Guess he's just a natural-born hero or something. I see. Ina said with a nod. He certainly is as reliable as he looks, isn't he? Then I'll be taking my leave now, Lady Loki. Sure thing. Don't overwork yourself. Hey, Loki. Diona began as Ina ran off. Was she telling the truth? That archer guy really is only a level 1. At the very least she believes it, Loki said with a smile. That chibi ain't the type to lie about something like levels either, at least not without getting busted right away. But that movement in his creating swords and that wall of light he put up in front of Ace, Filia said. There's no way he can just be a level 1. Girls, what did you see when you saw him? Loki asked. The three of them looked at each other before answering. A human male? Filia asked. One who tries to help people. Someone that laughs things off easily. Diona added. And is harsh on himself. Shin finished. Probably, Loki shrugged, but are you absolutely sure about that first part, Filia? Filia blinked. But, what else could he be? What indeed? Loki asked with a smile. XXXXX. Back over on the other side of the city, Castor and Lily were perched on a rooftop as Lily was looking down at the ground with awe, having watched Hestia quickly update Bel's status and then have him charge the silverback with a new knife in hand. Amazing! She said as the people hiding in the houses started to cheer. Master Bel just defeated that silverback in one hit. Of course he did, Castor said with a smile as Hestia ran toward Bel. Monsters die in one blow if you destroy the crystal, do they not? Still, Master Bel is just a newbie, right? Lily insisted. That's not something anyone can just pull off. Exactly, Castor said, leaning in closer to Lily before backing off. Come. Lily grabbed onto Castor and the two hopped down just as Archer landed down beside Bel as well. You're late, mongrel, Castor said. Considering I just came from the opposite end of town, I'd say I made great time, Archer insisted. Geez, stop fighting you two. Hestia shouted as she helped Bel sit up. Grab Bel and let's go home. Sorry. Bel said as Archer picked him up on his back. I'm feeling really tired right now, and I left all my potions at home. Master Bel, please remember to always carry at least 2 potions with you even when doing things like shopping, Lily said as she walked beside them while Hestia walked in front and Castor took the rear. Yeah, I'll remember that. He muttered. Rest now, Bel Cranel, Castor said. You have the king's blessing. Leave the rest to your familia. Yes, thank you very much. And with that, Bel fell asleep, letting out light snores on Archer's back. Hurrying through the city, the 5 of them made their way back to the church where Archer placed Bel on the bed on Hestia's orders. Now then. Hestia said as she sat down on the bed next to Bel and Castor on the couch as usual with Archer against the wall and Lily on the floor next to Castor. What did you two learn? On the far side of town a strange species of monster appeared, Archer reported. It wasn't one anything Ina mentioned in her lessons. Some kind of plant monster, it was resistant to physical attacks but magic and cutting attacks were effective. It also dropped this. Archer pushed himself off the wall and placed a magic stone on the table. Instead of the usual purple color that all the other stones they had collected so far had, it was a strange yellow color that was almost like a rainbow. Are they? Castor asked but Lily shook her head. Lily has never seen a stone like this before, she replied. We should probably ask the guild about it but... Hestia began before looking away. I feel like we'll be getting involved in something too dangerous if we do. On the other hand, Hestia scratched her head violently and shook her upper body around for a moment before stopping. Let's put it off. She declared, causing Lily to thump her head on the table, for Archer's knees to buckle slightly and for Castor to sink a bit deeper in the couch. So, what about you, Castor? I went and investigated the cages where the monsters were let loose, Castor said, placing his gauntlet hand in front of his face. From what the Ganesha guards believe, it seems as though the guards on standby were drugged with something before the culprit released the monsters to cause a ruckus. However, his hand then fell onto his face and Lily suddenly felt all the hair on her body stand on end. There was no drug used on those guards, Castor spoke in a low voice to the point of a growl. There was a sickeningly sweet stench that lingered all over those cages. The stench of a goddess of love. Wait, you're saying that a goddess released those monsters? Hestia asked. The monsters, while a menace, completely ignored the unconscious Ganesha Familia members that were lying around defenseless due to being charmed by the goddess. The goddess then used that same charm to bewitch the monsters into looking for something. Castor then lowered his hand and turned his eyes toward Hestia, who shook in surprise. Come to think of it, both the sword stag and the silverback only attacked when you were near it, Lily pointed out. But why would someone want to attack Lady Hestia? Are there any gods or goddesses that you aren't on good terms with? Archer asked. Aside from Loki, I mean. Hestia folded her arms and tried to think. I don't know. I really only ever talked with my friends up in Tenkai and I don't really mingle with any other gods down here. I don't think I ever did anything for anyone to hate me that they would send a silverback after me. Perhaps it wasn't Lady Hestia specifically but rather any goddess in the area. Archer suggested. Lady Hestia just happened to be at the wrong place at the wrong time. That is a possibility, Castor admitted as his frown deepened. Did you have another idea, Lord Castor? Lily asked. No. Castor said after a long pause. I do not. Well, let's send a complaint to the guild about that anyway, Hestia said. See if I can't get any compensation for being chased all across Deadless Street by a monster from them or Ganesha. Anyway, is there anything else? Well. Archer spoke up. There is one little thing. In my fight against the plant monsters, I cooperated with Loki Familia. The goddess herself invited me and Castor over to give her thanks. Me? Castor asked as Hestia started shaking. Ah, she's after that, I see. No way in hell. Hestia shouted, causing Bell to jerk awake. Who? Wah? Bell groaned as he looked around. Oh, I'm back home. Moving on. Castor sighed as he sat up. I also have news. I received a notice from the guild. A site for our new Familia home has been picked. We can finally leave this wretched place. Yes. Hestia cheered as she jumped up. Finally a real house to live in. Ah, but it's still kind of sad, thinking of leaving this place. I can see why, Archer said. This was Bell's and your first home together after all. Yeah, it was only 3 weeks but I think I'll miss this place, Bell admitted. We will examine the place tomorrow, Castor said as he turned to Lily. Afterward we will settle our day's debt with Soma. In the meantime, you shall move in with us as well. Lily gasped. Is it really okay? I am not one to do things half-heartedly, Castor said. At this close to the end, the amount of things that can go wrong increases exponentially. Having you within sight of Archer or myself decreases the chance of failure. And I refuse to fail when I have sunk so many resources into this. Lily apologies. Lily said, her dog ears drooping slightly. If you wish to show your gratitude then you must live out the life you choose afterward to the fullest. You are still a child. A child should face everything around them with their eyes full of wonder. Like that fool over there. That's mean, your majesty. Belle protested. I'm not that much of a country bumpkin. I never called you that. Castor muttered before turning back to Lily. You are to decide your own path. This is the king's gift to you. Until you can firmly place both feet on the ground and move forward, you may live alongside us. Once you can take the first step with confidence, then you can move forward wherever you wish with my blessing. Onward, to a new adventure. Yes. Answering the wise king's words, were 2 different voices, brimming with life, youth, and determination. Chapter 7, Burning Courage. This will be our home from now on. Belle asked. It was the morning after the disastrous monster Filia. Waking up early, Hestia and her familia plus Lily arrived at the building designated by the guild. It was a large cottage with 4 floors and a steel fence surrounding it. It wasn't designed with defending against a siege in mind but more for a middle-rank familia to live comfortably. It contained 10 bedrooms and 2 large office areas spread across the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floors and 1 large communal bath on the 1st floor and a large kitchen connected to a dining area. There was also a small yard between the fence and the building proper. As a special feature, several of the rooms were connected by a series of speaking tubes in order to quickly communicate and send announcements throughout the house. So they say, Castor said, looking away from the description on the side of the building. Goddess Hestia and I will claim the rooms closest to the offices. The 3 of you can decide on the rest. I get my own office. Hestia said happily with stars in her eyes. So you're the ones who made the order? A elderly voice called out. An old man with a thin yet muscular body came out from inside the house. Oh, Goignio! Hestia called out. Thanks for the hard work. It really is Hestia. The old god said with disbelief. Last I heard you were living in an abandoned basement. To think you'd be moving up in the world so quickly. Hoo-hoo. It's because my boys are amazing. Hestia bragged, throwing her chest out as Belle bowed toward the smith god. Well, they're rich at least, Goignio muttered. Everything should be as you requested. If you need something tweaked or changed, let me know and we'll redo it. Your fast work is appreciated, God Goignio, Castor said. Has the guild finalized the payment? Indeed. Every last Valis was transferred last night, just as we finished. Between you and me, you're much better customers than a certain stupid Amazon. Would you happen to be talking about Tiona Hiriad? Archer asked. That's right, Goignio sighed. She's always making my smiths cry from breaking that weapon of hers and always tries to put it on her tab. All 120 million Valis. Then again, an adventurer isn't doing their job properly if they don't make their smiths cry. Belle and Lily let out a strangled cough at the absurd amount as the old god left, having confirmed that the job was done. So I'm worth that much to her, hey. Archer mumbled wryly before leading the 2 kids inside. Once inside, the 5 of them spent time exploring the new home, checking things like whether or not the lights would turn on or if any of the wooden boards would break without warning. It looks like all the rooms aside from the rooms with a connected office are the same size with the same furnishings, Archer noted when they reconvened in the dining area with him behind the kitchen counter preparing a meal. So who is getting which office? Castor, you take the bigger office, Hestia said immediately to Castor's slight surprise. I don't really have anything to work on since I'll probably end up leaving most things to you anyway. I'll take the smaller one and turn it into a library or something. Very well, Castor nodded. I shall put it to good use. Thank you, my obstinate child. Do not call me that again. Hestia simply giggled as Castor turned his head away. By the way, Castor, Belle spoke up. Since we got a new place, do you think I can try calling another one? Another servant? Castor raised a brow at Belle speaking about it so openly as he turned toward Lily, who met his eyes once before glancing to the side. I see, so you told her, hey. Castor said with a sigh. Well, no matter. However, my answer shall be no. No good, hey? Belle asked with a sigh. Naive, he said. Even though your magic status is growing far faster than your other status, it is still too early to consider it. Not only do you use your magic to anchor us to this world, you use it to fuel our prowess in battle. It is the second reason why I have had you fight alone most of the time with little assistance. If an enemy that was strong enough to force Archer into a serious fight, your body will become a corpse in a second if you had to sustain 3 servants at once. Do not ask me again until you level up, mongrel. Yes. Belle nodded, looking determined rather than let down at the refusal. Another spirit, huh? Lily said. Lily wonders what they will be like. I just hope they agree to join the Familia. Hestia muttered. I don't know what I'd do if another one like Castor shows up. I'm sitting right here, you goddess in debt, Castor growled, causing Hestia to freeze up a bit. Goddess in debt? Belle repeated. Just how many of my treasures do you think I had to trade in for that knife of yours, mongrel? Castor said irritably as Hestia crawled on her hands and knees toward Castor begging for his forgiveness. As such, this useless goddess will be working until she pays it back. How much was it? Archer asked, slightly fearing the answer. Valis. Hestia spoke in a voice that couldn't even be called a whisper. Although Belle couldn't hear it, Lily, with her heightened hearing thanks to her magical disguise, and Archer, who was a servant, froze. Belle, feeling extremely worried since the number was enough to make even Archer freeze, decided to ask again. Goddess. He began, face turning blue as sweat started pouring out from his hands and the knife he was carrying suddenly felt immensely heavy. How much was it? 200 million. Belle let out a pathetic sounding scream like a dying dog before collapsing backward in his seat, falling to the floor. As always, just an immature brat, Castor huffed. Well, it's not a loan I expect to see repaid for a few generations anyway. My investment has already begun to show its return anyway. I'll pay you back. Hestia cried as she clung to Castor's leg. I promise. Just don't bully Belle too much. Castor simply shook the goddess off as she fell pathetically to the floor. Arde, he said, and Lily snapped back to attention. I will now tell you the plan to release you from Soma Familia. Why yes. Lily nodded with a gulp. Then, without warning, several large bags of Valis landed in front of her. Lord Castor, this is... Lily said, her body shaking at the sight in front of her. 10 million Valis, Castor said, leaning back slightly, and yet it made his voice sound so far away from Lily. This is my investment in you. You will take it and deliver it to your god directly and ask to leave the Familia. If he refuses, ask for a drink of Soma. The true Soma. Not one of those failures. Once you drink it, steal your mind, keep your soul and ask, nay, demand once again to leave the Familia. If you fail this, it is likely we will never meet again. Castor stood up from the table and walked around to where Lily was sitting, still petrified, and leaned in close to whisper into her ear. Do not disappoint me, Lilyruka Arde. One moment he's giving you an inspirational talk and the next day he's throwing you to your doom, Archer said with a wry smile as he continued cooking. Such is the fate of one who is an interest to the wise king of heroes. Master Archer, please save Lily. She begged, but Archer could only give her a sad face. Sorry, but it is out of my hands. Archer, Castor said, looking rather annoyed at being talked about as if he wasn't there again. You are to go with her. Make sure she and the money reach the god properly. If something goes wrong. Archer and Lily stared as Castor gave the order, and Lily couldn't help but feel the dread creep up on her back. XXXXX. After lunch, Belle still hadn't woken up from his fainting spell, so Archer and Lily left first. As Lily was still wearing Castor's ring, they had to move carefully as to not bump into anyone and leave them confused. Will Lily be okay, she wonders. Lily mumbled as Archer placed a hand on her head. Don't worry, you'll be fine, Archer said. You drank both the king's wine and that failed Soma wine with no problems. There's no way you'll lose to the real thing. Lily feels that if she fails she will not live to regret it after drinking Lord Castor's wine as well. She admitted. If you think you'll fail then you've already lost, Archer said, thumping her on the head. Is this the place? Yes. Lily nodded as her face changed from one of fear and dread to pure loathing and disgust. Lily feels like she would rather spit on Lord Castor's shoes than step in here again. Death would be better, huh? Archer sighed. I'll be keeping watch from outside. If anything happens, I'll know right away and enact Plan B. Yes. Be careful, okay? Yes. Lily nodded again before grabbing Archer's hand before he could leave. Master Archer, Lily has a request. Archer listened to Lily's words before staring at the girl in shock. You. Lily apologizes to have asked this from Master Archer. Lily said, lowering her head. But Lily doesn't want to show Lily's disgrace to Master Bell or Lord Castor, so please, don't let Lily be seen by them. And with that, Archer leaped up to the rooftops, leaving Lily alone on the street before she walked in through the doors. Archer then moved from his position, jumping from roof to roof and getting a good idea of all the windows and entrances to the Familia home as well as the line of sight of the watchtowers, not that he had needed to. When he checked the closest one, he found a Soma Familia member who had passed out drunk lying on the ground. Nonetheless, he was able to watch Lily make it up to Soma's room unchallenged, where she took off the ring and opened the door inside. Turning his head, Archer looked at a mirror he had set up on a rooftop that gave him a clear view of the room through the open window and spotted Soma, a rather tired-looking god with long and unkempt hair. Lily knelt down behind the god that was more focused on the wine in front of him than he was of her. He watched her lower her head to offer the money and beg to be released from the Familia. But Soma didn't seem to care. From what Archer could tell from his lip movement, he had no ears for those that succumbed to his wine. I see. Archer thought as he glanced back at the unconscious guard behind him. He's not apathetic, not really. He's just full of disappointment. Disappointment at his children for failing to rise up and surpass. Then before Lily could say anything else, Soma took a bottle off a shelf and poured it into a glass and held it out to Lily. Whether Castor predicted it or not, Soma took the initiative himself. His face broke into a bitter expression as Lily's request echoed in his mind. If Lily loses herself to the Soma wine, please, please. Please save Lily. Please kill Lily. Stay strong, Lily Ruka Arde. Archer said as he knocked the sword into his bow and pulled back on the string. XXXXX. Lily felt the same fear that crept up on her when Castor showed her the failed Soma wine return as she picked up the glass with shaking hands. This was it, she had to win. She had to beat the wine. If she didn't, one way or the other, her life was over. It was strange. She couldn't believe how her view of everything changed over the last few days. There were so many moments where she just wanted everything to end, just so she could be released from the hell she lived in. Now, she wanted to live. She wanted to walk alongside that smile gave her hope in heroes. She wanted to receive praise from the hand that stood by her side. She wanted to prove that she was worthy to follow that golden light into the future. No, not to the light, not to the smile, not to the hand, but to herself. She wanted to prove to herself that she wanted to live on. And so, she drank the accursed wine. XXXXX. Archer's breath hitched as he saw Lily writhe as if lightning was coursing through her body before a strange smile appeared on her face, and her tiny body fell over. I'm sorry. Archer said as he pulled back the string of his bow. But before he released the arrow, his eyes spotted the tiny body shake a bit before it slowly pushed itself upright, tears streaming from her eyes as her lips moved. Please, let Lily leave the Familia. The god was frozen in place. He had turned away from Lily's body in apparent resignation and disappointment before turning halfway back around when Lily pushed herself back up. At Lily's request, the god moved toward her and helped her sit upright before pulling her shirt up to reveal her back. Then, with slow movements that spoke volumes of hesitation and lack of practice, the god traced his blood on Lily's back for a few minutes before pulling her shirt down and staring out the window, right into the mirror Archer had set up and into Archer's eyes themselves. Now exposed, Archer dismissed his weapons and hopped down from the watchtower and made his way to the window of Soma's room and slipped inside in a low crouch. My apologies for the rudeness. He said to the god. No need, Soma said as he gestured to Lily who still seemed a bit out of it. I leave her to you. Thank you, Lord Soma, Archer said as he walked over and picked Lily up in his arms. Master Archer. Lily croaked out. Is that you? Yeah, Archer answered her softly. Lily did it. Yeah, you did. Good job. As he headed to the door, Lily suddenly stopped him as she turned her head to her former god. Lord Soma. She spoke up. Thank you, for everything. There was no irony or resentment in her voice. She probably just wanted to end things on a peaceful note. As it was, her status had no symbol now, meaning she was just a normal person without a god to follow. I have done you wrong, Lily Ruka Arde, Soma said. Take care of your health. Lily's sleepy-looking eyes opened wide as if those words had caused her to sober up immediately. In her current state, she was unable to do anything more than nod her head before Archer opened the door and left the room. Master Archer. Lily began, tugging a bit on his mantle. Yeah. Lily wants to go home now. Yeah, let's go home. XXXXX. Belle had woken up long after Archer and Lily had gone to the Soma Familia and Castor had told him to get out of the house to get his head on straight. You need to get a solid hold on your emotions. Castor had yelled at him. What kind of hero faints at the cost of his own weapon? Go cool your head. Aha, I made him mad again. Belle said with a sigh. I suppose me passing out over that must seem pathetic when he has weapons that probably cost just as much if not more in his vault. Belle knew he was rather immature. He could barely touch his goddess or lily without feeling extremely embarrassed. In the eyes of Castor, it must have been infuriating. It couldn't be helped though. He was raised only by his grandfather and before coming to Orario, he wasn't really close to any girls in his life. And to think I wanted to have a harem like Grandpa said, ahaha. He let out a laugh as he remembered his childish goal. Well, it's not like wanting to become a hero isn't also childish. Castor is right. I need to hurry up and grow up if I want to be a proper hero. Though, I don't think any girls are going to be asking me to save them anytime soon. No sooner did he say that did someone come running up to him. Belle. Seer, the waitress from the Hostess of Fertility came running up to him. Please, help me. Yes. The next thing Belle knew, he was in the back of the pub washing dishes. Is this what you meant? Belle asked Seer beside him. I'm sorry, the waitress said with a smile. But we're really busy today so any extra hands would help a lot. Belle nodded as he turned to look at the front where people had taken up all the seats and the other waitresses were running around ragged. Back in the kitchen, both the owner, Mia Grand, and the cook were running dishes back and forth from the stove to the counter. Well, I suppose I am happy to help, Belle said. Too bad Archer had something else to do. He cooks our Familia's meals and they're always pretty good. He might have been able to help. Speaking of that, Seer began. Mama Mia's been wanting to talk to him. Can you pass on the message for her? Did he do something wrong? Belle asked, feeling worried as he glanced over at the woman who was most likely a former adventurer. Oh no, not at all, Seer quickly assured him. She wanted to offer him a temp job helping out whenever he's available. Like what I'm doing now. Kinda. Time passed as Belle continued being a chore boy for the pub and the lunch rush finally ended with only a few customers trickling in. It's over. Belle said as he thumped his head against the counter. Thanks for your help, Mia Grand said as she placed a large plate of pasta in front of him. On the house. Thanks. Belle accepted the meal gratefully, having helped them through lunch. So, you wanted to talk to my Familia member. That young man figured out the recipe from just a single bowl. Mia said, looking both impressed and frustrated. Got a good tongue in that head of his. You let him know if he ever gets tired of dungeon diving, he's welcome to work here. Knowing him, he might try to come help out after coming back from a dungeon, Belle said and Mia let out a laugh before returning to the kitchen. Thank you for your help again, Belle, Seer said as she came up to him. You really saved us. Well, getting a free lunch is enough of a thanks, Belle replied. Come to think of it, were you not going to the dungeon today? Seer asked. I thought adventurers spent all day every day in the dungeon. Well, like I said, Archer and our supporter all had some personal things to take care of and we just moved into a bigger house. Though I got kicked out for a bit since I made our captain mad. Oh dear, what happened? I learned how much money my goddess spent on a single purchase. Belle replied, shaking from the mere memory of the price of his precious new dagger. So expensive, so many zeros. Seer must have gotten a good idea of how absurd the price was since she placed a hand on her mouth and nodded. Well, if you don't have anything to do for the day, how about try reading? Belle slurped up the noodles that were trailing from his mouth before replying. Reading. Belle repeated. Well, my goddess has some books but they're a bit high level for me. I think the captain does too but, they're all about magic and stuff in a language I don't know. And that they were all engraved on stone tablets but Seer didn't need to know that. Then, how about this one? Seer said, picking up a large antique-looking book on display. A customer seemed to have left it behind the other day and hasn't come back to pick it up yet. Is it all right for me to read it if it belongs to someone else? As long as you bring it back, there shouldn't be a problem. Books don't disappear after someone reads them. Plus, I think it belongs to an adventurer, so there might be something useful for you in here. Many adventurers come to this bar, more than likely the owner of this book is one, too. She then turned back toward the kitchen where Mia was tossing something in a pan. And Mama Mia doesn't really want it in the store so you'd be doing us a favor too. I see. Belle muttered. Then I'll try reading it when I get home. Seer gave him a smile before returning to work. Seer's got yi wrapped around her finger, doesn't she, meow? The black-haired cat person waitress said as she slipped up behind Belle and started massaging his shoulders, causing him to choke a bit in surprise. If you want to be spoiled so badly, then let Chloe spoil you a bit too. Belle stammered, only to be rescued by the elf waitress who came by and smacked the cat person on the head. I'm sorry about that, Mr. Cranel, the elf, Ryul Lion, said as she pulled Chloe away. Please enjoy the rest of your meal. Nu. I need a better look of that immature and shapely treasure hidden underneath the back of those trousers, Gufa. Oh thanks. Belle said as he watched them leave before finishing his meal. Once he was back home, he headed up to the top floor where Castor had set up his office to apologize. Irrelevant, the man said as he was sorting through some papers. I suppose there is no point in trying to rush your maturation than it is trying to get the dungeon to stop spouting monsters. You shall be pleased to know that Arde has been freed from the Soma Familia. Really? Belle asked, happiness pouring out of his body. All right. I'm so happy for her. Indeed, Castor nodded and, although it was slight, Belle could see the ghost of a smile on his face as well. She is currently resting until the effects of the Soma leave her body, with goddess Hestia watching over her, and Archer is out procuring supplies for a celebration. As such, you have the rest of the day to do as you wish. Although the goddess would rather you not, I give you leave to enter the dungeon as well, but for no further than the 5th floor. You are to be back home before the 7th bell. Oh no, it's fine, Belle said. I don't plan on going to the dungeon today. A friend lent me a book and I want to try reading it. Castor looked rather surprised at Belle's words but nevertheless nodded his head. I see, to train your mind over your body today, he said with approval. Very well. Enjoy yourself until the feast. Yes. With a nod and a bow, Belle bade goodbye to Castor and headed to one of the rooms on the 2nd floor where he had dumped his meager belongings in to claim for his own. My own room, he said as he looked around and sat at the desk provided by the Loki Familia as part of the renovation. He never had his own room before, always sleeping in one big one when he was still living with his grandfather, and then the basement room he shared with Hestia and the servants. He looked around the rather Spartan walls and wondered how he should start decorating. Having a small personal library sounded great. He'd fill it with books about legends and myths of heroes of the past. He wouldn't ask Castor for money to buy those books though. This was a personal thing, so he'd work for it in the dungeon, then buy a bookshelf and books to fill it in. Feet pounding against the floorboards rapidly in excitement, he quickly opened the book and looked over the first page. Mirror, mirror, the fairest witch in the land is me, an autobiography, with appendix, awaken your magic. Right off the bat, it sounded childish. Chapter 1, Modern Magic Even Goblins Can Understand. Teaching magic to goblins. No one should do that. Belle was starting to feel rather worried at the author's choice in titles, but other than that the contents were more serious. The book began by explaining the 2 types of magic. Innate and acquired. Innate magic was magic inherent to various races, ones that can be learned without a god's grace and are trained from early age to master them, while acquired magic can awaken through the Falna and its effect depends on the exelia of the person holding it. Archer and Castor's magic must be innate then. Belle reasoned. And the servant summoning spell I have must be considered acquired, since I got it from taking the Holy Grail. The Holy Grail. Currently it was kept in Hestia's care, as being so close to a goddess seemed to help ease the burden on Belle for keeping 2 servants at once. I wanna hurry up and level up so I can meet more of them, Belle thought to himself as he turned the page and continued reading. Magic is interest. This is a vital factor for all acquired magic. What holds your interest? What do you accept, hate, want, grieve for, worship, swear to, long for? The trigger is already within you. Your Falna will carve your soul into a blazing Sunday. A picture appeared in Belle's vision. It's a head. It has eyes. It has a nose. It has a mouth. It has ears. It's a person's face. A human face with closed eyes is drawn out in black. A picture made from the words of the passage. If you desire it, answer. If you desire it, break. If you desire it, focus. A terrible mirror of truth lies before you. It was Belle's face, he realized, limited from his chin to his forehead and nothing else. Rather than a face, it was more of a mask. It's another face of Belle. A part of him that he didn't know. Now, let's begin. The eyes open. It speaks with the same voice as Bell. The ruby-red letters that spell out the eyes shoot through Bell. Short passages that make up the small lips spin words. What is magic to me? Bell don't know, but he did feel that it was something great and mysterious. Something like a finishing move to slay monsters and turn the tide around back to a hero's favor. A power that Bell wanted for himself, not to summon others to fight for him. What is magic to me? Magic was power. A power to defeat enemies. Not a shield for allies like Archer, but one to strike down the foe and remove it from Bell's way like Castor. What kind of a thing is magic to me? Thing? It was a vague question, but to Bell magic was fire. It was something strong, ferocious, and hot. Something that could torch the plains, scatter ash, ravage the air and drown everything in flame. An immortal flame that burns forever. What do you seek in magic? To become stronger, like him. To become faster, like him. Like light breaking through the clouds. Like lightning racing across the sky. More than anyone, more than anyone, more than anyone. Faster than anyone. Like him. He wanted to become a hero. Like a fool pursuing an impossible ideal. To be someone who reacts at the first sign of trouble and ends indecisively. To stand like a mountain before the enemy and the one that needed to be saved. Even if it were to be a never-ending dream he'd spent his whole life chasing, he felt that it would put him one step closer to his ideal. To be a hero that can stand beside the others, and to be a master that wouldn't embarrass them. You're such a child. Sorry. But that's me, too. The Bell inside the book smiles. Then everything goes black. XXXXX. Bell jerked awake when he felt someone shake his shoulder. Fall asleep while reading? Archer asked as Bell looked up. Oh, looks like it. Bell yawned as he closed the book while rubbing his eyes. Didn't think I'd see you reading. What was it about? I think it was about the basics of magic, but I don't really remember after falling asleep, haha. Is that right? Archer asked, looking interested. Mind if I take a look later? Go ahead, oh right. What about Lily? She's fine. Lady Hestia has gone to wake her up for the celebration. I heard she drank the actual soma, is she going to be okay? Bell asked as the two of them headed downstairs. For the most part, yes, Archer nodded. Though she might not be able to drink any wine anymore. I think I understand, Bell said. It's because she drank something so good that everything else will be disappointing afterwards. That's right. How would you feel if I stopped cooking and you had to go back to eating Lady Hestia's Jagamericans for every meal again? Aha, I wouldn't complain since they're really good even when cold, but I might feel a bit sad. Well, lucky for you, Lady Hestia brought some back from her part-time job since she still has to work off the debt for your dagger. Ha, please don't remind me. The two of them entered the kitchen to see Castor already there, sitting at the head of the table with his arms crossed in a chair with golden decorations on it. The chair across from him on the other end of the table was draped with white and blue cloth with a flame emblazoned on it, marking it as Hestia's seat. Compared to that, all the other chairs were uniform and relatively simple. The table has also already been set with a large pot of soup, a sandwich platter, a roasted bird, and of course, the aforementioned Jagamerican potato puffs. As Bell sat down on the side closest to the door, Archer moved around the table to stand next to the soup pot as the door opened up and Hestia came in, holding the shoulders of a rather nervous-looking Lily. Gee, good evening. She says, fidgeting a bit. Good evening, Arde, Castor said with a smirk. How does it feel to be a free woman? Lily feels like everything is one hazy dream. Lily isn't sure what she is supposed to do now. Well, for starters, Bell said as he stood up and walked over to Lily. How about something to eat? You hadn't had anything to eat since this morning, right? Lily's response was for her stomach to growl as the girl blushed and clutched her stomach. Lily would like that. With Lily sitting next to Bell, the party got underway. Archer dutifully served everyone a bowl of soup before sitting down himself as everyone enjoyed the small party for Lily. Lord Castor. Lily spoke up as Archer was filling her third bowl of soup. What is it? Castor asked, not opening his eyes as he swirled a glass of wine in front of him. Lily, would like to thank Lord Castor for everything he's done for Lily, Lily said as she lowered her head. Lily thinks that because she drank some of Lord Castor's wine that Lily wasn't lost to the Soma. Huh? Castor suddenly made a rather annoyed and incredulous face as he shouted, "Fool! Did you really think I'd let someone drink my wine so easily? What you drank was not my finest wine but just some juice found in a marketplace. Do not be so ready to believe every little thing." Lily blushed as her body sank down a bit under the table. "You triumphed over the Soma wine with nothing more than your own will," Castor said before sitting back in his chair as Lily looked up at him in surprise. "Do not confuse humility with self-depreciation. Do not attribute your success to your tools. Claim your own achievements as what they are." "Why yes." Lily nodded as she straightened up in her chair. "Thank you very much." "Humph, then continue enjoying the celebration. You are the guest of honor after all." "Yes. Juice from a marketplace that was good enough for you to place into your treasury," Archer muttered as Castor smirked in his direction. "So Lily," Hestia began as she wolfed down her fifth Jagamaru-kun. "Have you thought about what you wanted to do after this? As Castor said, you're welcome to stay here as long as you need to figure things out." "Yes, Lily has a plan, she began, fidgeting with her hands for a bit. "Lily, if possible, would like to join the Hestia Familia, maybe." "Of course you can." Hestia and Belle shouted at the same time. "Why are you acting all shy?" Archer asked as he walked around the table and placed a hand on Lily's head. "You're practically one of us already. Come, I'll give you my grace right away," Hestia said as she jumped out of her seat. "Boys, turn around." Archer turned on the spot without missing a beat while Belle stammered, red in the face for a moment before quickly turning around and covering both eyes with his hands for good measure. Castor simply rolled his eyes before obeying. "Although it'll mostly just you and Belle down there, I can rest easy knowing someone else is with him," Hestia said as she pricked her finger and started drawing on Lily's back. "Yes. Lily will do her best. Now let's see." Hestia began. "This is the first time I'm doing this for someone who had the grace beforehand, so it might be a bit slow." "Aha! There we go." Hestia nodded as she examined Lily's back. Hey, wait a minute, when did you get your status last updated?" Hestia asked. Half a year ago." Lily admitted. "Geez, what is that Soma doing?" The goddess sighed as she traced Lily's back a bit more. "Okay, status updated now the rest. Oh, so this is your magic, is it?" "Cinderella." "Yes. It has saved Lily's life a lot of times." "So I gathered. Then there's the skill Alter Assist, is this how you carry that massive bag of yours? I did hear Hephaestus say that supporters tend to get this skill and, is something the matter, goddess?" Belle asked, not turning around. "A second skill, what is this thing?" Lily turned her head around in surprise. "What is it? Let Lily see." All right, give me a second," Hestia said as she placed some parchment on Lily's back and peeled it off. Lily Ruka Arde. Level 1. Strength, I-42, I-70. Defense, I-42, H-101. Dexterity, H-143, H-192. Agility, G-285, F-321. Magic, F-317, E-427. Magic. Cinderella, shapeshifting magic. Target will take the envisioned shape at the time of the spell. Magic will fail without a clear image. Imitation is recommended. Trigger, your scars are mine. My scars are mine. Release, stroke of midnight spell. Skills. Artel Assist, activates when carried weight exceeds a certain level. Amount of assistance is proportional to weight carried. King's Follower, Crown's Guard, parameters increase when acting on orders from a leader. Strength and dexterity increases when defending a leader. Ha 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 ha. Castor let out a laugh as Lily stared at the skill sheet in her shaking hands. "You really are a shrewd one, Arde." Lily is sorry for being so presumptuous," Lily said, still staring at the page with rather empty eyes. "Not at all. Your devotion is splendid, Arde. But it is an arduous and thorny path, for the king is a fickle one. But do not abandon it, and I shall not abandon you." Lily glanced up from her sheet and looked Castor in the eye with a smile. Yes, Your Majesty, she said with a bow. While we're at it, let's update everyone else's stats, Hestia said, walking over to Castor. Castor, you first. It is unlikely anything has changed, Castor said, but he turned around nonetheless. It is difficult to build upon perfection. Yeah, Hestia said dismissively as she traced his back. Well, you're right. Nothing. Castor simply scoffed as he put his vest back on while Hestia trotted over to Archer. Whoa! You gained a whole 5 points, Archer. Hestia said, staring at the man's chiseled back. 2 in magic, 2 in agility and 1 in dexterity. Those plant monsters you were talking about must have been really scary. They were giving 3 level 5s trouble, Archer said as he threw his armored undershirt back on. I'm rather surprised I didn't get more though. Then again, I only supported them from behind. Well, at least we know that you can still get points, Hestia said, patting Archer's arm. You probably have to reach the middle or lower floors first though. But that won't happen for a long while. Archer shrugged as Hestia finally reached Belle. I know I just updated you yesterday, but since your magic status is always growing, let's just do it anyway so you aren't left out, she said. Understood, goddess, Belle nodded as he removed his shirt. Like I thought, Hestia hummed. You're still growing at a stupidly fast pace, but since you didn't do much since the last update since defeating that silverback, it isn't as insane as before. Well, aside from the magic status as usual, but dash. Hestia suddenly froze before gripping Belle's sides and thrust her face at his status as if she couldn't believe her eyes. Magic. Hestia gasped. Heh? Well, I mean, the summon servant spell is still there, right? Belle asked. No. I mean, another magic spell appeared. Hestia shouted, causing them all to stare at Belle. Hestia quickly slapped another parchment onto Belle's back and pulled it off. After checking to make sure there were no problems, Hestia placed the sheet on the table next to Belle's plate. There, underneath Belle's status was indeed a new magic spell. Firebolt. Archer read. But there's no incantation? It just says Swift Strike Magic. I'm telling you right now, I didn't forget to write it down, okay? Hestia said, looking at Archer, who quickly held his hands up in surrender. It's just a guess right now, but I think it's a spell without an incantation. It might activate when Belle says Firebolt though. But since it has no incantation, I have no idea how powerful it can be. As a general rule, the longer an incantation was for magic, the more powerful it was. Of course, it was not a hard rule, as there were those with skills and the skill to channel their magic and recite their incantations faster than others. Powerful spells do not need a long incantation to be powerful, Castor commented. I have heard of a few heroes that can compress the incantation of powerful spells into a single word, though I suppose that the circumstances are different compared to this one. Really now? Hestia sighed as Belle was jumping around with joy. Lily and Belle are growing rather well, but you two are stuck where you are. Is this what they mean by peak of the mountain? I don't think that's the right phrase, Archer muttered. A plateau then? That sounds more accurate, but... In any case, you should try it out in the dungeon tomorrow, Hestia said to Belle before turning to Lily. And you should try to see how that Crown's Guard skill works. Indeed, Castor nodded. We must find out what orders affect your skill and if there is a range to it. The second part is self-explanatory, but the first part is still vague. Yes. Lily nodded. For the time being, let's at least finish dinner before lest it goes to waste, Archer said as everyone sat back down. I guess we should plan how far we're going down then. Attack magic of this era. Castor said as he supported his chin with his arm. I suppose I shall come along to witness this as well. Before heading to the dungeon, be sure to stock up on mind potions. Yes. Belle nodded. I'll visit the Blue Pharmacy first thing tomorrow morning. The main objective will be to test Arday's new skill and Cranel's new magic, Castor said. Therefore we shall only move to the 5th floor first. Depending on the situation then, we will either return for the day or advance to the 10th floor. Oh, your majesty is being ambitious. Lily said with a smile before looking unsure. But, your majesty and Archer are going to leave it up to Master Belle and Lily, right? Lily is unsure that she is up to it. Lily has gone down to the 10th floor and beyond before as a supporter for the Soma Familia, but she was completely useless in fighting. That was then, this is now, Castor said, dismissing her concerns. With your new skill, you will prove more efficient in doing so. But have no fear. I do not expect you to fight with a blade. Your crossbow will be more than enough to provide the boy with some more support outside of simply providing a first-hand account of the monsters. Lily looked a little relieved before nodding dutifully. Hee hee. Hestia started laughing to herself at her end of the table. Like this, it feels like I've finally started watching my Familia grow. A shame that your all-men harem has come to an end with the addition of Lily, Lady Hestia, Archer said, causing Hestia to gape at him in horror. What? I never considered it like that. Really? A goddess living on her own for a while before a young boy comes to live with her, followed by 2 young men. Is that not the beginnings of popular stories aimed toward women? Hestia blinked and stared at Archer before clutching the side of her head in realization. You're right, that was a close one. Hestia said before turning to Belle. Belle. If you do summon another servant anytime soon, make sure there's at least another woman. I can't be living surrounded by men all the time. It would be a blemish on my name as a virgin goddess. I am not supposed to have a harem like those goddesses of love. I have no control over that though. Belle protested as Archer and Lily chuckled while Castor simply shook his head with a sigh. Chapter 8, Skills and Spells. Later that night, after Lily's celebration for leaving the Soma Familia, Belle was lying awake in his bed staring at the ceiling like a child too excited to sleep due to going on vacation with his family in the morning. Not only were all 4 of them going into the dungeon for the first time together, he was going to be using magic. Sure, the servant summoning ritual was amazing, but it wasn't something he could use every day or it would probably kill him. But with something like Firebolt he would be able to expand his skill set even more. He had a practical magic spell now. He was also feeling completely wide awake. Jumping out of bed, Belle put on his breastplate and coat as quietly as possible and made for the door. Only for a pair of strong hands to grasp his shoulders the second he stepped outside. Where do you think you're going, mongrel? Fear. Pure unadulterated fear seeped into his body. His legs started to shake as he felt his breath slow to a crawl while his heart began to race uncontrollably. Turning his head, he saw Castor to his left and Archer to his right, both of them having placed a hand on his shoulders to stop him. Really now? Archer sighed. You're like a little kid who wants to open his new toy and play with it right away. At least you lasted for a while. Speak for yourself, Castor growled. If you were going to try and sneak out, then do so straight away. Do not force me to wait this long. I have other things I have to be doing. I'm sorry. Belle said, looking down like a child with his hand caught in a snack jar. Well, it's not like I don't sympathize, Archer said as he spun Belle around and walked him back inside his room. I did something similar before. He then looked at Belle's desk where the book was still sitting. Oh right, mind if I have a look at the book? Archer asked. Sure. Belle nodded as he started taking off his armor. That armor is unsuited for you now, Castor said as Archer walked over to the book. Take some time in the morning to go with Arde to Babel Tower and shop for a new one. Babel Tower? You mean Hephaestos Familia shops? Belle asked. I don't want to ask you for any more money though. That would be unnecessary, Castor said. You still have your personal savings, do you not? Not all the stores sell equipment worth millions. Goddess Hephaestos has stores on the lower levels that are geared toward new adventurers. You do not think that every blacksmith Hephaestos claims produces first-rate armors and weapons right away, do you? Ah, that makes sense, Belle nodded. Certainly there would be level 1 blacksmiths starting out as well that need to earn money. New blacksmiths show off their wares in hopes of repeat customers to make exclusive contracts with. In short, they contract with an adventurer to make equipment for them and that person only buys from them. Thus both sides profit. Belle nodded his head in understanding as Archer flipped through the pages. Oi Belle! Archer said. This book is blank. Hi. Belle and Castor turned toward Archer, who held the book out toward them sideways and let pages fall. Each and every single page was devoid of ink. Did you pick up a blank book and dream about reading it? Archer asked. No way, I'm sure I read it. Belle said as Castor walked up toward him. Hi. Belle was suddenly closely acquainted with Castor's hand as it clamped down on his face and started squeezing. Ow 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 ow! Castor! You idiot, do you realize what that is? Castor said as he lifted Bell off the floor while still grasping his head like that. Archer! Bring that book and follow me. We're showing that to Hestia. What? What's going on? Castor! This really hurts? Ow! They made their way to Hestia's room. Hestia was still awake, reading a book on her bed under the light of a magic lamp when the three of them entered. What is it? Hestia asked as she looked at Castor, who was standing in the front with his arms crossed, Bell who was rubbing the side of his head with tears on his face, and Archer who was holding onto the blank book. Shouldn't you be resting for the dungeon tomorrow? This idiot got a hold of this and read it, Castor said, jerking his head toward Bell and the book. You should understand. Hestia took the book from Archer and looked at it before opening it and flipping through a few pages before turning pale. Grimoire? She asked, her eyes spinning as if she was faced with a debt collector collecting on something she had no information about despite having the paperwork in her hands. What's that? Bell asked, looking slightly worried. Basically, it's a book that gifts its reader magic when read, Hestia said as she sat back down and Bell started to look like someone just dumped him in a bathtub full of sweat. It can only be made by someone who has 2 development ability that lets them create magic items with special properties. Basically someone with at least level 3. It's a magic item that rarely has a set price and is usually sold to the highest bidder. It wouldn't be strange if it costs just as much if not more than Hephaestus's top quality items. The same pitiful dog squeal Bell made when he learned the price of his knife made an expectant return. And it loses its power after the first time someone reads it. It's nothing more than garbage now. Bell's knees went weak and he slipped and fell into Archer's arms before being deposited into a chair. What do I do? Bell asked. It was a lost item at the pub. Listen, Bell. Hestia said as she stands up and pointed to him. You ran across the original owner on the way home and gave it back to him before reading it. So you never brought it here. You never read it. And even if there was some mistake, it was already a blank book by the time you brought it home. Got it? That's wrong. Bell argued. I can't just do that. Bell. The lower world is not all sunshine and flowers, there are many dark things. I've seen them with my own eyes. Being thrown out of home, being so poor that even buying potato puffs was impossible and starving, being forced to live under ruins, carrying an enormous debt. The world is full of injustices. Was that not all your own doing? Archer asked and Hestia beautifully ignored him. In any case. Hestia shouted. That's the story, so stick with it, Bell. Hestia crossed her arms and nodded her head as if the case was closed. XXXXX. Master Bell is too honest. The next morning, Lily and Bell left the house together to head buy some mind potions as well as some new armor for Bell. However, despite Hestia's insistence, Bell couldn't just lie about it. Even if he did, it would fall apart the moment the original owner tried to find it again at the pub. So they went and returned it with a proper explanation, to which the pub owner, Mia Grand, said not to worry about it since the original owner would have no doubt written it off once they realized they lost it. If ya lost a wallet full of cash, do ya really expect the cash to still be there when you find it again? Was how she put it. Well, Lily thinks that is both one of your good points and bad points, she admitted as she followed a distressed-looking Bell, holding a lunch given by Seer at the waitress's insistence, toward Blue Pharmacy. This place is run by the Loki Familia, right? Yes, do you know them, Lily? Bell asked. Lily knows that they were a very famous familia before, rivaling the Chet Familia, Lily said. But then something happened and the familia dissolved or something. Lily heard that Lord Mike fell into debt saving one of his familia members and then let those in his familia that didn't want to be in debt leave. Is that so? Bell asked, thinking about the kind god who sometimes gave him potions for free and the perpetually tired-looking Chianthrope who always manned the counter alone. I never knew that. It's not something they would talk about, Lily said. Does Master Bell think Lady Hestia would talk about how much it costs for Master Bell's dagger? Please don't remind me about that. They entered a rather run-down store off West Main Street that had the Loki Familia's emblem over it and headed to the front counter past the shelves. Good morning, Miss Naza. Morning, Bell. Long time no see. Naza Sushu. Loki Familia's only member. Belle wondered if she was the one who Lily was referring to, as she was always wearing a glove over her right hand, which now made Belle wonder if she was hiding an injury or something. "Oh? Who is this?" Naza said, spotting the rather tiny Lily, who pulled her hood off to be polite and to show her false dog ears. "A new member. Nice to meet you, Miss Naza," Lily said with a bow as he false tail was wagging back and forth from underneath her coat. "Lily is a new member of the Hestia Familia. I see. I hope for your patronage. Please buy a lot." "Yes. Lily would like to purchase 10 normal potions and 4 mind recovery potions." "Planning on going down far?" Naza asked as she placed a case on the counter and started to pull out some rather expensive bottles along with the regular potion bottles Belle was used to seeing. "Yes," Belle nodded. "Our captain hopes to hit the 10th floor today." "Captain? Weren't you the captain, Belle?" "Well, I gave the title to someone with more experience than me," Belle admitted, and Naza nodded in understanding. "I wouldn't want to lead everyone into an accident because of a dumb mistake after all." "I see," Naza said, placing the case away. "It is good not to be prideful about that." "Here's the payment," Lily said, placing a bag on the counter. "Please check it." "Everything seems fine," Naza said as she carefully passed the bag of potions to Belle. "Here, with a little present." Belle gasped as he counted 12 regular potions. "No, we can't take this." "It's fine," Naza said. "Those 2 are not as effective as regular potions due to a mistake." "Lily sees," Lily said as she took a look at the top one. "It looks like too much water was added." "Yes, please use them for smaller injuries." "All right, thank you very much, Miss Naza." As they left the shop, Belle handed Lily the potions so she could put them in her bag, but kept one on his person at her insistence. "Lily wonders how the mistake was made," she said as she examined all the potions. "Maybe they were tired," Belle pointed out. "It's just Naza and Lord Mike after all." Lily still looked unsure but put it aside. "Now then, Lily will show Master Belle the shop for newbies to buy armor," Lily said as they made their way to Babel Tower. They exit the elevator onto the 5th floor and make their pass several displays of weapons with various customers making their way around. "There are a lot of people here," Belle noted. "Yes," Lily nodded. "This place is where they sell weapons for the lower-ranked adventurers made by the Familia's lower-level smiths. So everyone can shop here, and not only the first-class adventurers. Today we'll try to find Master Belle a new set of armor. A full set if possible, since Master Belle's breastplate and coat will not be enough anymore." Belle nodded in agreement as he looked around and the shiny weapons and armor located in the store. "I can't believe these are made by low-level smiths," Belle muttered as he stared at one of the mannequins displaying a shining suit of plate armor. "Yes," Lily nodded. "Shall we look around for a bit?" Lily thinks she also wants a new coat after seeing all of this. Something like this will probably make Lord Castor angry if he looks at it for too long. She gestured to her dull-colored coat that was torn and patched in various places. "I don't think he'd care about that," Belle said. "Lily will take no chances in making her king look bad." Lily insisted. "Master Belle too. Master Belle should stop doing things that make Lord Castor angry. Lily is worried for Master Belle's head too." "Thanks. Master Belle is a very kind person, so Lily wants Master Belle's equipment to be suitable for him. Also, Master Belle never heard of a hero who goes around saving people in rags, right?" "Please stop." Belle groaned as his cheeks reddened in embarrassment as Lily giggled. "Then let's look around and meet back up at the elevator in half an hour." Lily is fine with that, she nodded before wandering toward the cloth armor area as Belle went to the light armor section. As Belle took in the sights and sounds, he found himself in the very back of the store where massive shelves lined the walls. Sitting on all of them were armor pieces crammed into tiny boxes and stuffed together. Belle wondered if they were just junk pieces, but the boxes all had price tags on them. "Is this the bargain area or maybe the unsold stuff?" he asked out loud as he examined the rather low prices on the tags. There was no way a prominent familia like Hephaestos's would sell faulty equipment, so perhaps they were most likely items that were deemed not fit to be put onto display. Bargain bin was also most likely accurate, as he had spotted a suit of armor going for 15,000 in the front and his breastplate had gone for 5,000, while he saw a box with a whole set going for barely 7,000. A box in the center row caught Belle's eyes and he pulled it forward and lifted the breastplate from it. It was light. So much lighter than the one from the guild, and although Bell wasn't completely sure, but he felt it was much sturdier than it too. Holding it up to his chest, he found that it was also a perfect fit. "Oh no, I think I love it," Bell said as he looked through the rest of the pieces. It may have only the first armor he really looked at, but now he can't imagine wearing anything else. It was light, felt sturdy, simple in its silver and red design, and cost only 9,900 valis. He was indeed in love with it. Flipping the breastplate over, he found a signature on it. Welf Krazo. He may only be a newbie smith, but Bell already loved his work. If Bell ever needed something else, he'd try to find more stuff from this smith. Satisfied, he walked over to the counter to pay. "Wow, Master Bell looks very gallant." "Thanks. Your new coat looks nice too, Lily." After buying the new armor, Bell borrowed a stall to change and then waited by the elevator for Lily. She came up wearing a new white coat with pinkish sleeves and a bright smile. "It's almost time to meet up with Master Archer and Lord Castor, right?" she asked as they got onto the elevator before someone else needed to use it. "Yes," Bell nodded. Castor was organizing his treasury and Archer was making some provisions to take into the dungeon, and for Goddess in case she gets back before we do. Lily understands. Lily doesn't want to come home to a starving and crying Goddess either. Bell chuckled as the doors opened and they made their way to the entrance of the dungeon area. Bell watched the various parties of adventurers go into the dungeon, filled with energy and excitement for the day ahead as they waited for the two spirits to show up. Ah, Lily sees them. Sure enough, the Golden King and the Red Archer came through the entrance with the latter wearing a small pack. "Good, the two of you look presentable," Castor nodded. "You remember today's objective, correct?" "Yes." The two of them nodded in unison. Today's objective was to simply try out Lily's new skill and Bell's new magic. If the results were adequate, they would then try to make their way beyond the 10th floor before returning to the surface. "Very well. Let us descend." They entered the dungeon through a corridor that was a bit out of the way and proceeded as Lily navigated with her map. Before long they came across a pair of goblins. "Cranel," Castor said simply, and Bell eagerly stepped forward with his arm outstretched. Firebolt. Electric flames carve sharp lines in the air before striking the closest goblin and exploding in its face, burning it to ash save for its magic stone. "Arde." Lily then pulled up her sleeve and revealed a tiny crossbow, one of the little ballista series that the Loki Familia created for Palams. With hands showing familiarity with the weapon, Lily quickly loaded in a small bolt and fired it, scoring a direct hit in the second goblin's skull. "Well?" Castor asked as Lily ran over to the goblin to carve out its crystal. I don't think it used up all that much," Bell said. "It's fast and strong enough to kill a goblin in one hit, but I think we need more testing on stronger enemies." Lily felt it was a bit easier loading the crossbow, Lily said as she pulled the tiny magic stone fragment out of the corpse, allowing the body to vanish into black mist. And the loader seemed a bit easier to pull, but other than that Lily feels no different. Perhaps with a ranged weapon like a crossbow the effects are smaller," Castor said. "Cranel. Give Arde your knife." Both of them let out a noise at the same time. "The knife works for anyone of Hestia Familia," Castor said. "We will have Arde fight the next monster alone with it." "Don't worry," Archer said as Bell handed a very nervous-looking Lily his dagger. "I'll keep any others off of you." "Why yes." Lily nodded as she handed Archer her pack, which the man lifted rather easily despite its bulk. "Lily will do her best." The next group of monsters were a trio of kobolds. At Castor's order, Bell blasted two of them with magic, disintegrating them just like the goblin from earlier before Lily charged forward, knife in hand as the hieroglyphics engraved into the blade began glowing. "Lower yourself and slide." Castor ordered and Lily obeyed, her body sliding underneath the kobold's swing. "Swing upward." The dagger in Lily's hand swung upward in an arc, slicing clean through the monster's arm below its elbow. As it howled in pain, Lily got behind it and stabbed the knife into the back of its neck, causing it to fall forward on its face onto the ground as Lily was standing over it, panting heavily. "Amazing, Lily," Bell said as reached down and pulled the knife out of the corpse. Lily was super scared. She said with a sigh. "Lily is not used to fighting in the front." "You still did great," Archer said as he returned the pack to Lily, who quickly rummaged through it for a water container for a quick drink. What was it like? It felt like Lily didn't have to think, Lily said as she closed the container. Like Lily entrusted everything to Lord Castor and her body could react on those orders alone. I see. Castor muttered. A skill that lets a leader manage the user down to the smallest detail outside of an overall command. It is of little use with only one user, but if one were to get a half-dozen or so. Castor then trailed off with a shrug. Regardless, there is no point in forcing you to play a role you are neither suited for nor comfortable with. A rear support suits you better than a front-line fighter. Lily wholeheartedly agrees with His Majesty's judgment. Lily said without missing a beat. Nevertheless, Archer said as he held out a small dagger in his hand toward Lily. Best to keep one on you in the unlikely event something jumps in the middle of us. In the upper levels, that shouldn't happen, Lily said. Not unless the entire dungeon completely changes, but then everyone would have bigger things to worry about at that point. Should we keep going? Belle suggested. I think the magic doesn't take much out of me at all. No doubt due to the upkeep of our summoning, Archer said. Like this, your magic status will keep growing simply from us existing and in turn, makes your firebolt stronger. Really now, what a convenient system, Castor huffed. The spell both moves and fires quickly, and by simply going about your day without even using it, you may eventually be able to fire a spell that can level a building with a single breath. Belle's eyes began shining at Castor's words and he resolved to work as hard as possible to make that a reality. The party made fast and constant progress through the dungeon floors. Spurred on by Castor, Belle and Lily dispatched everything that came their way. Sometimes Castor had Lily fight alone, causing her supply of bolts to run out, but they were easily replenished by Archer's magic, and other times Belle was fighting alone with conditions such as no using magic or only using magic. I had planned on calling for a camp earlier, however the two of you had surpassed my expectations for the day, Castor said as they stood at the entrance to the 10th floor and looked down a long staircase toward the misty level below. I shall remember to adjust it accordingly. Lily feels great. She said, pumping her tiny arms. Lily feels like she can keep going without a break. Me too, Belle agreed. Maybe just one more fight before camp. There's no need to rush, Archer said. You're both probably still in a high from making it all the way down here. Let's wait here at the entrance and have some food. Though they were still full of energy, both of them obeyed without complaint. Wow, I still can't believe that I can use attack magic now, Belle said with a happy laugh as he looked at his hand while holding a wooden bowl in his other hand. I mean, I always played around as a kid while tending the field with Grandpa about using magic, but now it's reality. Well, save your excitement until after you eat, Archer said as he placed a ball of fried rice into Belle's bowl and then poured hot water over it, allowing it to split apart and reveal grilled bird meat and veggies inside. Master Archer's food is as fragrant as always, Lily said as she basked in the scent of her bowl happily with her tail swishing back and forth. Even though it's just rations for the dungeon. This would still keep for a long time, Archer said. Just cook the ingredients, then pack it into rice and fry it to keep the insides fresh. Then just pour hot water or broth over it and you got an instant and filling soup. Castor ate his food silently as he looked at a page containing details of the 10th floor that he had gotten from the guild. But still. Archer muttered as he looked around. It's pretty difficult keeping track of time in the dungeon, isn't it? There's always a source of light, and depending on how many fights you get into you can lose track of time if you don't have a good sense of it. Yeah. Belle nodded as he glanced back down at the 10th floor. Maybe we should go back after taking a look? I don't want to leave Goddess alone for too long. Indeed, Castor nodded as he rolled up his notes and placed them into a pocket of Archer's bag. I would rather not return to a crying goddess screaming to the heavens about her solitude. We will have both you and Arde fight one orc alone and then return. Yes. The two of them replied dutifully. As if the dungeon was answering their wishes, the moment they descended to the 10th floor, cracks start forming in the dungeon wall as various body parts of monsters start forcing their way out of them. It's a monster party! Lily shouted as a small force of monsters dropped down in front of them. A monster party was when a large amount of monsters were born in the dungeon at once. It was thought to happen whenever the number of monsters on the floor was low, so the dungeon decides to spawn more to replenish the numbers in mass. Arde, take the rear, Castor said calmly. Archer, Cranel, remain in the front. Fortunately for us, there are two orcs in the midst. He then opened his stone tablet and glanced at the two orcs. Golden light constricted around them, restraining their movements in a flash. Arde, focus on the bats above us. Cranal, the imps. I give you free rein with your magic. Archer, do as you wish. Yes. Lily and Bell nodded while Archer merely nodded as he formed his bow and several arrows. The battle was both chaotic yet organized. Small bolts, silver arrows, and red flames flashed all across the battlefield with the occasional burst of yellow light. Once an imp had jumped at Castor from behind only for the man to lazily lean his head to the side as a blast of flame shot past him and struck the monster, which was then followed by a quick apology from Belle. Lily nimbly had her dagger in a reverse grip in one hand while skillfully loading bolts into her crossbow with the same hand as she stood behind Castor and shot down any bat that got near him to try and screech at him, while Archer covered Belle with a blanket of arrows to keep the boy from getting mobbed but not killing any of them so that Belle could gain the Exelia from delivering the final blow. Finally, only the two immobilized orcs remained. Lily dropped her pack and readied her crossbow and knife while Belle quickly got into position as the golden light died down. The two charged forward as the orcs squealed in anger. Lily let a bolt fly and struck the orc in front of her in the hand. She clicked of her tongue as she loaded another bolt and quickly jumped to the side as the orc slammed the ground where she was standing. She then fired another shot into the monster's leg and sent it to the ground. She then mounted the downed monster from behind and jammed the dagger into the side of the orc's neck, causing it to let out a gargling noise and flail weakly before falling limp. Belle reached his orc before Lily's first bolt hit, slashing at the orc's arm before it could react, and then held his hand out to it. Firebolt. A wave of crimson lightning lashed out over the orc's back, setting the monster on fire as it squealed out in pain and fell forward as a charred corpse. Master Belle is so mean. Lily complained. He makes Lily's hard work look like nothing. Ahaha, I'm sorry. Belle said quietly as Lily walked over and pounded on his breastplate with puffed-up cheeks. Now, both of you did well, Archer said, pulling Lily away from Belle as she crossed her arms and turned away from Belle in a huff. Come now, Lily. You did well considering your position, Castor said to Lily, who stopped pouting and started smiling. Once we retrieve the magic stones we will return to the surface. Yes. Lily nodded as she started to get to work. She's like a little puppy eager for your praise. Archer noted to Castor, who huffed. The king's praise is one of the world's greatest treasures, Castor said. It is only natural for a former thief to work hard to obtain as much of it as possible. Humph, Archer made a noncommittal noise and turned to look at Belle, who was helping Lily stack the bodies together so she could work more efficiently. What do you think? Think he could handle another servant? No, Castor said after a moment. Now that he has another magic spell, I am more adamant on him waiting until he levels up before summoning another one. It is another powerful tool at his disposal, and summoning another servant would cripple the tool's utility at this point in time. Yeah, I get where you're coming from, Archer said as Lily waved Belle away, saying that he didn't need to help with her job. He could fire several spells off without rest right now. We still have 2 mind potions after all of this. If he were to summon another servant, then it might limit him to only a dozen or so. Indeed, Castor nodded as he looked around and saw a few other parties coming down from the 9th floor. However, the boy's growth is unnatural. Only a few days ago, he was floundering around to take down a pair of kobolds on the 3rd floor. Now he can devastate a dozen imps on his own. It is like walking away from a potted sprout for an afternoon and coming back to see that a rose has already bloomed. Got a point there. Archer admitted as he leaned back against a tree. Hard to believe he's a 14-year-old kid. Graced by a goddess or not. Master Archer, Lord Castor, Lily has finished. Lily said as she and Belle ran back to them with a bag filled with magic stones. Very well, Castor said as he turned toward the exit. Then let us return to the surface. XXXXX. The trip back up was rather uneventful, with only some token resistance here and there, but when they exited Babel, night had already fallen on the city. We should hurry home, Archer said. Lady Hestia's probably back already. We can exchange the stones in the morning. Good idea, Belle nodded. Now that we're back out, I feel really tired. Lily wants a bath and maybe a light dinner before bed, Lily chimed in. Maybe take out from the pub if Master Archer is too tired to cook. Don't worry, Archer said. Compared to you and Belle, I didn't do anything. Maybe a sandwich and some soup. That sounds really good right about now, Belle nodded. Alright, I'll bring it up to your rooms when done. When we get back, say good evening to Hestia then head upstairs to wash up. Yes mama, Lily said with a smile as Archer rolled his eyes at her. At least make it papa. But Master Archer is more like a mama than a papa. Belle was really happy. Gone were the days of having nothing but leftover potato puffs from Hestia's stall as their only meals, and now they had decent meals thanks to Castor's constant trips to the business district's casinos and Belle being able to go further into the dungeon to claim more valuable magic stones with the help of Archer and Lily. Belle suddenly stopped walking as a cold chill wrapped itself around his body only for it to suddenly vanish as soon as it arrived. He looked around for what might have been the cause. Turning around, he saw that Castor has stopped as well and was glaring back up at the Babel Tower with his dark red eyes. Your Majesty? Belle asked. Is there something wrong? It is none of your concern just yet, Castor said as he turned around and continued walking. Get a good night's sleep and prepare yourself. You will continue your spar with Archer in the morning and then return to the dungeon once more. Understood. Belle nodded dutifully as he ran to catch up to his Familia members, the cold chill completely forgotten. When they finally arrived back at the Hestia Familia home, they were greeted by a sobbing goddess. I missed you all so much. Hestia said as she dived at Belle, who dodged her by reflex and hugged Archer's legs instead. I was so used to seeing one of you around when I got back that coming home to a big empty house is so odd. That is your duty as a goddess, Castor said unsympathetically as he walked past her and Archer. As a goddess, you are to put your faith and trust in your children that they will come home from the dungeon. I know that. Hestia said as she finally released Archer, who quickly dusted his pants off. It's just that this house is too big for a single person alone at any point in time. Hearing my footsteps echo in the empty halls is too lonely. Castor let out a long sigh as they entered the house. Have no fear, I shall be working from the home for the next few days, Castor said. Arday's passive skill is enough for her to provide more support for Cranel in the dungeon, and the active component is merely a bonus. Yay! You're the best, Gil. Hestia said with a smile. I told you not to call me that. Lady Hestia is so different from Lord Soma that it almost bothers Lily, Lily said as she shook her head. But, Lily prefers this. It is much warmer. I know, right? Belle asked with a chuckle. And thus ended another day for the Hestia Familia. Chapter 9, Side Quests. The next morning, after their usual spar, Belle led Lily and Archer to the Blue Pharmacy to restock on their spent potions. Good morning, Belle called out. Is anyone here? Good morning, Belle, Naz's tired-sounding voice appeared from behind the counter as per usual. Here to restock. Yes, Belle nodded. We used up a lot yesterday. Oh, and some more mind potions as well. Oh, good morning, Belle. As Naza pulled out a case of potions, a man with long blue hair wearing some rather patched and frayed robes stepped out from the back as well. The man had a presence similar to that of Hestia, meaning that he was also a god, most likely Machigatte himself. Good morning, Lord Machigatte. Belle greeted with a quick bow as Lily and Archer did the same. So these must be the new members Hestia was telling me about, Machigatte said as he looked over Lily and Archer. Pleased to meet you. Lily is honored to meet Lord Machigatte, Lily said. Likewise, Archer nodded. Take good care of Belle, all right. Machigatte said with a friendly smile. He's a good customer and Hestia particularly adores him, so it'd break her heart if he got hurt. We noticed, Archer and Lily reply at the same time, causing Belle to blush and squirm a bit. Here we go. Naza said, as she packaged the potions. Is this enough? Yes, that is enough, Lily nodded as she held out the money to pay for them. As she took the bag, however. Foo ha 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 ha, I'm coming in. The room shakes with a roar of laughter, and as the door is kicked off its hinges. You got my money for this month, me ahhchchhh. A middle-aged god with graying hair and a beard wearing a white robe with intricate gold embroidery appeared in the doorway. Behind him stood a shorter girl around 150 centimeters tall wearing a white and blue uniform complete with a tiny hat on her head. Dion. Machigatte muttered with a rather bitter expression on his face. I dragged myself all the way out here cause you never showed up. Be grateful, you ruined beggar, wahahahahaha. The other god let out another laugh. In a bad way, the god reminded Belle of Castor in the way he laughed arrogantly at seemingly everything, not that Belle would ever say that to the king's face. That's Daon sect. Lily whispered to Belle, who nodded in understanding. I see your shop is just as dusty as always. Gotta make this a quick visit, being here too long's gonna make me sick. Oh, I see misery loves company. Hosting some more beggars so you won't get lonely? Daon sect asked as he glanced over toward the Hestia Familia before promptly dismissing them and turning back to Machigatte. Well, Machigatte? Where's my money? It's Machigatte began but was cut off with another laugh. Guess you still don't have it even after I gave you an extension after the last extension. Daon Chet shouted. But I'm all out of goodwill. Have the money by tomorrow or I'll take your home to cover your debt. With that, the older god let out another barking laugh, sending spit flying everywhere before leaving with his familia member as abruptly as he appeared. What was that about? Belle asked. That was Lord Daon sect, right? Yes. Machigatte replied with a long sigh. The two of us don't get along with each other even in Tenkai. It only got worse when we came down to the lower world and set up rival business, but then I ruined everything. Naza jumped in when Mayaka's voice trailed off, prompting Belle and Lily to share a glance, recalling the rumor they discussed yesterday. I also used to go into the dungeon like all of you, until I messed up, got beaten by a monster, and had my right arm eaten by it. Somewhere along the line, Archer had placed his hands on both Lily and Belle's shoulders. After hearing what happened to Naza, his grip tightened, causing the two to wince a bit, prompting him to quickly ease up as Naza rolled up her right sleeve that was longer than her left, revealing a completely silver arm made of smooth metal that seemed to act just like a regular arm. A prosthetic, Archer noted, and Naza nodded. Lord Machigatte got it for me after I lost my real one, it's from that Daon sect familia. He practically begged them. Aside from selling potions, they also take custom orders from adventurers and make special items to help their customers. This Argent Lam, or Silver Arm, is one of them. With a faint clicking noise, Naza flexes her steel arm and fingers to show them how it worked. Is that why there are no other members here? Lily asked, looking around the dark store. Yes. Machigatte nodded. Everyone left after I took out a loan for the arm. They had every right to, since I didn't tell anyone about it and I didn't stop them. Only Naza stayed behind. Me and a massive loan. Naza growled, her voice filled with self-loathing. I can't even fight monsters anymore, I just freeze up, so all I can do is help make potions after spending 6 years to reach level 2 and getting the synthesis development ability. You're level 2? Belle shouted in surprise. I never realized that. As I said, it doesn't matter, I can't fight monsters anymore, so it's useless on me. Everything we owe to that stuck-up moron is my fault. Naza. Naza looked like she was going to continue berating herself, but Machigatte silenced her by simply calling out her name. A heavy silence fills the room as Belle turned around to look at Archer, who was looking at the god with a hand on his chin. Then Archer asked, "What are you going to do now?" From the sound of things, this loan isn't something that 1 or 2 people can come up with overnight. Belle wondered if Castor was able to help, but it sounded as though he was done using his treasures for other people after what Hestia asked him to do. His knife still felt amazingly heavy after hearing its price tag. We do have one idea, Naza admitted as she and Machigatte shared a glance. But you're right. It's impossible with just the two of us. I see. Archer nodded as he picked up the bag of potions that had almost been left forgotten on the counter. Then I hope you find a solution soon. Belle had thought that Archer had come up with a way to help them, but it looked as though he had no idea what to do. By the way, Lily, Archer began, changing the subject for a moment. Is there any other way for adventurers to make money quickly? I'm tired of relying on Castor's money for nearly everything. Like, say, does the guild have bounties or something? Lily blinked a few times in confusion at the shift in topic before her eyes widened as she stared at Archer. Yes, she replied with a nod. Sometimes people put out quests to the guild. Basically, these are requests for adventurers to keep an eye out for items while they explore the dungeon that the requester, or client, isn't strong enough to get for themselves. The client then prepares a reward for the items and the adventurer collects it after the quest is complete. That sounds convenient, Archer nodded as Naza and Machigatte bounced their gazes back from Lily and Archer. I wonder if there's a way we can get one suited for Belle's level. Understanding what they were saying, Bell chimed in. Hey, Lord Myaik, Naza. He said quickly. Do you happen to know anyone who might have a quest for us? Or rather, maybe you have one for us right now. He wasn't exactly proud of his acting skills, but right now, he didn't care. You three. Myaik began, as if he could barely believe his ears. Why yes, Naza said quickly. We do have a quest, 2 of them actually. Myaik looked at Naza as she returned his gaze again, to which he nodded. The first one is rather simple. Myaik began. Though its difficulty is only due to the fact that it's a rare monster on floor 7. When Lord Myaik says rare monster, then it's that right? Lily asked. A blue papillon. Yes, the god nodded. Basically we need its drop item, blue papillon wings. As much of them as possible. Lily understands, Lily nodded. Blue papillons are the opposite of the regular ones who spread poisonous powder from their wings and instead spread a healing powder, right? I see, that definitely would work well in a potion then, probably, Belle said with a smile. Then the second one. Eggs of a bloodsaurus, Naza replied, causing Lily to pale in fear. The bloodsaurus. Lily repeated. Those monsters appear on the 30th floor. There's no way we can get those. Even if we could, it would take well over a day to even reach that floor. No, don't worry about that, Miss Lily, Myaik replied. There's actually a nest of them up here on the surface. That's even worse. Isn't that bad? Archer asked, placing a hand on Lily's head to calm her down. There's no worry, Naza replied. You should have learned it from the guild, right? Monsters on the surface are much weaker than the ones in the dungeon. Their magic stones are so small they might as well not be there. At best, an orc from the 11th floor could give it a run for its money. Then I'll handle that one, Archer said as he turned around to look at the pack on his back. How big are these eggs? Would they fit in this thing? Huh? You plan on going by yourself? Myaik asked. If they really are about as strong as an orc, then I will have no trouble with them, Archer replied. If they're beyond me, then I can get away easier on my own. Well, if you insist, Myaik said. In that case, you can find them in the deep forests Suro near the Alp mountain range east of Orario. I suspect there wouldn't be more than a dozen or so eggs. Again, I only need as much as you can carry. Oh, and if possible, don't kill them all. It'd be nice to have a renewable resource after all. Got it, Archer nodded. Should probably find a cart. Then we'll handle the blue papillons, Belle said as Lily nodded behind him. Lily has an idea. Lily said, thrusting her hand up into the air. Come on, Master Belle. Lily needs to buy something. Ah, wait Lily, you don't need to pull. And with that, Lily dragged Belle out of the shop. Then, please excuse me, Lord Myaik, Miss Naza. With a polite bow, Archer also took his leave. Thanks again, Myaik said as he waved after him. Good luck, Naza called out after him as well. XXXXX. After getting a map from the guild and renting a cart from the gates, Archer was on his way to the forest indicated by Myaik and Naza. Bloodsaurus. Archer repeated the name of the monster. From its name, is it a dinosaur? Although Archer would never admit to it out loud, the thought of seeing a real live dinosaur made him feel a bit giddy. For some reason, compared to dragons which he knew existed both in the deep floors of the dungeon and scattered across the surface, the biggest of which being the one-eyed black dragon, a dinosaur seemed so much more novel. Tying the cart at the edge of the forest, Archer grabbed an empty bag and slowly made his way into the woods. Almost immediately the surroundings go dark. Each tree in this forest seemed to stretch several meters into the sky, and their leaves covered everything in almost total darkness, with only small beams of sunlight making its way through as the floor was covered in vibrantly colored wildflowers and dark moss. One would have to be insane to come here in this wild land at night without preparations. Taking to the trees, Archer made his way through the forest without any problem, avoiding the smaller monsters that made their home. Finally, he spotted a wide depression in the ground. A footprint. Stopping on his current perch, Archer's eyes scanned the forest until... Bingo! In the distance he could spot 3 5-meter-tall monsters looking through the trees as if sensing an intruder. Blood red in color to match their name, the monsters stood on 2 legs with 3 jagged toes and had 2 stubby little arms with 2 fingers for hands. Its massive sharp teeth poked out of its mouth, showing that it was indeed a carnivore. It's like meeting a real-life T-Rex, Archer said, a smile creeping onto his face before he quickly shook his head. No, remember why you're here. Although Mike asked him not to kill all of them, Archer was sure that just these 3 wouldn't affect the population at all. Of course, as they were standing around their eggs, he couldn't risk them trampling over them, so just killing them where they stood was out of the question. He also couldn't dematerialize, as he wouldn't be able to pick up the eggs or his backpack if he did. Then, the only path left was to lure them out with force. Since they are only on the level of orcs, there was no need to create anything special. Just the usual arrows should do the trick. With bow in hand, Archer closed the distance until he was just in range of their vision. The trio of monsters looked up at him just as he pulled back on his bow. The silver arrow zipped through the air and tore through the bloodsaurus closest to him like its body was made out of paper. In a shower of gore and blood, the monster fell over, rocking the entire forest. It looked as though Naza was right. Monsters on the surface were all mass and no power. It certainly would explain why it was considered amazing to get even to level 2 outside of the dungeon when a surface equivalent of a floor 30 monster was only as strong a floor 10 monster. Then again, getting to level 2 was a massive achievement just inside Orario already. The 2 remaining Bloodsaurus roared as they charged at Archer in a blind rage. 2 more arrows and 2 more dead monsters. Frankly, it was rather anticlimactic. He had hoped to have had a chance to ride one or at least have them put up more of a fight, but it was like facing the last boss of a video game only to see that it was level 1 when you were level 100. Well, if it's easy then it's easy. Archer sighed as he jumped onto the ground and walked past the corpses. Wonder if removing the magic stone would cause them to disintegrate as well when they were born from eggs rather than the dungeon. Questions for another time. Moving past the corpses, Archer found a slope and came across a nest situated between 2 trees. Like Mike said, there were about a dozen or so eggs here. Glancing at his bag and then at the eggs, Archer let out another sigh. Guess I'll need multiple trips. XXXXX. You really managed to get them. Mike said as he stared at the 5 blue papillon wings and a dozen Bloodsaurus eggs in front of them. It was simple, Lily said. Master Bell and Lily just waited until 4 of them showed up at a pantry. Then we followed them away and took them down before they knew what was going on. As for me, I found a nest without any parent standing over it, Archer shrugged. It technically wasn't a lie. The 3 Bloodsaurus were standing over the nest but around it. Thank you, Naza said as her tail wagged back and forth beneath her long skirt. With this we can make our new potion. What kind of potion is it? Bell asked. It's a potion that should be able to heal the body and the mind, Mike replied with a smile. We'll do our best to finish it up by then, so drop by in the morning and we'll save a sample for you as your reward. A double mind and body potion? Lily asked. Lily has never heard of such a thing before. Wouldn't that be extremely valuable? Well, it's going to help pay off our debt, so yes, Naza nodded. But it's thanks to the 3 of you we got so many ingredients. Enough to get a discount on future orders? Lily asked with a smile. Mike opened his mouth to respond for a small thud to sound out from under the counter and for the god to wince in pain. Ow ow ow, sorry, that's not part of the quest rewards, Mike said with a wry smile as Lily let out a small boo in disappointment. For now please accept these regular potions before the double one. Thank you, Bell said as he accepted them. We'll be good for a few days with this. Please come again, Naza said with a small smile as the 3 of them said their goodbyes and left with the reward and the satisfaction of completely their first quest as a Familia. XXXXX. Welcome back. When the 3 of them returned home, Castor and Hestia greeted them at the door. Well? How was your day? Hestia asked. We helped the Mike Familia by completing some quests, Bell replied. Mike, huh? I heard he was having some trouble with Dion sect, but it's good to hear that you're helping him out. I trust you have been compensated for your efforts. Castor asked. Yes. Lily nodded. 20 regular potions and 5 mind potions on top of what we bought earlier this morning. Also Lord Mike promised a sample of their new potion that should heal both the mind and body. HOH, now that is an interesting concoction. We should hope that they are as good as they claim to be then. Have you had dinner yet? Archer asked Hestia. Not yet, Hestia replied, shaking her head. I know you're probably tired but dash. No worries. I can get started as soon as I dash. Archer's words were interrupted as the bell from the front gate rang. As one, they all shared a glance. Did you invite some guests over, goddess? Belle asked and Hestia shook her head. If I did I wouldn't have invited them over in the middle of the night, Hestia pointed out. Castor turned toward Archer and jerked his head toward the front and the servant nodded before hurrying back outside while they waited in the foyer. Yo Hestia, it's been a while. The visitor was a god, that much was certain. An orange-haired god with perfect features to match his status though much more effeminate looking than both Archer and Castor. Hermes. Hestia spoke the identity of the god for the sake of her familia. What do you want so late at night? Sorry for the late visit, Hermes said with a smile and an apologetic look to Hestia. But I have a package and a letter for you. Placing down his pack, Hermes pulled out a box and a letter. All right, the first one is for A. Lilyruka Arde, Hermes said as held out the box. Then he tapped the letter. And the letter is for, and I quote, the captain of the Hestia Familia. Lily is here, Lily said, picking up the box and turned it over in her hands in confusion. I will take the letter, Gilgamesh said as Hermes handed the letter over to him. All right, delivery complete, Hermes said with a satisfied smile. Whew, I certainly didn't expect this kind of delivery. I mean, who would have thought both Soma and Loki Familia would want something to be delivered to your little familia, Hestia? Well then, good night. And with that, the messenger god left as quickly as he came, leaving Lily to stare at the box as if it was some kind of bomb while Castor looked over the letter with curiosity. With the suddenness of delivery, they convened in the dining area for a meeting saved for Archer who was preparing them a late-night snack in the kitchen area but he could still hear and participate in the discussion from there. First off, let us get the bigger problem over with, Castor said as he turned to Lily. Open it. Yes. Lily nodded as she carefully broke the seal and lifted the cover off the box to reveal, a bottle of Soma wine. Lily knew it. Maybe Lord Soma is trying to make amends. Archer asked. You drank the Soma wine and didn't lose yourself to it so he considered it an appropriate gift. Or rather, how much does that cost? Belle asked, his body shaking slightly. The failure was worth 60,000 valis, right? Lily accepts Lord Soma's apology. But Lily doesn't want the wine. Lily doesn't care how much she can sell it for. So Lily humbly offers it to her king as tribute. Lily spoke in a quick and rapid tone as she pulled the bottle out and placed it in front of Castor with shaking hands and with her face and arms flat on the table. Castor paused for a moment before speaking as his eyes went from Lily to the bottle of Soma wine in front of him. That is a gift to you from a god, Castor said, placing a finger on the top of the bottle. And while this is more than worthy enough to be a part of my treasury, it is not mine to accept. But... Lily mumbled as she lifted her head up and looked at Castor. Lily doesn't want anything to do with Lord Soma anymore. Castor's eyes bored into Lily's before he let out another sigh. Very well, I shall hold on to it for you, Castor said as Lily let out a long sigh of relief. But only until you come of age. Then, we shall open it and drink to celebrate your first steps into adulthood. Lily looked less than happy that she wasn't completely getting away from what she no doubt considered accursed wine, but she didn't say anything as she sat back up straight and nodded. All right, now what does that idiot Loki want? Hestia asked as Archer set a plate of sandwiches in front of everyone before sitting down properly at the table. Castor opened up the letter and read through it, his eyes moving side to side silently before a frown appeared on his face. It is a notice and a request, he said. Loki Familia is planning an expedition to the lower floors of the dungeon. Ah, that, Hestia nodded. Loki's captain has gotten rather ambitious lately. He plans these expeditions every now and again and their familia make deep dives into the dungeon that last for weeks. But what does that have to do with us? It says that they were forced to abandon their previous expedition when they ran into monsters that spewed out an acidic substance that melted their weapons and they were forced back up to the surface. To mitigate this, they hope to hire Archer alongside a number of Hephaestos high smiths to repair and maintain their weapons and for Archer to create replicas of their weapons as well as magic swords to help push through them. I see. Archer muttered while Hestia was fuming. They want to take a level 1 all the way down to the lower floors. She shouted, completely ignoring that Archer was not a normal level 1. No way. No how. Forget it. She can kiss the bottom of my shoes. You're not wearing any shoes right now, goddess, Belle pointed out. Not the point. They wish to discuss it tomorrow, Castor said as he tossed the letter onto the table. As they are the ones requesting assistance, they will meet us here. We don't even get a say in it, huh? Hestia growled as she slammed her hands on the table. Archer. Shoot them down right away. With words, right? Belle asked. I don't care. Castor turned to Archer to ask for his input since the request was for him after all. To be honest, I want to help, Archer admitted. If the plant monster that appeared the other day was anything like the kind of monsters that appear on the lower floors, then I'm sure they need every advantage that they can get. However, he turned to Lily and Belle. I am not comfortable in leaving you two alone in the dungeon for a week or two. Not that I don't think you can handle it, but I would simply worry because I am a worrywart. Lily knew Master Archer is like a mama. Lily teased as Archer simply grunted, unable to say anything against it. Master Archer doesn't have to worry though. Lily survived for a long in the dungeon by herself. She can look after Master Belle and herself without any problems. They will have to stretch their wings without their mother hen watching over them eventually, Castor said, getting in on the fun although he kept his face neutral. Let us hear the details tomorrow before deciding. Meanwhile, he turned to Belle. Once you finish your morning training, you and Arde shall head into the dungeon. He then turned to Lily. You are to use your judgment. I want you to reach the 10th floor but go no further. If you feel as though you cannot make it, do not overextend and return immediately. Yes. The two of them nod in unison again. Mrrr. Hestia let out another growl before sighing and sliding face first onto the table. I don't want anything to do with Loki, but if you want to do it Shiro, then I won't stop you. Archer rocked side to side in his chair for a moment at the use of his old name, telling him that Hestia is definitely not happy about this, but he wasn't going to refuse outright without hearing Loki Familia's side properly. Lily looked confused at the unknown name, but a quick whisper from Belle and she nodded her head in understanding. She then whispered something about Gil to Belle and Belle turned his eyes at Castor while Lily nodded again. XXXXX. The next morning, after being smacked around by Archer for an hour, Belle and Lily headed to the dungeon completely outfitted while Hestia, Castor and Archer awaited the arrival of Loki Familia. Why do we have to listen to that flat-chested joker anyway? Hestia grumbled as they waited in the living room with Hestia sitting in a blue armchair while Castor took an entire couch for himself and Archer simply leaned against a wall as usual. You're too nice for your own good, Archer. If someone is in trouble, isn't it only right to help them? Archer asked back as Hestia mumbled something under her breath. When are they even getting here anyway? Hestia asked as she shook her head. Her answer came with the doorbell ring with Archer pushing himself off the wall to welcome them in. A moment later, Archer came back with Loki leading a blonde Palom, a green-haired elf, Diona, and Ace taking up the rear. Quite a show of strength against our small familia, Castor noted to the Loki Familia captain, Finn Diem. My apologies, Finn replied with a wry smile. I had initially only planned to take Diona with me, but Loki decided to tag along and we needed more Minders. Hey Goldie, been a while, Loki said with a smile. Goddess Loki, Castor nodded before turning to the others to acknowledge them before turning back to Finn. Then let us get straight to business. This familia is still small and not as well off as your own, so cannot afford to take too much time off. Haha, very well, Finn nodded as he and Loki sat down at the sofa across from Castor at his gesture. Simply put, we wish to borrow Archer's magic for our expedition. HOH, is an expedition so trivial that a level 1's magic can actually make that much of a difference? That is what we hope to discern. Unfortunately, we have little reason to divulge our familia's secrets to the familia of a goddess that is at odds with our own. That's right, so clear out. Hestia shouted, one foot on the table as she pointed toward the door. Ah, come now Chibi, Loki said. At least hear us out over some tea. Tea is for guests. Not for people who invite themselves over at their own convenience. Moving on, Castor said with a cough into his hand. Is there any particular reason for this expedition? Did you not return from one just recently? Well yes, Finn nodded. But there was a lead to something we were investigating, and there is supposed to be a clue on the 59th floor. A clue? Hi, Castor muttered as he moved his arm, and a portal appeared by his side where he stuck his hand into it. Would it happen to involve this? And he pulled out the magic stone left behind by one of the plant monsters. Well, now, you figured it out, Finn said with a smile. It is not particularly difficult, Castor said as he tossed the stone toward Finn, who caught it. But what is in it for Loki Familia to investigate such matters? Well, they seem to be bringing up monsters from the lower levels up to the surface, Loki pointed out. Isn't that enough cause for concern? I suppose so, Castor said, sounding uninterested. But then, we are drifting from the original topic. Why do you assume that Archer's magic will be of any assistance to you? Archer was able to create an exact, or at the very least, close enough replica to a sword that Ace only had for 5 days and seconds, Finn said as he turned toward Archer. And he was able to hold his own rather well against those monsters despite supposedly being only level 1. Supposedly nothing, Hestia said, slamming her hand on the table. He received the grace only a few days before Monster Filia. He can only be a level 1. We're not hiding anything from the guild. My apologies, Lady Hestia, Finn said quickly as he held up his hands. I did not mean to imply as such. Hey, Archer. Diona spoke up as she unwrapped the massive piece of cloth she had been holding onto. Do you think you can make a copy of this? It was a massive double-bladed sword that was made out of some extremely high-quality metal. Archer glanced toward it and a pained expression appeared on his face. Ah? No good? Diona asked. No, it's not that, Archer said as he held his hand out to the side. I'm just feeling the pain that those poor blacksmiths must have felt making that thing, as well as all the repairs they had to do. Trace, on. Lightning surged down Archer's arm as something began to take form in his hand. Judging the concept of creation. Hypothesizing the basic structure. Duplicating the composition material. Imitating the skill of its making. Sympathizing with the experience of its growth. Reproducing the accumulated years. Excelling every manufacturing process. At those last words, what looked like an exact duplicate of Urga appeared in Archer's hand, causing Diona to cheer happily, while Riveria, Finn, and Loki looked rather shocked at it. Diona then gave her Urga for Ace to carry as she walked over and took the one from Archer's hand. Whoa, it looks just like it, she said, did some slow and careful swings as to not hit anyone or break anything. I wonder if it's as strong as the real one though. Please do not hit the blades against each other, Riveria said quickly. You do not want to get on Goigniu's bad side even more. Well, looks like that answers that question, Finn noted. So it seems, Castor replied with a frown. But have you not commissioned Hephaestos Familia for weapons with the unbreakable Durandal trait already? Durandal weapons can still dull even if they can't chip, Finn replied as the Urga in Tiona's hands vanished when Archer held his hand out toward it, causing the Amazon to pout. By having a source for instant weapons with quality anywhere close to our original ones would be a massive boon for us. Very well, then I shall ask one more thing, Castor said. What is in it for us? As I said, we only have 4 people in our familia. Archer is the familia's veteran frontliner and is watching over the other 2's progress as they enter the dungeon. It would be a heavy blow to our finances if we were to lose him for even a week. Would a percentage of the drop items and magic stones cut it? Finn offered. Compared to the upper levels, the magic stones on the lower levels are much more valuable. A single stone can go up to tens of thousands of valis. And with the increase in reward comes with an increase of risks, Castor pointed out as he leaned back in his seat. But I suppose this will be a good opportunity to raise your status, Archer. What is your answer? Leave Cranel and Arde alone to their own devices for a while and go on the expedition? Or refuse and keep watch over their growth? I agree to those terms, Archer said as he clasped his hands behind his back. To be honest, I've been feeling like I haven't been contributing much of anything in terms of Valis. This could be a chance for me to stop relying on you to pay for everything. It is a king's duty to manage the finances of his kingdom, Castor said with a smirk as he waved a hand lazily at Archer, who simply grunted. There's no need to worry yourself over trivial things. I refuse to be indebted to you any further than I am now, Archer said simply as Castor simply laughed it off. All right. Loki said as she clapped her hands. Now that the important stuff's out of the way, how about we relax with a drink? Think you can share some of your stash, Goldie? Unfortunately it is my policy not to hand out a gift to the same person twice, Castor said as he glanced at Hestia. And I believe you have worn out Goddess Hestia's welcome. Darn right you have! Hestia shouted. If you're done then get lost. Then please show this pass to the Loki Familia home and you'll be let in, Finn said as he tossed a token at Archer who snatched it out of the air. There was a depiction of the Loki Familia's emblem on it. A cross-legged joker with a card behind it. All right. About what time should I head over? Archer asked. Well, we still have some things to handle on our end, Finn said. If you can come over tomorrow at noon, that would be great. Putting this aside right now, is it alright to let someone outside the Familia to enter the home? I trust that you'll be professional when on the job, Finn said, his smile not leaving his face. Understood, Archer nodded as he extended his hand to the Palom who took it without hesitation. A pleasure to be working with you, although I don't know how much help I'll be. No worries. I think you'll be able to help out immensely when the time comes. You didn't lose your head when fighting the plant monsters the other day and even dived in to successfully help Filia and Ace. I know you won't be a burden. I will do my best not to fail those expectations then. And with that, the Loki Familia left, with Riveria dragging a depressed Loki who failed to get more wine from Castor. Just remember one thing, Archer, Castor said. You are a member of Hestia Familia, not Loki Familia. Your duty is to return from the expedition alive. Not to die trying to play the hero as you please. Your concern is noted, O King of Heroes, Archer replied with a shrug. Archer. Hestia cut in with a shout as she ran up to Archer and looked up at him. Please, come back, okay? Don't die down there since Loki's children definitely won't care to bring you back, okay? Archer's reply was quick and simple. I promise.